Central Time. We have a very enlightening show planned for you here tonight. We're going to be talking about what I consider to be one of the elephants in the room, so to speak. Mind control that is specifically designed for and targeted against women, which has fomented the war between the sexes that is raging in our society. And I'm going to specifically, over the next many weeks, be getting into this topic, and I'm going to be exposing the neo-feminist agenda as a eugenics operation, a phrase that I began to coin last week, which I'm actually going to give a new phrase coining this week for. I said last week that I was going to call this operation epigenetic eugenics, meaning eugenics that is waged epigenetically through mind control against an entire population. Well, I'm going to shorten this. I'm going to truncate it a little bit, and I'm going to come up with a new phrase for this, a new catchphrase word. I'm going to call this operation epi-eugenics. Many people will never have heard that term before because I think I've just coined it. And that's what the whole neo-feminist agenda really is. It is an operation of epi-eugenics, something that goes beyond eugenics because it is not eugenics that is being waged directly against the population, but it is actually mind controlling the population and socially manipulating a population enough that that population actually wages a eugenics war against itself. And it is going to take a lot of explaining to help people to understand how this operation actually works and how deeply it's entrenched in our society. And we'll get to that in this short time. I think the interview went really, really well. I condensed a lot of information into the short amount of time that I had to be interviewed. And the interview was essentially on the occult. It was on my background in dark occultism, specifically in Satanism. It was on what Satanism really is, what the tenets of this dark religion really are all about, and how our society is completely reflective of the Satanic mindset. We also got into what occult knowledge really is versus what people erroneously believe it to be because of what religion tells them that it is. And I want to say something about that after I finish explaining about the interview. We talked about occult symbolism, and I gave a case example being the Betty Crocker egg incident that I broke down in my Demystifying the Occult seminar. And then we talked a little bit about solutions, namely the understanding of natural law as the ultimate solution to the current human condition of slavery, and how we have to understand the law of freedom, that as morality increases in the aggregate in any given society, the freedom of that society also increases proportionately. And as morality decreases in any given society, the freedom of that society decreases proportionately. That's the law of freedom. That's what natural law is ultimately all about. If people haven't understood that that's why we're in the situation that we are in, they have learned nothing as far as I'm concerned. If you haven't made the connection between morality and freedom yet, you don't know what's going on this planet. And you don't know why we're in slavery, the causal factors that have led to this condition. So for people interested, check out that great interview. I thought what I'm going to do is slowly unpack this material over probably many weeks. There is so much to understanding this tapestry of mind control and how it works. And again, I call it an epi-eugenics operation, a eugenics op that is being waged epigenetically. It's being waged through the subversion of consciousness to actually wean and cull the population, to get the population to wean and cull itself, so that the controllers of this world and their order-following dogs don't even need to do that themselves. And it's working brilliantly, actually. It's going to take... Look, there's so many things I want to say about this that I'm just going to gently ease into this topic because, first of all, like I said, it is the elephant in the room that most people don't even know is there because they've been living with it for so long. Okay? They see this as something that is somehow normal. Okay? They see this as just the way things are, and that's because of the incrementalism associated with it. Okay? You know, one of the other things I wanted to mention before we even get into the topic of the mind control that is specifically targeted against women, you know, the war between the sexes, neo-feminism as a eugenics operation, I want to say a few things. And this fits really hand in hand nicely with the concept of the divide and conquer agenda. Okay? Related to that InfoWars interview that I did, you see how many people come out and say absolutely ridiculous, asinine things. I mean, you know, from people who don't agree with Alex Jones on a particular topic or think that, you know, he doesn't cover things that they think should be covered, instead of them going out and becoming the alternative media that they should be, you know, they want to say people are shills. You know, I've been accused of this. Happening.com. You know, I was talking about the clowns out there that, you know, because somebody doesn't cover something the way they want it covered, or doesn't talk about a topic they feel is important or should be covered, then they must automatically be some kind of a shill or a disinformation agent or somebody trying to hold back the truth from other people. I mean, just grow up, people. I mean, it's just such utter nonsense garbage, you know. First of all, go do something yourself. How about that? Okay, how about that? No, then everybody shuts up right quick, you know, because they can't be bothered to get involved in the great work. No, they just want to complain about somebody else who they don't know. You know, people talking about me like they know me. Trust me, you don't know me. You don't know who I am. You don't know what I do on a daily basis. You don't know what goes through my mind, and you don't know what I go through at all. And people should stop trying to pretend like they do, because I'm quite frankly tired of it. I don't really care who's offended by that statement. You know, I'm not here to be liked. I've said it since day one. I'm not your friend. I'm not your leader. I'm not your guru. Do your own research, do your own due diligence, and then go put the word out yourself. No, because that might take some time and effort in your life to do that. You want somebody else to do that for you. Then you want to complain that they don't do it like you would do it. Well, please, by all means, set the example and show me how it's done. There are people like this are a bunch of morons. I almost slipped and like let loose with something that, you know, with bad language that would have gotten me probably in trouble with the network, because I'm on the brink of like just totally going off, you know, when I hear some of this garbage out there. You know, I have to really try to restrain myself, because, you know, at some point I'm going to let slip and let people know what I really think, and it's going to come out in South Philadelphia street language, okay? Because I'm on the edge, folks. I'm tired. I've had enough, quite frankly, you know? And some of the biggest idiots out there are people who are absolute fake-ass Christians and will claim that they're Christians. And they don't know they know not one iota of the meaning of the word. You could wrap it in quotes, Christian. You know, Christian in name only. In name only. Okay? They're nothing of the kind at all. And they're a bunch of know-nothings who know nothing about what's going on in this world, because they know absolutely nothing about the occult manipulation that is working on their minds. And then they want to have something to say about somebody who's actually trying to tell them about it from first-hand experience, that has the game plan of their owners, that has all the manipulation tactics of their owners, and has laid it out for them to understand, and they still don't want to understand how their minds are being owned and ruled. No, you're selling your children into slavery, and you're a bunch of immoral people who Christ would have looked at, and whether you want to look at that as an archetypal figure, I don't care about what people want to say about astrotheology, whether the person is real or not, it's not the point, okay? whether the actual man talked about in the New Testament is real. Okay? That concept, the Christ consciousness, whatever, the being, the teacher, the group of teachers, okay, the astro-theological, allegorical mythos of the Christ, however you want to look at it, I don't care. I'm saying that energy would look at somebody like these complete fake Christians, and it would spit at them. It would spit on them. Okay? Because they are doing nothing to try to actually wage a war against tyranny. Nothing. Because they don't understand any causal factors, and they've bought into this salvationist occultism, which is where it comes out of. Salvationism comes directly out of satanic occultism. All right? And anybody that thinks that you're supposed to sit here, let all the tyranny and evil completely run amok and take over this world, and all you need to do is believe on something and believe in a concept or an idea or a person that's some externalized power or externalized savior, and you're not going to actually take any real world action in this world, you are part of the tyranny. You are part of it, and that makes you evil. These Christians are Satanists and think that they're Christians. Salvationism came directly out of the dark occult, folks. Directly out of the dark occult. And all the so-called Christian morons out there who think that that's Christianity, you're a bunch of children, and moreover than that, you're evil tyrant supporters. You are the people who are supporting the tyranny in the world, and they want to say, God has ordained this government. And it's giving the authority to the government to try to reel in all the evil of the world. I mean, you know what you are? You're Nazi supporters. That's what these stupid right-wing so-called Christians that are just nothing but absolute fake Christians and believe in salvationism. You know, I mean, they don't even understand how owned their minds and souls are. And they would have the nerve to put a label of Christian on themselves. You're garbage, is what you are. Garbage. Okay? And like I said, I'm coming out no holds barred because I'm done with people. I'm done. I'm done even talking about it nicely. If people can't see how completely mind-controlled and ignorant this race of golems called humanity is in the modern world, you're sick if you can't see it. And you don't understand how religion has played into that. And the New Age movement is no different. All of them out there teaching submission because of some absolute crazy, false notion of what karma is. And they'll say, oh, well, all this tyranny might be going on because of stuff we did in past lives. As if this somehow excuses all the evil that's going in the world. I mean, you have to be kidding me. These people are children. They've bought into utter nonsense. Complete false, pseudo-spiritual teachings. And I told you where that came out of when I did the New Age BS seminar and all that material. It comes out of the dark occult. It comes out of Satanism. Dark occultists put out the whole salvationist belief system. They put out all this nonsense about waiting for extraterrestrial races that are going to swoop in here and save us, and there's going to be some big ascension. You know, they're going to come down in their crafts and save us. They've given us this completely false New Age garbage spirituality that has nothing to do with real spirituality. They put that out through the Lucis Trust Publishing House and other fake publishing houses to spread pseudo-spiritual garbage into the population of absolutely ignorant, naive slaves that are willing to buy that crap and then spit it back out for other people. I'm just tired of it, people. I'm just tired of it, man. I'm tired of how ignorant this world is. It feels like it's an avalanche of ignorance that's out there. It's an avalanche of ignorance. And it's just drowning the people who have any semblance of what's really going on in the world. So I just wanted to give that rant real quick before I move into the actual material for tonight because, I popped my head into the YouTube page where my interview was at just to check out how many views it's getting, and you just see the absolute drivel nonsense that is going on in the comments, to a point where, I of course I don't go back and keep reading this garbage. I mean, just seeing it once is too much, you just want to say, let me just check in here real quick and see how humanity is progressing. And the answer is, we're not progressing, we're degrading. Further and further and further degrading. And religion is one of the biggest problems with it, And they can't understand that that's all. You're believing in a belief system that was invented by your enslavers, dunce. It was invented by your enslavers, especially the salvationist version of it. The other version is all astrotheology about the inconquerable sun, Sol Invictus, from the Roman Empire, written by the Flavian dynasty and the Piso family, the last Flavian emperors. But they don't want to research any of that history, No, because that might involve knowledge. We don't need knowledge. Let's burn all the books in the world. All we need is this one. Just like the good Nazis that they are. They're no different than the Nazis were. Let's burn all the books. We only need our ideology. You're a bunch of clowns. You're clowned by your owners. Happening.com. Just going to wrap up, my take on these religious followers, these empty-headed religionists, essentially commenting on something that they don't understand when somebody's trying to explain how occult manipulation is accomplished in society. And they want to say asinine things, like, I couldn't have gotten out of the dark occult, There's no such thing as reforming. Once you're that way forever. It just shows their sick worldview. It shows their view of quote-unquote human nature, which is a big segue of what I'm going to start talking about tonight and into the coming weeks. How people are convinced that human nature is a certain way. They don't understand that human nature is programmable and therefore changeable. They show their completely sick, twisted, poisoned worldview about people's ability to change, and that's why they're part of the slavery system. Because their mind is wholly owned by those worldview dynamics. And as long as that worldview doesn't change, they are absolutely incapable of creating any positive change in the world. Certainly not by the sick, twisted religious dogma that was given to them by their enslavers. Because that's where that came from. Okay? That's where those elements of biblical teachings came from. Certainly the elements of the neo-Christian salvationist movement, which is absolute Satanism. And if they don't understand that, look, I don't need to say anything else. I was a priest in the Church of Satan. I know who's putting out these agendas. They don't. Period. I was there from first-hand experience. I'm trying to explain to you things that they told me that they were doing. And one of the things that I have remained silent about all too long, but I'm done with even trying to maintain any niceties anymore. Because where this world is going is to utter hell. We're already in hell, folks. If you don't understand, you're in hell now. Okay? You don't know what's really going on. You're not on earth, you're in hell. I should call this show what in hell is happening instead of what on earth is happening, because there is no more earth anymore. It's a hell world. It's a hell planet. Okay? And it's just people are too stupid to understand that we've put ourselves into a hell world. We've created hell. Hell is something that doesn't need to exist. We're building it. We've built it. Past tense, I should say. These idiots don't understand they've been given a cage, a mental cage. And they're all happily living in it. Happily living in it, saying, my religious mental cage programming, head cage programming is the best. And it's better than all the other head cage programs that are out there. They're a joke. They're children. They're children who the joke is played on them. Like I said, they're clowned. Completely clowned by their owners. Their owners are dying laughing at them. It's just they can't get the belly laughs out. They're just choking themselves from laughter. Like I said, I consider this show a comedy show. Because the Satanists who run the world, the dark occultists who run this world, They're laughing at my efforts to try to get any modicum of understanding out to the golem population. These people are brain dead. They're incapable of understanding. It's like trying to teach mathematics to a dog. You're never going to be able to do it. The capacity isn't there. I mean, that's really what I'm beginning to think. You know? That the effort is entirely wasted. Because we have a population of absolute dumbed down animals that are beyond animals. Most animals have more intelligence than most humans. You know? And I just think they don't have the capacity to grasp it. That's how completely golemized they have become. Turned into an absolute flesh robot. A golem. This segues nicely into what I am going to be talking about as a dynamic of dialectics, specifically the Hegelian dialectic, which I've been trying to explain over the past many weeks, that you do not need two sides to both buy into the lie. The Hegelian dialectic is successful as long as only one side that you are trying to divide within the population takes the bait and buys into the lie. Then you can get that side to attack the other side and wage an ideological war, even if the other side didn't buy into the nonsense and doesn't want a war. I gave the example of the modern police state. Are the people who understand the police are mind-controlled zombies? You know, robot zombie dunces who never read books, who are just people who have absolute mommy and daddy issues in their lives, weren't paid enough attention to by their parents, were given garbage parenting by garbage parents, grew up with absolutely no moral upbringing, don't care about right or wrong, don't care about truth, are empty-headed, just sewage-filled brains, just empty heads, you know? It's 8-inch thick bone behind the forehead. There's no prefrontal cortex, okay? These are absolute cavemen idiots wearing a uniform. You know, because we understand how brainwashed and mind controlled these morons are, does that mean we just sit back and say, oh, well, they don't understand what they're doing. Oh, well, oh, God forgive them, they know not what they do. We should just let them run roughshod all over the population, take all of our rights, and kill us. Of course not. So if one side buys the dialectic and they're going to see the people as an enemy that they're going to go to war with, what are we supposed to do? Lay down? Lay down in the street and die? Hardly. And trust me, that won't be happening. At least not here. I'll tell you that much. Not in this population. They think they're going to make that be able to happen and get that done, and I'm telling you, there's still enough real men in this world that are going to physically fight back. And I'm telling you, they're going to be unprepared for what they face when it starts. They're going to be unprepared for it. They think they can do all their calculations and their actuarial studies, but what they're not counting on is what happens when an animal gets backed into a corner and has nothing to lose. They're not counting on that. And they're going to find out when that rattlesnake strikes. So, let's get into the actual topic of what I am intending to talk on for the next many weeks. And that is the dialectic of the mind control that has been specifically targeted toward women in our society. And the first thing I want to say about this war between the sexes that has been fomented by the neo-feminist agenda, which is a eugenics operation, is that I am in no way trying to further create a divide. I am trying to bring awareness of how this tactical social engineering manipulation has gone to work against a significant segment of our population in order to attempt to heal the divide that has grown between the sexes, not to try to further divide it. That's number one. Number two, if I didn't know a significant amount of the truth of this entire agenda from actually first-hand experience, by being told that this was actively being done when I was involved in the dark occult, not really understanding it then. And as they say, hindsight is 20/20. Folks, I was told so many things about what would be coming, and I did not even understand what I was being told at the time, because I wasn't really awake then. I was an asleep idiot like most of these other people. You know, it took me years of deprogramming myself to come out of that satanic mindset, to even understand what they meant by certain things. When they use words like the dead, I looked at them and just nodded like, yeah, okay, as if I knew what it meant. Because I didn't want to say, hey, could you explain what you mean by that term that you're using? Why are you calling people the dead? You know, until I understand that was their name for completely unconscious human beings that they own and control. You know, because they don't have any aspect of their consciousness developed, not their thoughts, not their emotions, not their actions, and therefore, for all intents and purposes, they don't have consciousness, so they're dead. They call people the dead, the average dumb human being. I didn't understand what they meant by that till years after I left the dark occult. Just like I didn't understand how they were telling me that they were in charge of so many of these agendas that they're running now. Just like I didn't understand how they were telling me that they were in charge of so many of these agendas that they're running now. Until the hindsight of deep study and wisdom that I gained later showed that to me. The topic for tonight is the elephant in the room, as I like to call it. The mind control techniques that have been specifically targeted toward women in our society, fomenting the war between the sexes and the neo-feminist eugenics operation that is waged against both men and women. Again, as I was saying in the last segment, I am not attempting to further divide people. This is not a divide and conquer strategy. This knowledge is being put out there on the table, which I can no longer ignore or stay silent on, because I want to try to heal the divide and conquer aspect that has happened in our society. And it's probably, going to be a paltry effort in that, because so many people are infected by this virus. But I have to try, I wouldn't be willing to alienate a large portion of my own listening audience by talking about this very topic if it were not real, if I didn't understand a significant amount of how this agenda works and exactly why it's put into effect and what they're looking to try to do as a result of it. And if I didn't think it was critically important to understand how society in the aggregate is being completely manipulated and controlled. This has to do with human freedom. And that's what this show talks about. Trying to become more free and to destroy slavery of all kinds. And let me tell you something. The neo-feminism agenda is slavery. Plain and simple. Now, I'm going to talk about a lot of the think tank groups and a lot of the occult organizations that it comes out of. So, I wanted to give that as a caveat. I also want to say I'm not going to make this whole show, meaning the whole What on Earth is Happening radio show, not just this particular show, about this topic. Anybody that expects that I'm going to make my whole radio show about one given topic, any given topic in particular, you're holding your breath, and good luck with that. Okay? This show is about eclectic topics. A lot of people say, I want them to talk about this more and more and more. Only focus on the natural law stuff. Only focus on the mind control stuff. Only focus on, the religion as a deception. No. I'm going to cover everything. I'm not going to make one thing the sticking point issue that's all I talk about. Because then I'd be ignoring a whole lot of other important things. I'm going to be covering a whole lot of topics coming up on future shows. Not only the neo-feminist agenda, but I'm going to go back into and go over gun rights ownership and the importance of, gun ownership rights and the importance of gun ownership rights. How so many other absolute milquetoast morons in other countries don't understand the importance of gun ownership. How many New Age dupes don't understand gun ownership. Just because they've gotten you to accept your slavery and servitude and disarmed you slave boys doesn't mean you're going to get that done here in the United States. Punks, you're not going to get that done. You're not going to get that done without the enormity of blood that has never been seen on the earth before. And I'll personally swear on my grave and on the grave of all my ancestors that I'll do everything in my living power to stop anybody from taking any guns away from American citizens. You're not going to get it done. Okay, so that's coming up on future shows. I'm going to do whole shows on the occult history of Nazism, where Nazism came from, and how deeply infected the United States is with both communism and Nazism. These ideologies were not defeated. They did not go away. They rule the United States. They shook hands behind the curtain and they said, we can't conquer this land individually, so let's work together and we'll sort out the spoils on the other side of the conquering. Let me tell you something, folks. If you don't understand that Nazism came directly out of dark occultic belief systems and came directly from dark occultists themselves, you have no idea that you think that that's a political ideology. You're a baby child if that's what you think. A naive child thinks like that. Because Nazism came directly out of dark occultism, and that's going to be a huge topic that I'm going to cover in depth in the future. We're going to get into all the people and the groups that were responsible for that, the rising of some of those ancient occultic belief systems in the modern world. I'm also going to put out a solution tactic that I call maven targeting. I think this is also a phrase or a word that I've coined. Going after the influential members of a social dynamic or a familial dynamic directly, teaming up on them to try to change their mindset, and then they're the people who hold sway and influence with other people of that social dynamic. That's what needs to be done. So I'm not going to make this whole neo-feminism agenda the bulk of my work. This isn't going to become a show that this is all I talk about or all I take calls about. It's going to be a series on this, of the next many shows that I do. And how long will it take? The answer is, it will take as long as it takes. That's it. I will unpack it in my time. It's going to be like a stream of consciousness unpacking, because again, I have a general outline, but I don't have a formal presentation that I am following as I was when unpacking the what on earth is happening information, or let's say the occult mockery of police or cosmic abandonment. These are full-length formal presentations that I worked on and gave publicly and had slides for. This is still in its formative stages of being outlined. And, this is something that I'm fully waking up to myself over the last probably 4 years of my life. Because, again, hindsight is 20/20. You become more and more aware and you understand how a lot of these agendas are working. And there's many people who are doing good work talking about this particular topic, So, the first thing, those are the caveats that I wanted to get out of the way before we really jump into things, okay? So, again, this material is going to take as long as it takes. I will take as long as I need to get through the material that I want to cover on this topic. And, we'll take calls on it as well and questions and let people, bring up their comments on this topic, and they could even flesh things out with me and ask me my take on certain things, ask questions about it to clarify. Okay, so the first thing to understand when it comes to this, as I've said already, and I will repeat because it's worth repeating, in any dialectical manipulation, only one of the sides needs to truly buy into the lies that are being propagated to try to bring about the outcome that's desired. That's what the Hegelian dialectic is. You're going to polarize two sides to try to bring out a predetermined, pre-wanted outcome, when if you didn't create divisions and fighting, you would not be able to get that agenda through. And it's often done through incrementalism. And this is what I'm calling neo-feminism has worked through. Now, one of the first things I think that we should do when opening up this area of discussion is helping to people understand what I mean by neo-feminism, okay, as opposed to classical feminism. So when we say the word feminism, we're not talking about one thing. That's the first thing. Okay? Many people want to say, my view of what that means is the correct one. You know, that's like saying what you think Christianity is or what you think the occult is the correct definition. Many people have varied perceptions of that. So we need to be clear about our definitions first. We are talking about the neo-feminist agenda and how it is an epi-eugenics operation. This is a new term that I am coining, I believe, for the first time. It is eugenics that is based on epigenetics. Epigenetic eugenics. Okay? In other words, eugenics waged through mind control. Getting a population to cull itself by buying into dialectical belief systems. And doing it through epigenetically pressuring the species through things like food, media, the destruction of moral values, radionics, pollution of the water supply, you name it. I mean, so many different ways, and we'll be talking about all of those methodologies when we get into this deeper. But before the break caught me, I was talking about the definition of feminism in most people's minds. And many people have different definitions for it. So what I wanted to do is to try to clearly delineate what I am going to be talking about, which is called neo-feminism, or it's just what I'm calling it, what I'm labeling it. That's what I am choosing to label it. Okay? You could call it socially engineered feminism. All right? You can call it really whatever you want as long as you understand what I mean by it, okay? So I'm calling this eugenics operation neo-feminism, and I'm delineating that clearly from what I would personally call classical feminism. Classical feminism would be simply women wanting equality under natural law, okay? Being treated with fairness. I have no problem with women being paid the same amount for the same job that a man would do. Okay? That's not what we're talking about. All right? All right? Being treated as an equal when it comes to rights is what I would call classical feminism. And I have no issue with that at all. Neo-feminism is something altogether different, and we're going to be getting into what it entails. Okay, so it's like we would delineate between classical conservatism or classical liberalism versus what we have in the world in the form of neoconservatism, conservatism, and neoliberalism. The neocons, the neolibs. Okay, well, this is those divides are just as large as the divide between what I would term classical feminism and neo-feminism. I would say this divide between the two forms of feminism we're talking about is even bigger. Okay? They're worlds apart. Absolute worlds apart. So, what the neo-feminist agenda has done is it has sparked off a war between men and women in society. It has created androgyny within our society to a large extent, and it has led to the direct manipulation of both the female mind and the male mind. It has wed women to the state in a very big way. It has destroyed the moral fabric of our society. It has destroyed the value system of our society. It has largely put people toward a value system of only thinking that money is of any actual value. It has destroyed the familial dynamic, the family dynamic, the familial dynamic, whatever you want to call, however you want to word it. It has demolished education. It has demolished true parenting. We didn't even have great parenting as it was, but it was better before this agenda even came in, and it has destroyed it all the more. It has led to the enormous rise in moral relativism in our society. And let me tell you something, folks. The neo-feminist agenda has come directly out of Satanism. Directly from the dark occult and Satanism. If people do not think that this is a satanic agenda, they're fooling themselves, they're kidding themselves. I'm telling you directly from working with the Satanists. Not only did they say that they were going to be waging ideological warfare against the public through putting out all kinds of nonsense spirituality, pseudo-spiritual belief systems that were going to be wrapped under the banner of the New Age movement, because they own these publishing houses that put out all that work. They also said, we are going to foment, through androgyny, an upcoming war between men and women, the war between the sexes, that isn't going to be a shooting war, it's going to be an ideological war that's going to pressure and press society in certain ways that they are going to become more easily manipulatable. And they've done it. They've done a masterful job of it, because when these occultists say that they are going to do something, they follow through with their will, and they get it done. Because they're on the same page, they are united in dark care, as I've talked about many times. They care about getting their agenda in place, and they actually put their will behind it, they put their mind behind it, and then they get it done. Unlike us, who sit there debating on whether this person who we're going to sit and listen to instead of actually become involved in doing something in the world and helping to change other people's minds is genuine or not, or whether he's a shill, or whether, because he runs some advertising, he's owned by corporate overlord masters, or whether because I have a couple of skulls in a case in my work area here by my computer to remind me what should I be spending my time doing, because the time of life that we have to spend is limited, and the skull simply acts as a reminder that you are mortal and you will pass from this mortal world at some point. So, when I feel like getting up from this computer, doing the work that I know I need to be doing, I take a glance over there and I say, maybe I need to get back to work, because I've given up my life to actually do the great work, instead of the complete idiots that are out there looking to somebody else to do their work for them and saying, oh, he might be a shill because he doesn't talk about this and that. Just shut up, morons, because you're the shills. That's what it really is. You are the shills if that's what you do. Okay? You don't have to be paid by anybody. You're just a useful idiot dupe that doesn't understand what the great work is, because you're not doing it. You're not doing it. And people want to make stupid asinine comments about, oh, he's wearing some kind of a satanic emblem. It's called the seed of life, dunce. It's sacred geometry that represents the generative principles of creation. In other words, how we actually create reality through what we believe and then put into effect through our actions. What we've accepted into our minds. I shouldn't even use the word belief, through what we know, through the knowledge we've come to understand. But, again, it just betrays people's worldview. And, this is a big part of the reaction to the neo-feminist agenda that I'm going to get into. A lot of people have seen how manipulatable women have become in society. They've seen that, their value systems have just plummeted into an abyss. And then they want to react by thinking that that's just the nature of women. Oh, just women are just evil, And that there goes the poison worldview, Oh, this is just the nature of people. And they never want to talk about social engineering. They never want to talk about the wider societal engineering through mind control that's going on in this culture. No. It's just that's their nature. We'll pick this up on the other side. Stay right there. Welcome back, everyone. You're listening to What on Earth is Happening here on Republic Broadcasting. I'm your host, Mark Passio. My website, whatonearthishappening.com. You know, we're talking about in the unfolding of the explanation of how this neo-feminist agenda works, what it is, and how it has really driven a wedge in society between men and women. A lot of people will react and say, well, this is women's nature. You'll hear this a ton in people who are discussing this. And I would say that this is a complete lack of understanding. This is absolutely incorrect, wrong, reactionary, and immature and naive. And it shows how little some people have actually studied the causal factors of what's going on. They have very little historical knowledge. You know, they're just reacting from a visceral point of view. And there's nothing wrong with, you know, getting angry. There's nothing wrong with being vitriolic about what's going on. But get your grammar right first, you know, and understand causal factors first. You know, before just spitting vitriol out there and you don't even have knowledge to back it up. You know, that's a belief system, this whole thing about human nature. As soon as I hear someone use the words human nature, I become immediately suspect of their knowledge level. Let's put it that way. As soon as I hear somebody say, that's human nature, almost immediately I start thinking of them like, here's a person who hasn't done their homework fully. They might have bits and pieces of the picture, but they haven't figured out what human nature really is. Because if they did, they'd never blame behavior to human nature. Behavior is largely socially engineered, except for the few people who have come out of the mind control of that social engineering, and their behavior is not owned and directed by that manipulation. The vast majority of the human species mind is, however. And I would make the argument that many, many more of a percentage of women's mind is still in that dialectical manipulation. And I would say the young women of our society are taking all the more. And it's becoming more and more blatant and apparent to anyone who's paying even a modicum of attention. And again, many people will be offended by these statements. I don't care. I'm not interested in whether you're offended or not. I'm interested in telling the truth about what's going on, as I understand it. And I do understand it very well, ladies and gentlemen. You can get as offended about that as you like. I understand it from a perspective that most people will never experience in their lives, from the people who are actually putting this into effect. So you can ignore my words and think that you understand what's going on, and that's fine. I don't tell anybody they have to accept what I'm saying. But I'm going to speak it, and no one's going to stop me from speaking it short and to put a bullet in me, and like I said before, that won't even get it done. Because you think I haven't vowed to come back here until slavery's ended on this world? Then you really don't know who I am then. Trust me, nothing's stopping me. Because I have a will that isn't owned by any earthly intent or any earthly, faculties. It is preternatural. It is directed by the Creator. It's not directed by any three-dimensional elements. So good luck trying to defeat that. That's what directs my will. You know? And believe me, every day is a battle to crawl out of the bed in this dark world. Surrounded by total sickness and ignorance everywhere you turn and look. And I'll continue to do it anyway. Because you're dealing with a will that is not of this planet. And that's what other people have to develop and allow to guide them. Most of them aren't there yet because they're too afraid to die. And they want to be comfortable. You know? They're too worried about what other people think of them. They're too worried about their creature comforts. You got to be willing to give it all up. You want to make any change happen in this world. So the fundamental problem that I think people have to look at first when looking at this dynamic of the mind control of women is to recognize, I'm putting this out there day one, okay? This is not the nature of people that we're seeing, folks. If you believe that, you're part of the problem. You've bought into the poison worldview that the Satanists and dark occultists and mind controllers and social engineers want you to believe in. Because you're not doing anything to heal that dynamic if that's just what you think. That's just like saying, oh, they're just all primarily psychopathic. You know? Absolutely not the case. They're dealing with unimaginable amounts of programming that have been specifically directed at them since the minute of their birth. Now, does that absolve somebody from the bad behaviors that they're conducting? No. I'm not an apologist for humanity being so spiritually weak that they've accepted all forms of mind control. I said that from day one of this radio show, that I am not, nor will I ever be, an apologist for humanity's bad behavior. It's an influence. You still have free will. It all begins and ends with a choice. You're putting the effects of natural law into place. Consequences don't just happen. They are caused. The underlying causes is what we think that leads to our behavior in the world. Then natural law works upon that and brings us the consequences of those actions. And people still don't understand how that simple dynamic of consequentialism or natural law works. They still have a problem understanding it. They can't understand it because of the language. You know, they think natural means the Darwinian natural order. You know, well, think of it as spiritual law then. Then they have a problem with that because half of these morons are atheists, you know, and they're stuck in the scientism religion. They don't want to understand there's a higher power that's directing what happens based upon the behavioral decisions you make, and you're not in control of those consequences. You're in control of the choices. That's what free will is. That was the gift the Creator gave all the beings, the beings with the capacity for holistic intelligence in this universe. And you know what we're doing with it? We're totally squandering it and stepping on it, and spitting on it and throwing it on the ground and trampling it. That's what we're doing with free will. Because we want to give over our personal responsibility to somebody else to do our thinking for us. You know, we want to do what's comfortable instead of what's right. Because most people have become garbage. That's not our nature, but that's what we've chosen to become. Just like the manipulated mindset that the vast majority of women in our culture are in isn't their nature. It's what they've chosen in the level of spiritual weakness that they've been raised in. And men are this very same way. I'm not absolving them by any stretch of the imagination. And they fall for tons of manipulation. And, you know, one of the things I want to say, besides helping people to understand, this isn't the nature of the female. It's not human nature. It's mind control. It's social engineering. It's the current conditions that have come about as a result of the social engineering that's been done to humanity. They've made this like our nature. That's why so few people can understand that this perpetuation of these social engineering dynamics through countless generations has slowly worked our nature to be like this. It doesn't mean it can't change. You know, what's really inherent to nature isn't changeable. That's why I don't want to call it human nature. It's the current human condition. There's a difference between the current condition and human nature. We've talked about that, and I've talked about it in my natural law seminar as well. I recommend people go back and check out my explanation of that with slides there. It's a fact of the matter, ladies and gentlemen, an absolute fact of the matter that most of the order followers, who are in fact the creators of the dark New World Order, the creators of the slavery system here on earth, are men. The vast overwhelming majority. And here's another thing that you're going to hear a lot of in this series over the next many weeks. And once again, get as offended about this as you like. Cry in your milk, beat your fists against the desk, bang your head against the wall. I don't care. I am going to use and make generalizations. In the explanations that I intend to help people to understand, generalizations must be used. If you can't handle the concept of most, or almost every, or the overwhelming majority, segment I was saying how the vast overwhelming majority. Now, you're going to hear me use that probably about 10,000 times, that phrase, when I go through this series. Okay? And it's because there's no other way of saying almost all. The vast overwhelming majority, meaning that the only ones who are not affected like this are a tiny percentage. Okay, so the vast overwhelming majority of order followers, who indeed are the creators of the dark New World Order, as I call the slavery system, that we're already in. It's not being built, it's already here, it's already built. It's just a matter of how much are they going to tighten the thumb screws. That's all it really is. You're already in it. The vast overwhelming majority of the order followers who are responsible for the building of this immoral slavery system that we are living in are men. Vast overwhelming majority. I would say probably well over 95%, if not more, of the order followers who have basically done this to our society are men. However, okay, when we talked about this in the non-supportive dominators and in the order followers series, how many women interface and interact with these men on a daily basis throughout their lives? Just think about that for a minute. And instead of being in the role of moral nurturer, which women traditionally played throughout human history, they have grown up without being raised with moral values, and therefore they're sitting there and thinking it's totally fine what all of these men are doing, following orders for a paycheck. How many of them just love what they're doing, think it's so necessary. And just like all the other supporters of statism and slavery, which is slavery, you'll ask them for the reasons. Why do you think it's necessary that they do? They're protecting us. There would be chaos without them doing what they do. Advocating for violence and coercion all the time. No imagination. And there we have the influence of the school system, the indoctrination system. And you look at how the school system has been taken by these think tanks that I'm going to talk about. And you study how that was done. And how Nazis and communists came together on that plan and took the schools of America. First of all, even putting schooling in the hands of the government through public education, funded by tax dollars, is a huge mistake in the first place. And people, will say, the government should be spending more money on education. Government shouldn't be involved in education at all. First of all, there should be no government. Let alone having government is bad of enough idea. Then you want to give it control over what children learn? God help us, folks. What a brilliant idea that is. Let's let these totalitarians in the form of communists and fascists and Nazis teach the minds of our children. Just absolutely great plan. Yeah, it's called, it comes right out of the Frankfurt School of Marxism and the plan of the Italian fascist Antonio Gramsci. You never even heard of these people or these think tanks. Half the people out there, because you don't read books. Study the Fabian Society and its incrementalism. Gramsci's plan of a long march through the cultural institutions to bring in socialism and eventually communism and fascism into, all of Western culture. And people are helping them do it. All these absolute immoral trash teachers that are running the education system. Purposefully indoctrinating the children because you want a paycheck. Teaching them outcome-based education. That came right out of the Prussian educational model that brought the Nazi regime into manifestation through how they indoctrinated their children in their school system, and then taught the future generations of what would have been the future fascists of Europe in the form of the Hitler Jugend in the Third Reich. All outcome-based education. The same schooling system was taught by the Soviet communists. All comes out of a perversion of the trivium of the ancient world. People don't even understand that was all imported over here to take the minds of our children. To start waging a war between boys and girls so that would continue later in life. Indoctrinating them mentally. Breaking the boys when they're real young. Teaching the girls to worship the state. Teaching the girls to only worry about, appearances or only worry about money as a value system. And teaching men to go along with that corporate fascist rule. We got to groom these people for being role model citizens and good corporate slaves. Teaching them training and obedience. That's where it starts, folks. That's why so many people are so retarded in our society. They're absolutely retarded. Because their minds were molded by a fascist and communist plan of subversive indoctrination from the minute they pop out of the womb. Waged incessantly in the school system. That's why they call it a school. A big gaggle of fish going along with each other. Follow the leader. Pack mentality, herd mentality, like one, getting them to school, so it's like one entity that you could easily control. As Michael Tessarion says, one neck in one noose. That's how they're looking to collectivize us. How many women in society support order followers? They think it's so wonderful. Hey, like I said, folks, I don't need to go any further than home. Okay? Let's talk about my own family. I'll tell you an anecdotal story. Okay? Because I like to make it personal. And I like to target people and talk about people who I know. I'll give you plenty of examples. But here's just one. My own mother. Okay? An old friend of mine, who I hadn't seen in a while, comes to visit me one day, and my mother stopped by my place as well. She didn't know he was even going to be there. I won't mention names. And, me and him are talking and catching up, and, she comes in and, says, "Oh, hi, good to see you, haven't seen you in a long time," And he has a son, and she says to him, "How's your son doing? How's he been?" He's a single, a separated parent, divorced parent, divorced from the birth mother of his son. And she says, "How's your son been?" And he says, "Well, he's not at home anymore. He joined the Air Force." Okay, so became an order follower. And the first words out of my mother's mouth is, "Isn't that wonderful?" I just wanted to go over into the corner of the room, sit down in the chair, put my head in my hands and weep for a few hours. Because that's wonderful. It's absolutely wonderful that you turn the child over to the state for further cult indoctrination and order following. What awesome. And this is what I mean. And that's part of what I'm talking about. And don't get me wrong, a lot of guys will think the same thing. I'm just saying it's overwhelming in the female population, the support of order followers. They think it's so great. At least, hey, 99% of the women I'm around on a daily basis do. I mean, so few women who I know have their minds out of the matrix. So few women. You could just think about how many women are involved in the truth movement, speaking the truth. We'll talk about that on the other side. Stay with us, folks. We'll be right back. On the show, we're talking about the neo-feminist agenda as a eugenics operation. The type of mind control that is launched as part of this agenda that specifically targets women in our society and foments the war, the ever increasingly belligerent war of division between the sexes. And I was talking about how many women in our society support order followers, because they've been taught somehow that that's an epitome of masculinity, and that's how men should be behaving. You know, they should be authority figures, you know, and that government is good. Government's looking out for our interests. It cares about you. You know, as an entity, as an institution, the people in it, they're all good-hearted, caring people. The police all have great intentions. Oh, they're just good people. You know, I just completed an entire series of shows on order followers and how there's never been an order follower in the history of the universe that has been a moral human being. Get as offended about that as you want. Blanket statement, 100% eternally. They are antitheses of each other. They are polar, diametrically opposed polar opposites. For someone to be a truly moral being, they cannot follow orders. They must exercise conscience, the definitive knowledge of the difference between right and wrong behavior. And exercising conscience is taking willful action to choose right action over wrong action once the definitive difference between right and wrong behaviors is fully understood. An order follower never engages in that judgment process, ever. That judgment process is wiped out. It's abdicated. They say to someone else, oh, you tell me what's right and wrong, and then I'll perform the behavior. And by definition, if you are acting in that capacity, you are engaging in immorality. Now, you won't hear Christians talking about that, though, these fake-ass Christians. You won't hear them talking about that. They're pieces of garbage, is what they are. Christians in name only. You want to talk about, I have to believe in Jesus, salvationism, garbage that was given to you by your satanic masters. But you'll never talk about the immorality of order following. No, because to you, order following is a virtue, just like your garbage religion. You know, just like all the other garbage religions out there, like Islam and Judaism and Hinduism and Buddhism and all the religions. It's all garbage. It's all there to hold you back from truth. For all the dunces that haven't figured it out yet. The New Age movement's one of them. Modern science is one of them. So-called science, which is nothing but government-backed, grant money-funded scientism that's going to find the results that Big Daddy government, who gives the grant money to do that so-called science, wants out there. Money's the biggest religion in the world, folks. The New Age movement is right up there with all the other religions, just another cul-de-sac. It's all Christians in name only, Jews in name only, Muslims in name only, Buddhists in name only. 99.99999% of them are actual garbage human beings that wouldn't know one thing about morals if it ran over them like a freight train. And these are all the people in society that would be some of the first to tell you following orders is some kind of a virtue. And people wouldn't be raised like that if they had any kind of decent parenting. And where parenting used to have a nurturing influence was in the feminine influence within the family. Not anymore. Women want to be men now. That's one of the big pillars and tenets of neo-feminism is women are men. There's no difference between the sexes. We need to blur all the difference between the sexes and cut out any kind of traditional classical roles that women or men played in society. Women as nurturers, men as protectors. We can't have that. We have to blur all of those, natural tendencies, bring everybody into an androgynous glop. Because they're easier to control that way. That's the reason it's done. Let me tell you something, folks. I was involved in an organization firsthand as a member of the Whitehall Church of Satan in Whitehall, Pennsylvania. And I'm telling you, one of their main agendas in that satanic organization was the propagation of androgyny. Masculinization of women, feminization of men. Emasculation of men and hypermasculization of women. To bring people into an androgynous pool from which they could be more easily directed and manipulated. And if you don't think tank mind control is behind that, and the occultists that work through these think tanks and these satanic organizations, you don't know what's going on this planet at all. And all the people who want to cling to their religious garbage, dogmatic belief lie systems, okay? Buying into all those dogmatic lies about, what religion is telling you is morality. They have no idea about the occult, and they're some of the most asleep people in the world. They don't understand how Satanism is run and works and operates in every institution in this society. And I'm telling you, that's what's also behind this neo-feministic agenda. You got to look into the involvement of all these think tank mind control organizations. The Tavistock Institute of Human Relations in London is one of the biggest ones to research and look into and understand the agenda that they're pumping out there and why they want this neo-feminist agenda broadcast everywhere. They need the breakdown of the familial dynamic. They need the destruction of the strong man in society. People want to whine and complain about patriarchy. The neo-feminist agenda wants the destruction of the ability of men rising up together to stand up against the tyranny of the state. That's one of its biggest overarching agendas. And most women are too mind-controlled to be able to see that. Because all they hear are the things that they're being promised. It's like all the idiots that voted this clown actor, Obama, into office. Oh, he's going to give us a phone. Well, hey, let's give up all of our freedoms to get that phone. It's so great what he's done with stolen money. He's given everybody free phones with stolen money taken by coercion and violence. Isn't that so wonderful? He's such a wonderful man. He's a great actor, I'll tell you that much. Great actor. He pumps out the NLP, the neuro-linguistic programming, pretty well. He doesn't design any of that stuff, He could act it out pretty well. He could speak it pretty well. I'll give him that. Let's look at the dynamic of how many women truth speakers are out there. And folks, look, I am not on the attack. I am not trying to set... And once again, I said this from day one. I said this from a few weeks ago. All right? I'm going to be labeled a misogynist because of what I'm talking about here on the air over the next few weeks. I already get it. I get that, and I don't give one damn how anyone perceives me. I don't care about how I am perceived. My job is not to be a good PR person for myself. My job is to get up here on the airwaves and speak the truth. Stay with us, folks. We'll continue this analysis on the other side of the break. So, in the last segment, I was, talking about some of the think tanks that have been involved in the propagation of the neo-feminist agenda for purposes really of eugenics when it all comes down to it. This is what this is really leading to. And, I mean, if we're going to look at, like, birth rates that are dropping in just about every, civilized country on Earth, we'll look at socio-sexual dynamics going on in both Western countries and the Far East. This is all coming up on future episodes. I mean, you have to understand how prevalent these think tanks' influence is throughout the world. People who haven't studied the Tavistock Institute of Human Relations and its mind control techniques don't even know what's going on at all. And most people have never heard of it. Chatham House and Wellington House out of England, their connection with the British Crown and the Royal Institute for International Affairs, which is directly underneath the Crown. That most people will have never heard of these organizations. You look at the social engineers who were directly tied in with those groups, like Edward Bernays and Horace Mann and John Rees, and Walter Lippmann and the Huxley brothers, Julian Huxley, Aldous Huxley, Carol Quigley. And what about the behaviorists that worked with all of these people? John B. Watson, B.F. Skinner, Ivan Pavlov. How about a huge behaviorist in the field of mind control through indoctrination, Wilhelm Wundt? Look up Wundt's work when it came to bringing in the Prussian model into the United States, the outcome-based education system into the U.S. His connection with dark occult orders like the Order of Death, Skull and Bones. How about the Rockefellers Foundation involvement in all of this? The Rothschild dynasty's involvement with it, through their ownership of publishing houses all over the world. The Council on Foreign Relations as a think tank, propagating it. And then you get to what I would say might be the top of the hierarchy when it really comes to the propagation of eugenics, period. And namely the neo-feminist agenda of how the neo-feminist agenda is propagating this, what I call epi-eugenics operation. And that think tank is known as the Club of Rome. That's works directly with the Vatican. And, I mean, you're connected in with some of the highest levels of Satanism and the dark occult right there. First of all, let me tell you something, folks. When I was involved in Satanism, the organization that they continuously said that they wanted, that they looked at me as ideal for, was the Club of Rome. And that if I were to be worked up into higher levels of the hierarchical network of dark occultism, the Club of Rome is probably what I would have been groomed for. And I'll be very open and honest about it, folks. Back then, I was a eugenicist. When I was a Satanist, my ideology was that the people who rise to the top of the pecking order in human society should rule humanity and cull the population. I wasn't about, I say I wasn't about slavery, meaning I didn't want to see direct human slavery, but I thought undesirables needed to go in order to improve society. And that's eugenics. That's saying we, as a more enlightened group of people, get to decide who lives and who dies. That's what eugenics is. So I was a eugenicist. The idea that it's a tough decision, but somebody's got to make it. And these eugenicists are who own and control the governments of the world, own and control the police departments, own and control the military, own and control the banking system, own and control the education systems, so-called education systems. Now you look at their ties to other orders like the Fabian Society, incremental socialism, bringing the idea of the Marxist revolution through the long march through the cultural institutions, put forward by the Frankfurt School as well. Gramsci's plan, study it, read about him. They recognize the idea of the workers' rebellion, workers of the world unite, wasn't going to bring in communism into the world. It had been tried and it didn't work the way they had originally envisioned it. So they said, well, we need to take over political institutions, we need to take over educational institutions, we need to take over the media, we need to take over, Hollywood and movie making, we need to take over, military and police forces, everything. We need to especially get our point people into educational institutions like universities. Go on the Fabian Society's website. They have a whole section for women to propagate the neo-feminist nonsense. There's no link for men to do it, because they're trying to sell this to women. They're out in the open about it, folks. It's so blatant that they're out in the open with it. Because they know that the way to destroy a society is to get the minds of women. You get their mind first, the men and children follow. Hitler understood this perfectly. He said it out in the open. Women don't even understand the power that they have to influence the minds of the next generations. And there is all the example that you really need to understand. How is the world right now? Well, it's a very good chance that largely through who they decided to breed with and the value system they decided to teach to bring to their children instead of a true nurturing value system that is based on the non-aggression principle, it's an inescapable conclusion that women have largely made the world the way that it is. Like it said in the movie Fight Club, we're a generation of men raised by women. Almost all single parents in the world are women. I'd say 98 to 99% of them are. Very, very few single fathers raising children, except in the examples where women pass earlier than the man. These think tanks' influence cannot be overstated, and most people know nothing about any of them. How many people have studied the Club of Rome, or the Fabian Society, or the Tavistock Institute of Human Relations, or social engineering in general, or behaviorism in general? A paltry handful, because they don't understand mind control, and they don't understand how mind control is directed by dark occultism. It's ancient, dark, occultic psychology. And most people just want their comfort level, and they want to say, I don't want to know about that, I want to look the other way. Because they're stuck in a satanic mindset, folks. That's where this ultimately comes from. It grows directly out of Satanism. The satanic me mindset. The mentality of, what am I going to do for me today? All day, every day. I'm not going to look at any wider dynamics going on in the world. I don't care about any of that. Me, all day, every day. Talking about in the last segment. I often ask the question, where are the numbers of women coming forward and speaking out against the immoral system? There are several. But if you look at the totality when it comes to how many people are really truth movement activists and teachers, and how many women are involved in the truth movement in general, it is probably a minimum of a 10-to-1 ratio. Maybe even bigger. Maybe 20-to-1. It's between 10 and 20-to-1. Easily. Maybe larger than that. I don't know. And what does that say about the value system that most women are embracing? The vast majority. I don't want to make a blanket statement there. It shows you how deep the mind control and fear propaganda goes when it comes to the entire feminine portion of our society. Clearly, they are being targeted to love the state, to insist upon the state's protection, to think that the state is necessary. And this all comes about as a result of getting the children away from the family. This is what even classical feminism did very effectively. they didn't want women in the workforce decades ago to put them on equal playing ground with men. They wanted that so that there would be no one at home in a family dynamic, so that the family would be forced to turn the children over to state-run education. And there would be no nurturing influence in the home to teach values to the child. The state would teach its values to the child. In doing that, you're also going to diminish work value by doubling workforce. You know, that was another thing. So, you know, they could pay people less. And you're creating more competition within society, further pitting men and women against each other. And you're creating a lot more corporate consumers at the same time. It had the effect, it worked on multiple fronts for the corporate masters. And that's all they're about doing. They're about creating the inauthentic man and the inauthentic woman, whose value system is the dollar. And that's all they think about all day long, from the minute they get up till they go to sleep. I'm talking about men and women here now. But I mean, you just think about, look, folks, just do this as a social experiment. Here's my challenge and my homework for the week. Go and try to talk to any young woman, like a teenage girl, and just even try to see what type of a mindset that they are in, how they have been culturally conditioned, the type of pop culture that they are involved in, exposed to, their entire mindset of how they talk to each other, what they talk about. Just try to put yourself around that for a day if you can, and just absorb the mentality. Because most people won't do that or don't have access to do that. But you do it and you tell me you're not horrifically appalled, I'll call you a liar right to your face. I challenge people to just try to do it, and you'll see what families, so-called families, are pumping out there. Because they're just as asleep. The parents of these people, if you want to call them that, are just as asleep. I want to know why people think there aren't more women in the truth-telling world. You know, I mean, I tried to make a list one day of, you know, women who are really on the right track when it comes to understanding things holistically. It's a handful. Many of them are afraid to speak, too. They're afraid to come out and speak because something put in their notion that people aren't going to be willing to listen to them because they're women. I mean, that's nonsense. It's a ridiculous notion. Anybody with a mindset to understand, partially understand what's going on in this world, would be welcome to hear more women speak up on this, on these issues. Not only that, but get in the face of men who are ignoring these issues or who are supporting this garbage, immoral system of slavery. That's the whole problem, is that women aren't up in the men's faces in their lives and saying, don't partake in this evil. I don't care what it would cost you in the way of a paycheck. You know, I don't care about whether there's going to be food on the table if you're doing something that's immoral. And it's the whole concept of a mob wife, you know, that stands by her man and doesn't ask questions. Don't ask questions about the heads that I bust every day, honey. You know, it brings food. It brings a paycheck home so we can put food on the table and clothe our children. Yeah, Rudolf Hess said the same thing, running the Auschwitz camp. He was a wonderful moral man who loved his family, don't you know? These people are all garbage who think like that. Garbage. You're garbage if you're doing those immoral actions, and you're garbage if you're supporting those immoral actions. And get as offended about that statement as you like. It'll never make it untrue. The problem is they got the children out of the parents' guidance. They taught the parents only to value the monetary system, and that was the total annihilation of moral values. Destroying familial dynamics. Destroying proper parenting. so-called parents who are actually just garbage, immoral human beings, raising so-called, quote-unquote, raising, they didn't raise anything, raising children with absolutely no moral values, teaching them money's the only value system to be valued. Let me tell you something, folks. Again, I don't need to go any farther than my own family. This is how my family thinks. They're not exempt from it. I was raised by immoral people who had really no value system. I became the person that I am in spite of that. In spite of that. Not because of it. My family didn't raise me. Strangers raised me from the dead. Strangers. In many cases, people I've never met. Who took the time, effort, and care and willpower to preserve their wisdom through words. In some format, in some media, and put it out there into the world because they cared about making the world better. Not one member of my family was responsible for raising me from a state of immorality to a state of morality. Not a one. Zero. Strangers helped me to do that. My willpower and the will of strangers did that. Who I even shouldn't call strangers. They're my real family. They're my brothers and sisters in truth. I'll tell folks, let's make it real personal. Let me tell folks, I don't know if I ever mentioned this on the air before, so I may have, but if not, here goes. My own mother said to me one day, the same person who said, isn't it so wonderful? It's such a wonderful thing. My buddy's son went into the Air Force and became an order follower, dropping bombs on people for corporate overlords and dark occultist overlords. It's so wonderful. This person says the same thing to me in the past. When I think about what you could have become versus what you did choose to do with your life, I'm disgusted and appalled. My own mother looked in my face and said that to me one day. And once again, I don't harbor any ill will or resentment. I could just say that truthfully as a statement. That happened, because I understand how totally unconscious and dead a person like that is. Whatever, But, me and Jay Parker often joke around and say, she'd probably been real happy and would have said, isn't that wonderful? If you stayed with the dark occult Satanists that I was with, I could have been a senator by now, maybe. I could have been a senator getting a lot of eugenics legislation passed through, and stealing from the American public. And I would have padded a nice, bird's nest for myself, and, I would have been... We have to break on through to an accurate understanding of the labyrinthine agenda that is neo-feminism, that has grown directly out of globalist think tanks, mind control institutions, and ultimately from Satanism and dark occultism itself. It has led to the emasculation of men in society. I mean, there's barely a man out on the street that I see with hardly any bass in his voice anymore. Who, God forbid, if it does come down to a physical shootout, these are going to be the men. They're going to be out there. I mean, particularly in cities, it's very, very bad. Because they're very well-behaved, emasculated animals. They are well trained and broken pets of the state who think that obedience to authority is a virtue. They love being part of the whole corporate structure. They think that's somehow representative of responsibility in life. When nothing could be further from the truth. What you're really doing is compromising your values by taking part in that system constantly. And most men won't say no to that lifestyle because most women want that lifestyle. Let's just face it and call it exactly as it is, folks. Because they've been groomed since the time that they were out of the womb to think of money as the main value system. And look, once again, let's bring it right back to my own family. There's not one woman in my entire family that I could speak of that doesn't think that money is the most important thing in the world. That's what most women are groomed to want. That's their value system. How many people care about truth? We did an experiment where I think it was like, I can't remember the exact number, but it was like 2% of people or 3% put down that they cared about truth in life. Out of, what things do you actually care about? Give me 3 things, 3 words that represent something you care about. And hardly anybody ever puts down truth. Well, of what they want in life. Knowledge, forget that. Wisdom, knowledge, forget that. I want success. Me. I should bring into this the slides from the natural law homework results. The natural law seminar homework results, because they were highly enlightening. And we should go back to that for the mindset. I should do it exclusively with women and then exclusively with men and see what the breakdown is, what the difference is. Most people are conditioned from childhood to be the inauthentic being, the corporate variation of a human being, which is a golem. That's all. It's a flesh robot. You're to be inserted in the cog in the as a cog in the great machine of the corporate world, and be productive for your master. And sadly, that's what most women want men to be. What's going on as a result of this, the neo-feminist movement going into hyperdrive, is there are more men who are waking up and saying, I'm not going to be part of this anymore. I've had that mentality since I was 15 years old. So I stepped into the corporate workforce for a very brief amount of time. And as soon as I was shown any level of disrespect as a man, I quit on the spot. Because, the people who showed me that level of disrespect are very lucky that, they didn't suffer extreme physical harm through some of the things that came out of their mouth toward me. I have self-control, so I was able to restrain myself. But if they thought from that moment forward I would be doing anything else to help them, they're out of their minds. I can put in an honest, good, hard day's work. I'm not a lazy person. I'm extraordinarily driven. I have willpower. I have focus. But when somebody starts treating you like a slave, you got to be gone. And it doesn't make a difference whether you have anything else. When you start becoming involved in something that's immoral and is conducive to slavery, you got to get gone from that situation. You got to extract yourself from it no matter what's going on. Otherwise, consider yourself broken and consider yourself no such thing as a real man. And that's the problem. We have too many little boys out there with no guts. They're too afraid. People will say, you have a situation right now where you're living in a house and you're comfortable enough. Folks, let me tell you something. I don't care what my situation would be. I would be dying, homeless, starving in the street before I went into any avenue of work that uses my body as a gear in the apparatus of slavery. You want to test that assumption? Let's put it to the test. Trust me, it wouldn't matter what happened to my body. So, another part of this entire agenda is wedding women to the state. And the only way you can really do this is by making the state essentially favor them in many, many areas of society. And you see this through family courts. You see this through, divorce. You see this through all kinds of legislation that is being put into effect. And, a lot of women like that because they think it's increasing their social power, when in fact this is being done to completely eliminate the authentic man, the man that is strong and capable of standing up to the state. So by proxy, what ends up happening is women end up in bed by proxy with the state. I call this the unholy wedding or the unholy union of modern women to the state. You know, this comes about as a result of the mentality of people who are in a socialist mentality. That somehow the state should provide for this or that or the other thing. That it should act as a nurturer or provider. Those are the kind of women with mommy issues. The kind of women with daddy issues are the ones who want to be with the controllers, the dominators, because they think they're going to get protection in that respect. They're the kind of women who gravitate toward, you know, the dominator type of male, the so-called alpha male. They're not the real alpha male of society. The real alpha male of any society, the real alpha woman of any society, is the one who is fully conscious and aware of what's going on. That's the alpha male and female. Nothing else determines that. It isn't the biggest, the strongest, the most attractive looking. These are all misnomers. You know, that's the concept of what people want you to think as the, quote, alpha being. There's only two divides when it comes to the men and women in society. It's the authentic and the inauthentic. The real article, the real item, and then the proxy of the real thing. The image of the real thing. The husk of the real thing. It's an imitation. And when I'm talking about the vast overwhelming majority of women, please understand what I mean is the authentic woman. The inauthentic woman, I'm sorry. The inauthentic woman. And the inauthentic woman... but for now, this is going to remain sort of a stream of consciousness type thing where I'm basically going along with a general outline of topics that I want to touch on when it comes to this dynamic of neo-feminism as a eugenics operation, what I call an example of epi-eugenics. You know, eugenics could be carried out a number of ways. It could be done physically, it could be done chemically, you know, it could be done basically through forced sterilization, things like that. But I think the social engineers have ratcheted up their game to a very significant level, and they are doing it epigenetically. They're not doing it physically anymore. Eugenics is being waged through mind control, and that's what I call epi-eugenics. Epi-eugenics. The concept that you can get a population ultimately to want to cull itself. And this is what we're really seeing happening. There's so many... First of all, how I want to basically transition into this, going back into all the topics we were touching on last week, is to reiterate that when I bring this up, the war between the sexes and mind control that is specifically targeted at women in our culture, especially in Western culture, I'm not trying to further divide the sexes. I'm trying to heal the divide by bringing awareness about how this is a Hegelian dialectic, that mechanism that has been put into play in our society. And in any dialectical manipulation, only one side ultimately needs to take the bait. Only one side needs to buy into the lie of the dialectic in order for the dialectic manipulation to work, to have effect on the whole society. You know, I give the example oftentimes, let's say a student in a classroom wanted to start a conflict between two other students, okay? And the two students are sitting next to each other in the class. Well, one student may be going by one of them and smack them in the back of the head and then, you know, quickly pass. And, you know, the one student that got hit in the back of the head turns to the other student and looks at them as if they did it, you know. And really what the student who struck the first individual in the back of the head was trying to do is to get that person to think that the other student did it. Well, the second student does not have to be involved in the manipulation. You Only the first student has to buy the notion that that other student hit them in the back of the head, when in fact it was the person who walked by, and then a conflict can start between those people, and that person who got hit will think the whole time, oh, that person did this, and I'm just responding to that. And then oftentimes if they do something harsh or violent to that other person, then that person's going to respond, even though they didn't intend any harshness or any conflict with that other person. You see, that's what I mean by only one side of a dialectic needs to buy the lie for the dialectical manipulation to be accomplished. If the first intended target of the manipulation doesn't see through the lie, the conflict can easily begin. And that's what we've already seen in our society as a result of neo-feministic beliefs. So we started breaking this down last week, and I tried to explain to people that I would not be willing to take a chance on alienating a huge portion of my listening audience and people that I've tried to get to understand the dynamics that are really happening in the world if this topic were not real and critically important, if it were not something that is absolutely essential to understand. Okay? So last week we touched on a whole lot of different dynamics when it came to this problem that we're facing in society of what I call neo-feminism. And I label it that to distinguish it from classical feminism, which is simply about equal rights under natural law and women being respected as much as men in society, being treated as equals. I don't have any problem with that. I think both sexes should be treated with fairness and dignity and as equals as far as our rights are concerned, our rights under natural law. This does not mean that the sexes are the same, of course. And this is the part of the neo-feminist agenda, is to androgynize the sexes, to masculinize women and to feminize men, so that there is a blending and indistinguishable aspect when it comes to the sexes. That's what they want. They want androgyny. And what this does is it weakens the masculine instinct in men, and it makes them into what I call the inauthentic man, okay, the corporate man. And then what it does is it also makes women more masculinized and more wed to the state. The idea of domination having to be present, okay, having to have a part in our lives, government, the acceptance of government. And you see this so prevalently in modern society when it comes to the fact that most women are still statists. Now, that doesn't mean most men aren't, okay? Most men are still statists as well. But I ask people as an introduction to this topic, just think about the ratio difference in the so-called truth movement between men, truth seekers and truth tellers, okay, who are putting information out into the world and part of the alternative media, versus how many women are involved in that. And it's not to say that there are no women involved in that process of doing that great work, but it's the ratio is so overwhelmingly imbalanced that I think anybody being honest with themselves can easily see that. And I think we should be asking ourselves the question, why is it that way? Continuing to get into the topic for tonight, we're talking about neo-feminism as a eugenics operation, as a way of ultimately culling the human population by getting people to war between the sexes. And we're seeing that already play out in our society, and it has been playing out in our society for decades, since this agenda has been brought in by think tanks and Marxist and socialist movements. You know, we talked about that briefly last week, all the different institutions that are part of this. You know, a lot of this neo-feminism was ushered directly into our society by the Frankfurt School, part of Gramsci's plan of the long march through the cultural institutions. People should look up Antonio Gramsci and understand incremental socialism, creeping socialism, you know, the total creeping incrementalist control of the state. Look up the Fabian Society. You know, that's another think tank organization that is all about slowly bringing in the destruction of the authentic man and the authentic woman in our society, so that the androgenized versions, the husks or shells of the former authentic man and authentic woman can basically be cannon fodder for the state and are easy to manipulate and control at that point. All the other think tank involvements, it goes up higher than even these organizations. These are like the political aspects of it. You have like the Council on Foreign Relations and the Rockefeller Foundation. Again, political driven aspects of this here in the United States. And then you have things like the Tavistock Institute of Human Relations, which is all about mind control and social engineering and eugenics. Those organizations grew out of Chatham and Wellington House in England. And then of course you have the Club of Rome, which to me is probably one of the highest think tanks that's directly involved with this agenda, because they are entirely about eugenics and population reduction. And then you have to explore the connections between all of this and, organized religion. So it has very deep roots, and it's ultimately all about control. It's not about anything else. It never has been about anything else. It's about control and making the population more manageable through reducing its numbers. Another thing you have to understand is dark occultism plays into this directly. I'm going to make a statement here and folks get as offended about this statement as you want. The neo-feminism agenda is derived directly out of satanic ideology. It comes out of Satanism. And one of the books that I highly recommend people to read when it comes to understanding the direct manipulation of the male mind in society is The Satanic Witch by Anton LaVey. A very little known book. Hardly anybody I know has ever read this book. And I think it's absolutely critical. It's a critical book to read to understand what's really going on in society. This is it's a guidebook, if you will. It's an instruction manual for the neo-feminist agenda as far as I'm concerned. Look, here's all you really have to deeply grasp at first. The social engineers who have constructed this agenda want the vast majority of women, and again, I'm going to make generalizations when I talk about this, all right? I'm going to use terms like the vast majority of, and if you're uncomfortable with that, like I said last week, turn the show off now, okay? I'm not interested in whether people get offended by, generalized statements. To understand this, you need to use generalizations. So I'm going to use most, almost all, almost every, the vast majority of, and if you're uncomfortable with that, tough. Okay? So the vast majority of women are being manipulated by this agenda, by them being essentially told and buying into the idea that what life is really about, folks, is pleasure and comfort. And, your daily pursuits, the idea of the whole pursuit of happiness, very ambiguous terminology, okay? Rights are left at the door when it comes to this mentality, all right? It's about me, 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 all day, every day. I try to explain to people that if I could explain to you what Satanism really is, when you say the term, everybody's mind goes to the idea of the Christian devil, the red devil with the horns and the pitchfork and the tail, okay? This has little to zero to do with what I am calling Satanism, okay? Ideological Satanism, in which, and maybe this is a good time to explain this because we're talking about the connection between the neo-feminist agenda and Satanism. Satanists chose the name Satan because of the archetypal connection to the Christian adversary or opposer. That which is the adversary or opposer, which is what Satan means in Hebrew, to the Christ consciousness, to the higher consciousness, the higher mind, the connection to the higher self. The real savior of the world, which is making that connection to higher self and higher consciousness, and really being aware of what's going on within us and around us. Okay, Satanists chose that image because what they are trying to do is destroy that higher consciousness. Keep people in a state of low vibratory consciousness so that they can be controlled and therefore ruled and put into slavery and bondage. You know, as such, they're the adversaries of that Christ consciousness. You know, they don't want that type of consciousness rising in our society. They want to keep it quelled. So that's the reason they chose that. However, the ideology of Satanism has nothing to do with the worship of the Christian devil, the concept of the Christian devil. It is about pure selfishness being the highest aspiration in life. If I could encapsulate what satanic ideology is in a nutshell, it's waking up in the morning, and from the minute you wake up until the time you go to sleep that night, you aren't thinking about anything but yourself and what you could do to improve your own situation, and you never ever think about anybody else's situation. You never have any compassion for the suffering of other people in the world. You don't look at the world in a wider sense. You don't look at the injustices that are going on in the world in any kind of a wider sense. All you are doing is focused on me, all day, every day. That is Satanism. That's what Satanism is, and I'm not asking you to believe or accept that's what Satanism is. I'm telling you definitively and factually as a former priest of this religion that that is in fact what Satanism is. Period, the end. And it doesn't make a difference whether you accept it or believe it or not. You know? Like I've said, if you want to know about any religion, you would probably want to go to the priest of that religion and ask them about it. Well, I was a former priest of Satanism, and I'm telling you that's what the religion is. Period. Now, when you think about that, how many people in society qualify as Satanists? And out of those people, how many of them are women? And I admit just about as many are probably men, but I'm telling you this is heavily marketed and peddled to women in society. And there's a reason for that. To get the moral decay of a society going, you have to get the women's mind first. You absolutely have to get their minds first. Because largely they're the people who are quote-unquote raising children. And I say quote-unquote because the parenting in our society is a joke. It's a joke. And women want to bear children, but they don't want to raise them properly. You know, because they weren't raised properly. And largely neither were the men that they're associating with at all. And I'll tell you that just from my perspective. I talked about this last week. I wasn't raised properly by my parents. I wasn't raised by my parents, period. Like I said last week, my real family, the people who really truly raised me, are people I don't know personally in my life, in person. They were people who communicated through their writings and through other forms of media what real morality is about. And we have way too few quote-unquote parents doing that job. They're failing miserably at it. And that comes directly out of the mind control that most women undergo. Before the break, I was talking about how neo-feminism grew directly out of the satanic ideology. And there's no better evidence of that than the book The Satanic Witch by Anton LaVey, which I highly recommend everybody reading to understand a lot of the manipulation tactics that are really being used against men and how men are really being emasculated in this society. Controllers don't want any strong men in society because strong men are the only people who, strong, informed, and enlightened men are the only ones who are really going to wage any kind of physical resistance against tyranny of tyrannical government in society. Now, it's not to say that women would not be able to ideologically come out of their trance and understand the tyranny that's in place, you know, but when it comes to any kind of possible necessity for physical action, certainly men are going to be more likely than not, the individuals are going to be taking that action. That's why it's so important to get men completely emasculated in society. And this whole idea of the destruction of all moral values in society starts with taking the woman's mind over. Okay, because they've been in the traditional role throughout history as the nurturer and the one who is going to instill moral values into the child, okay, by teaching them. Especially since traditionally women stayed with the child. Now with women in the workforce, there's nobody except the state schools to basically instill so-called values into the child. And what's getting instilled in those schools? Social Darwinism. You know? The worship of money. The worship of the state. That's what's getting instilled into children. Scientism. You know? A total left-brained so-called education, which is a total indoctrination system of 50,000 hours of compulsory schooling with the child away from both parents. When you have parents who have not been raised with moral values, and the only thing that they've been taught to value is money. That's the value system. Money. You know, where do you expect society to go? You expect it to become more free? You expect people to do great things in a free capacity? Expect it to go into chains. Which is exactly where it's at. And, you know, I tell people, let's make it personal. I don't need to go to anybody else or talk about anybody else as an example. Let's talk about my own family. My own family are completely ensconced and entrenched in a satanic mindset. Every member of my family except me. Maybe with the exception of one or two others who I would consider very semi-awake and aware and not really active. But in general, the entirety of my own family are in a satanic mindset. Never focusing on anything but me, all day long, every day. The women of my family don't care about rights. They don't care about freedom. They don't care about what's going on around them. And the only thing they tell their children is go out and make enough money. The only thing that my own mother was ever concerned with is whether I was making enough money or had a quote job. That's it. No involvement in any aspect of emotional or spiritual life whatsoever. Certainly not trying to raise me to an accurate and deep understanding of morality at all. Zero. Never mentioned it. No, just go along with the program, go along with the system, follow the rules, because you have to come out on top because you have to make enough money. That's all. Physical creature comforts, yeah, sure, taken care of. You know, as if that's all there is to the raising of a child. And you have millions and millions, hundreds of millions of people doing this, so-called raising their children like this, thinking that physical creature comforts are the only thing that a child needs met. That's it. Nothing else. So what surprise is there when we have totally inauthentic men and women in society that were never raised, that have no connection to the true self? And what I want to talk about is what women have been socially conditioned to desire, to want. Because that plays a huge role in what's going on. A gigantic role. What the inauthentic, socially conditioned woman, which is the vast, overwhelming majority of most women, want the corporate, inauthentic man. That's what they desire in society. And so the corporate inauthentic man, the ones that will go down that path and play ball with the system, most women will gravitate toward that, toward the guy who is compliant, has been emasculated by the system, by government, and is completely compliant with all the rules and regulations, because, they'll basically make their image into what their corporate masters want them to be, and then fall in line with whatever behaviors their corporate masters want from them. And most men will just do it, because what most men in our society want is for women to be interested in them and paying attention to them. And that's what they're living their lives to try to accomplish. Not trying to get at the truth, not trying to understand what's going on in the world. They're chasing the inauthentic woman for the vast majority of their lives. And so they want to reinvent themselves into their corporate master's version of what a man should be. To look like they want them to look. To act like they want them to act. It's pathetic. And these aren't real men. They don't resemble real men in any way. And neither do the women who want men who are corporate doormats. And in general, that's what modern women want. They want either they want a corporate doormat that they can use as a resource, or they want a total dominator. And this all stems from either wanting to be in the position of control or wanting to be controlled. The vast overwhelming majority, not all, there are some genuine authentic women and genuine authentic men left in this world, but the numbers are waning and dwindling, folks, and that's what the social engineers want. And how they put this idea into women's mind, this idea of you have to get the person who's the most successful in society, I have a question for listeners. I'd like to pose a question that is a social experiment I've done to try to highlight this dynamic. And folks, I realize how controversial this is. And I said it from the beginning. I'm not going to shy away from this. What I'm going to say needs to be said, and I'm going to say it anyway. Okay? It doesn't make a difference who's offended or alienated by this. If you think this paints some kind of negative light on my work, well, turn it off. Don't listen to it anymore. Doesn't make a difference. The truth remains the truth, and this is still going on. I'd like for people to call in, because I have a question to pose. Somebody wants to answer an off-the-cuff question, a blind question that I want to put out there to try to highlight a dynamic I want people to understand. The call-in number to join us is 800-313-9443. Once again, the call-in number, 800-313-9443. We actually have a caller on the line. I'm going to go to them in the next segment after the top of the hour, because I have a question that I want to pose. And I think it will highlight this dynamic of why there's such a absolute degradation of moral values in our society, and how women have largely played into that as a result of social engineering. I'm not saying men haven't either, but very much so this dynamic has targeted women. These social engineers know exactly what they're doing, folks. We're continuing our series on the neo-feminist agenda as a eugenics operation, what I call an example of epi-eugenics. Eugenics that is carried out through mind control. This is about the mind control specifically targeted at women to foment a war between the sexes. And that is the elephant in the room that hardly anybody wants to really get into and talk about on any kind of a deep level. Help people to understand the think tanks and occult groups that are directing this agenda, how it works, the type of conditions that it has led to in our society, and what we can do about it. But again, I said I've been studying this dynamic for years now, and I finally felt that the time was right to bring this information forward, because I consider it a moral obligation to talk about this when I understand the dynamic that is going on so well, and very, very few people do. neo-feminism constantly wants to tout the notion that, the sexes aren't equally as oppressed in our culture, that our freedoms aren't being destroyed all around the board, men and women. They put out this notion that everything is because of patriarchy. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, we don't live in a patriarchy or a matriarchy. I mean, if you believe that, you've bought into the dialectic. We live, ladies and gentlemen, in an occultocracy. That's the nature of the ruling class that generally completely dominates and controls and enslaves the rest of the population. People want to call it a patriarchy, a matriarchy, this and that, a corporatocracy, an oligarchy. It's an occultocracy. Maybe people have never heard that term before. Well, you have now. It means rule by the occult. Rule by occult means. And folks, if you think the occult, the dark occult, as I refer to the twisted variation, the cult aspects of occulted knowledge being used against people as a weapon, okay? The dark occult and dark occultists are comprised by both men and women. And they're comprised by people from every culture, every walk of life, every age, both sexes, and even just about every social income class. People think it's only the ultra rich. No, the occultists are not all rich. There's people who are involved in generational bloodline families of occultism, and they're not necessarily rich and powerful people. They're powerful when it comes to what they understand about the mind. We're not living in a patriarchy, folks. It's an occultocracy ruled by dark occultists. And what I was talking about in the last segment is that most of the inauthentic women in our society want either a doormat or a dominator. Because, again, they're in one form of brain imbalance or another. The vast majority of them are being conditioned to the left brain imbalance because that's masculinizing the woman. And it's also getting the woman to align her so-called values to the state and its so-called values. Put all this stuff in quotation marks, folks. And again, you could put the word woman in quotation marks. So, maybe that'll make it a little bit more palatable. I'm not really talking about a real woman here. You got to understand that. Every time I'm using the term woman when I connect it in with the neo-feminist agenda, you have to understand I mean the inauthentic, mind-controlled woman that has nothing to do with what a real woman is at all. Zero. And unfortunately, the inauthentic woman comprises the vast majority of women in our population. Yes, that is a generalization, but it is a true generalization. The social engineers have done their job well, and they know what they're doing, and they know how to do it. This is done through movies, television, magazines, media, the news, the daily news that people absorb. You just look through society, and I'm telling you right now, all you have out there is television watchers, folks. You got people who sit in front of that garbage device day in and day out, rotting their brain, and they think it's telling them something that resembles truth. The genuine being, the genuine human being, the genuine man, the genuine woman is not involved in any aspect of the game of control, whether on the side of being a dominator or being a doormat. And no genuine man or woman would want somebody to play either one of those roles. A real relationship involves control not being involved in it. And unfortunately, that's what modern day relationships have all become about. Control. But I have a question I want to ask the listening audience. I've done a social experiment over the last several weeks on my own time, where I asked approximately 75 people 75 individuals, this question that I'm going to pose to a caller blindly right now. Okay? And out of, well, I won't tell you what the results are. Okay? Let's actually go to the phone line so I could pose this question, and I'll tell you a little bit more about the social experiment that I did. Let's hear from Phil in Oregon. Phil, I know you may have called in to pose some other question, but I want you to hold off on that question for now, and I want to ask you a question, okay? And if you still have a question or a comment that you want to make, I'll bring you back on later, okay? You could hold and I'll bring you back in. But I'd like to pose a question blindly to you, and could you just confirm I haven't asked you this question, have I?
No, I'm kind of excited.
Okay, we didn't talk at all or pre-rehearse this in any way, okay? I'm just bringing Phil in because he's the first in the call queue, and I just want to ask you something, okay? I've asked 75 people so far this question, all right, as a social experiment. In a modern-day interaction between a male and a female, after the social niceties and pleasantries are exchanged at first, could you tell me the first question invariably that the woman poses to the man in that interaction?
Oh, man. Let me think.
Almost invariably, the first question that a woman in modern society will pose to a man after, you know, the general pleasantries are exchanged, like, you know, what's your name, where are you from, you know, what's the next question that comes up?
Oh, I got it.
Go ahead.
What do you do for demon coin slavery points?
Thank you, Phil. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this deeply explains the dynamic that I'm talking about here. Okay? Phil, I'm going to let you go. I want to thank you for giving that answer, okay? And I want to tell people the result of this experiment. If you want to hold on the line, you're welcome to do that, and I'll bring you on for a question or comment after when I go to the phones, if I go to the phones. But thank you. Thank you for allowing me to ask you that question blindly. Okay.
Thank you.
So, of course, the answer to that question is, what do you do for a living? What do you do to make money? Okay? That's the first question. Now, that's person 76 that I've posed that question to in the last several weeks. Now, before this last break, I think we've hit people with something that is a cornerstone in what I'm trying to explain. And I want to thank Phil from Oregon from answering my question live on the air blindly, okay, not knowing what I was going to ask. And the question was, and I've done a social experiment with this over the last several weeks, and I've posed this question to 75 people. Phil was number 76. And the question was, in an interaction in the modern world between a man and a woman who have just met each other, after they, you know, if they're talking and they exchange pleasantries at the very beginning of the conversation, what is invariably the first question that the female will pose to the male in that interaction? And he answered, what do you do for a living? He worded it a little bit more colorfully. He said, what do you do for demonic coin of the realm, or something to that effect, you know, for fake fiat Federal Reserve notes, you know. But essentially the question remains the same. What is the occupation that you make money doing? Okay? Now, this being the primary foremost question that is posed, what does that say about what is going on in the modern conditioned female mind? Well, we'll get into that in a minute, but let me give you the results of my little social experiment that I've conducted here over the past few weeks. 100% of people that I posed that question to, 76 out of 76 answered the same way. What do you do for a living? 100%. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the listening audience, okay, if I went out on the street corner here in South Philadelphia, and I went on the corner and I just said, I posed the question to 100 people as they walked by. Could you please tell me what color the sky is on a cloudless, weatherless day? During the day, when not at nighttime, but during the day, on a cloudless, weatherless day, what color is the sky? What color does the sky refract to the human eye? I will almost guarantee you that you will not get 100% of people to answer with the word blue. I will almost guarantee it. Yet 100% of people, you know how difficult it is to get 100% agreement on any question? I mean, you go out on the street corner and ask people, what planet is this that you are standing on? I guarantee you 100% of people won't respond with the Earth. I will almost guarantee it. As crazy as that sounds, trust me, you will find somebody that will give a different answer. To get 100% agreement on asking that many people anything is unimaginably extraordinary and says volumes about this social dynamic. It speaks volumes. And the reason for this is because the utmost thing in the mind of most people, and I will say this is true for both men and women, but it's overwhelmingly the case for the conditioned woman in society, and everybody will make excuses for this, and they'll have justifications, till the end of time, because they won't want to look at this dynamic honestly. They won't want to look at it honestly, what this means, what this says, societally, is going on psychologically within the minds of the vast, overwhelming majority of socially conditioned, socially engineered females. What they are saying is, my value system is based in money. Get as offended about it as you want. I don't care what anybody says about that. It's the truth. That is what that dynamic is saying psychologically. Now let me ask the listeners out there this question, okay? Could you pose a hypothetical reason for me to contemplate and for the other listeners to contemplate? Could anybody out there tell me why the first question that does not come up in conversation between a man and a woman interacting socially in our society, that the woman would ask to the man, or that the man would ask to the woman for that matter, is, do you know the difference between right and wrong behavior definitively? Or in other words, are you a truly moral being? Why isn't that the first question that's asked? Why isn't that the first question that's asked, ladies and gentlemen? Want to know why? Because most people don't give a damn about that. At all. At all. That's why. That's the truth. I don't need anybody to hypothetically answer the question. I know what the answer to the question is. Because their values aren't based in anything that is a real value. It's based on an illusion called garbage, nonsense, fake fiat money. That is nothing but a control system for the mind and behaviors and emotions. And I guarantee you will get tons of excuses and tons of justifications about that. I'm a misogynist for bringing that up. Don't you know? It's because money is the value system that they have been taught, and that's the value system they've retained. Morals? Oh, who gives a damn? I don't need to know anything about that, you know? Do you condone or support violence against other people by your support of the state? No, I don't need to know anything about that. Because invariably 99.9% of these people all do support the state. They're statists. Now, here's my question, folks. Let's get to the underlying psychological factor that's going on there. Let's get to the underlying psychological causal agent, the causal factor of what's taking place in the manipulated, conditioned female psyche. Again, folks, one of the things I want to re-emphasize that I talked about last week is we have to understand that this is not human nature. And many men are absolutely just as brainwashed and conditioned and mind-controlled and socially engineered. My contention would be that more men are out of that conditioning than women are. You know, we've pretty much struck a nerve when it comes to the dynamic that I'm talking about regarding neo-feminism and the socially conditioned mindset of the overwhelmingly vast majority of women in our society, and the value system that really shows that most people are in, which is no values at all. You know, it's the worship of money, and moreover than that, it's deeply beyond that, because we have to get past just the symptoms and understand what the underlying social, psychological factors that are really going on in most people's minds, okay, especially the female mind, which is part of an overwhelmingly important part of what perpetuates statism in our society and perpetuates everything that goes along with statism, which is the continued condoning of violence and oppression and slavery in our world. And I'm going to put out there the argument that the overwhelming mass of females in our society want that to continue. They love the state. They cannot get enough of it. And I'm not saying that most men aren't statists as well, because they most certainly are. But I'm saying it's almost entirely has a hold over women's minds, as opposed to men who seem to be coming out of the statist mindset a lot faster. I know that's a controversial statement to make, but look, the numbers are there in the observation. Just go out and look at who's out there telling the truth about statism as being a complete illusion. How many men are doing that versus how many women are doing that? I mean, I don't think anybody would call into this show or try to debate at all anywhere that the overwhelming numbers of people involved in the truth movement are men. The ratio is wildly skewed. If I had to guess, I would say it's a minimum of 10 to 1. And I'm probably being extraordinarily generous in that estimation. I'd say more likely than not, it's actually closer to 20 to 1. You know, which it speaks volumes. All you have to do is go out in any group of activists and observe. And I'm talking about for, like, you know, really things that are anti the state. Of course, there are activist groups that are comprised largely of women. I'm talking when it comes down to telling the real truth about this entire corrupt, immoral system. Because most women gain benefit from that system from being in place and want it to continue. They don't want the state to come down. It's why the state is constantly, you know, trying to justify their existence in their minds and tell them how much they need them, because it is like the state's trying to prop itself up as the actual real masculine man image, you know, and say, you need us. And here's the underlying psychological dynamic that I'm talking about. What are we really talking about, folks? Why does a woman in a first interaction with a male ask the question, what do you do for a living? What's being actively sought psychologically? What are they revealing about their condition that they're in? You know, just let me just say this as an aside. Do you know there are people who I know and have known for years that I still don't know what they do, quote, for a living? I hate that term, what do you do for a living? As if you wouldn't be able to live without doing this, you know? As if somehow all of life is dependent on the flow of money and whether you're in some corporate slave job. I hate the term, what do you do for a living? For a living. What do I do for the fake garbage Federal Reserve notes that people so believe in as a religion? As a false religion? That morons believe in as a false religion? You know? So, I lost my train of thought there. I was saying, you know, the underlying psychological dynamic that, you know, is going on here. And, how wildly, you know, skewed truth-telling is in the truth movement, and you know the ratio that exists between men and women. This dynamic of, you know, what do you do for a living? Where is that coming from? You know, I mean, I would never. I was saying I never. There are people who I know who I have never even asked that question to. I've never posed the question to actual friends that I have, people that I've known for years. You know, I've actually gone up to them and said, you know, how long have I known you? You know, and someone replied to me, oh, about 5 or 6 years now, it's got to be. And I said, I have no idea what type of job you do during the day at all. Never asked them one time. Because I don't care about that. Why would I care about what fake nonsense that someone is made to go through, is coerced really to go through, okay, by this society to make, you know, absolutely fake nonsense money that isn't backed by any real intrinsic value whatsoever? Why would I care what someone who's in the same basic slavery position as I'm in when it comes to having to have an amount of that dynamic in your life to be able to just get any food or services at all? Okay? And why would that be somehow determining what how I interact with that person? I'm not concerned about what somebody does for their job at all in any way, because that's not what makes somebody a person I want to know or not at all in any way. I honestly don't care what they do, as long as I know that they're a good person and they're fighting the good fight of freedom and getting involved in doing the great work in some capacity. That's what I care about. I want to know whether someone's awake. I want to know whether someone knows what's going on in the world. I want to know whether someone is conscious. I want to know whether someone cares about what's going on in the world. Not how many fake Federal Reserve notes they can accrue. There are people in my life who I've known for years I've never even posed the question to. I don't know what they do and I don't even want to know. And yet this is the first and foremost things on the minds of most people. Because what they are trying to get at is how much money do you make? And that there's a reason for that. Psychologically, what's going on in their mind? Now, I want to go to another caller and ask them this question. Okay? So I'm going to go back to the phone lines and I'm going to bring somebody else on, and I want them to try to answer the question, what psychologically is going on in the minds of someone who poses a question, the first question they ask somebody else, because they think there might be, you know, some kind of interaction or attraction or whatever, and, you know, in pursuing some sort of any kind of a relationship. The first thing that they want to know is, what do you do for a living? Okay? I want to know the psychological dynamic that is taking place there. What psychologically is going on? So I'm going to bring on Donna from Los Angeles. And Donna, if you have another comment or question, I'm going to ask you to hold it for now. I'll go back to you if we go to the phones tonight. And I want to ask you, what do you think is the psychological dynamic that is going on there with the vast majority of women who pose this question? And again, I'm not trying to debate whether that is the answer to the question. 76 out of 76 people answered that question the same way. So clearly that is a dynamic that is taking place. Whether you want to argue that it's, that's happening all the time everywhere is not the point here. What I want to ask you is, in that dynamic that is taking place, what do you think psychologically is going on with socially conditioned people who are posing that question? Can you tell me what you think they are looking for?
Okay, well, I think when a woman says, I want to know what this guy does for a living, if he's going to be my potential, partner in life or my husband, they're looking for some type of financial stability. I think. Okay,
so now what is that dynamic psychologically? Financial stability translates psychologically to what in the mind?
Maybe having someone to help take care of you, someone who will, make the, take away the problems,
right.
Make things
what
a
are
lot
these
easier
all
for
forms
you.
of? Get to the actual word. Tell me what this is all a form of seeking.
I'm not really sure, actually, because...
Well, if you want financial stability, if you want somebody to take, quote, care of you, okay? If you want, there to be resources present when you need them, tell me what you're psychologically seeking. Are you psychologically seeking goodness and virtue? Are you psychologically seeking morality? Are you psychologically seeking freedom?
No,
no, and no. Okay, correct.
Yeah.
You're correct. The answer to those questions are no. Well, then what is being sought?
Well, it's almost like an exchange. Women who buy into this, and believe me, I'm not one of them, but women who buy into this, it's basically they're exchanging their liberty and their freedom for a false sense of security. A false sense of, it's going to all work out. I'm not going to.
You just said it. Thank you. Donna, you just said the word I was looking for. Security. Or, in other words, safety. Security or safety. That's what's psychologically being sought.
Yeah. No, yeah.
Now, and I'm going to let you go on that note, and I want to thank you for calling and allowing me to ask you a question blindly, and thank you so much for, exploring that dynamic with me. Hold on the line if you want to get back to asking a question or making a comment if and when I take calls later in the show. So thank you, Donna.
Thank you, Mark.
You got it. So, there's the dynamic, folks. Safety. Now, the next question becomes, psychologically, what kind of people, first and foremost, are looking for safety over any higher values? So before the break, I talked to Donna from Los Angeles, and we were trying to get at the root psychological dynamic that is going on in the minds of people that of women in society who are focused on simply, what a guy does for a living, and we talked about I did a social experiment of this being asking 76 people what the first question a woman asks a man in an encounter between a woman and a man who have just first met. After the initial pleasantries are exchanged, what does the woman invariably ask the man first? And 76 out of 76 people answered, what do you do for a quote, living? You can't get that kind of agreement on what color the sky is during the day. And so, I asked the question, well, why is that? What are they seeking psychologically? What's going on in the psyche that would make someone be so conditioned and so focused on that dynamic first out of all the other things you could possibly know about a human being? And the answer is what they're seeking is safety, security. Because in their minds, in their socially conditioned minds, money translates to security in society. Now, that obviously is not true, because we're going into a police state, where violence is everywhere. You're not safe just because you have a lot of money. We're losing our freedom, and that makes you not safe and in a condition of chaos when you don't have freedom. Money's not going to solve that problem. Hey, natural disasters can happen. Does natural disaster, does a tsunami rolling in off the coast say, oh, that person's house is, they clearly make, couple $100,000 a year. I'll skip over that house. A tsunami doesn't say that. And most certainly neither does an asteroid or a comet that's bearing into the earth. It's not going to say, well, I'll take out all the poor people, when I strike, but, we'll let the rich go. We'll let them, we'll let them continue, and we won't affect them. People don't understand there's no such thing as safety. There's no such thing as guarantee of safety. It doesn't exist. It's an illusion. And there you have what I'm trying to establish here. Socially engineered people like this, and particularly this extraordinarily socially engineered aspect of society, namely modern, inauthentic, conditioned women, are chasing an illusion. They're chasing something that does not exist because of an ingrained belief system that somehow money will make you secure for your life. How about all the wives of all the people, all the men who were part of Enron? I'll bet you they all were asked in the situations that they were in with women, what do you do for a living? And when they said, I'm part of a really new, awesome energy company that's going to storm the world. It's going to take the world by storm. I'm sure you had plenty of them that were so ecstatic about that, they were beside themselves. What happened with that? Where was the security? That could happen to any company. Any company could go down. Money doesn't create security in a society, folks. If you believe that, you are under mind control. And your religion of choice is the monetary system. Because that's where all of this is coming from, folks. Getting people to make their religion the monetary system. And you know what? That's satanic. Because that's all about where's my personal power, since this is believed in as power in our society and the ability to do things. Even the ability to have basic needs met like eating. The monetary system. The God of this world. The ultimate religion. The religion that even people who have kicked statism still buy into. And it's all equally sewage. It's sewage for the brain, it's sewage for the emotional makeup, and it's sewage for the soul. And yet that's where these people's mindset is at. That's where their mindset is. And I'm telling you, it's the vast, overwhelming majority. I'd say it's well over 99% of women think that way. And I'm not just making a wild estimate or trying to be harsh. I'm just being honest in my assessment. If 76 people out of 76 people answered the question the same way, you have to understand that this dynamic is totally widespread. It's omnipresent. It's beyond just widespread. It's everywhere. Chasing the illusion of safety. And here we go, folks. Just extend that outward, and then we have the acceptance of the state by the vast, overwhelming majority of women. Well, of course, if you're going to accept the monetary system as your main value system, well, it's a logical progression that you're going to accept the state as your, quote, protector, to keep you, quote, safe, quote, unquote, safe. Yeah, they'll just control you with their form of, quote, security. You know? Like Ben Franklin said, those who would give up essential liberty for a little bit of temporary safety will lose both and deserve neither. Only bringing our behaviors into alignment with moral law, with natural law, can ever ensure the safety of a society. And let me tell you something, folks. People who say, well, there'd still be natural disasters and this and that. I firmly look at it exactly the opposite. I think nature is responding to bring suffering to a community, a society, when they become more and more immoral. I think that natural disasters are totally connected with consciousness. And that's what's invariably going to bring a comet down on this world, or a huge asteroid down upon it. Because that's going to be nature's way of saying these people had their chance to learn and come out of their garbage belief systems, come out of their total mind-controlled belief systems that doesn't serve any part of who they are or who they say they want to be, and they've had enough chance. They've had enough chances. They've had enough time. So let's see what you make of this huge space rock. You know, we're going to weed the garden a little bit. And we've been discussing, as we have over the last couple of weeks, the neo-feminist agenda as a eugenics operation, an operation that I refer to as an epi-eugenics operation, which is eugenics being waged through mind control and through social engineering in society. I do want to take some calls in the third hour of the show tonight, and I'll give the call-in number to join us for your questions or comments on this topic. The call-in number to join us, 800-313-9443. Once again, toll-free, 800-313-9443. I do want to wrap up some things in this first segment, and then I'll probably go to your calls in the next segment. But we were essentially talking about the degradation of moral values in society and how people don't really care whether somebody is good or bad as long as they make money. Once again, let's just bring this dynamic home to roost, okay? I don't need to go outside of myself and my own experience to prove that this is what's going on in society. My family members did not care about whether I was growing up as a moral being or not, which is why I didn't grow up as a moral being until much later in life. I didn't grow into a moral being until way after I stopped listening to the programming and the indoctrination that my family was giving me about what's real in this world. I had to get out of that whole dynamic because they were making me into more of an immoral person. And you know, some of them will hear that and they'll say, oh, how could you possibly say that? I'm not saying they were evil people who told me to go out and hurt people. But the real difference between right and wrong behavior was never effectively communicated to me. And it's largely never communicated to other people by their family members. And this is because of the propagation of this no values system in our society. And it is my contention that that has really gone into hyperdrive as a result of neo-feminism coming in and taking the minds of most women in our society. I'm not saying it wasn't bad before that. It was already on the decline. But the think tanks that have put, and occult organizations that have put neo-feminism into place in our society in the big way that it is now, it is done to completely destroy the value system of people and put them into a satanic mode of thought, which is me only worry about my safety, my security, my comfort. And is this not what you see most, especially young women, talking about and obsessing about? I mean, folks, the inaneness and the vapid form of consciousness that is out there. All you have to do is go to any public place and just eavesdrop in on a conversation that's happening. And I'd suggest it'll work equally with men and women, but in particular, you will hear women only talk about, their creature comforts, their clothes, or, what they are going to do with their friends, or, the soap opera that they watched, or the celebrity who's getting married, It's vapid, inane banter that goes on. There's largely no, and men have the whole sports dynamic going on. Everybody's talking about the Super Bowl as if this matters in your life, I mean, this whole concept of dumbing people down and taking away their morals, just totally infringing on any moral sensibility that they had at all and destroying that. The monetary system is a gigantic part of that, and almost overwhelmingly the vast majority of modern conditioned women have totally bought into that system as their value system. I know my family has. Look, folks, I'm like really the only awake being in my entire family, man or woman. I'm telling you, there are zero females in my family who deeply care about and understand the difference between right and wrong. They are concerned about money and whatever they have to do to get money, and whatever the man in their lives has to do to, quote, make a living. And that's all they care about. They don't care about what's going on in this world. They don't know anything that's going on in this world. They have no knowledge. And this entire concept is totally omnipresent and widespread in our culture. Totally widespread and omnipresent. The desire for security, a total illusion. It's a product of the satanic mindset, ego gratification, me thinking. No care, the destruction of care, the cremation of care. Nobody actually caring on any kind of a wider level. Just worry about my creature comforts. And this leads to women who want men to be around them for nothing else but a resource, to exploit as some form of a resource. Which is why they're so largely concerned with asking that question immediately. It's like a algorithmic response going on in the brain. It's a sizing up. It's a filtration process. Well, is this amount of money going to be good for the lifestyle I want to live? Because I'm not worried about anything that's going on in the world or whether this person's a good person or not. The desire for people to be used as a resource. And I'm not telling you that doesn't go on the other side of the equation too, with men doing that with women. But it is deeply ingrained in our culture for women to do that and for that to be somehow acceptable. Like I said, they're not asking the question, do you know the difference between right and wrong behavior? They're not concerned with that. But they ask that question, what do you do for a living? This all ties into a concept known as hypergamy. Hypergamy. A lot of people may never have heard about it, but it's the installation of this cultural indoctrination of you have to go, the woman has to go out and find a man that can be used as a resource, that makes enough money to act as the provider. And of course the state is the ultimate form of this. The state is the ultimate form of big daddy, provider, in 99.9% of women's mind. They're going to provide safety and security. It will be chaos without them around. This idea, hypergamy is this idea of the woman will marry up to get a guy that has a lot of resources and money at his disposal, because that translates to power and ability in that person's mind. They're not concerned about really what's going on in the mind of that person. Like I said, my family would be ecstatic if I was a multi-millionaire evil Satanist who was trying to murder people through eugenics operations, which is where I probably would have went had I not come out of the satanic mindset that I was in my youth. But I'm sure my family would have no problem with it as long as money was rolling in, And to be honest, most women have no problem with whatever immoral activity their man is doing, their husband, the man in their life, whatever is doing. They don't care if they're hurting somebody else. The vast majority. I'm making a generalization, yes. I'm saying the overwhelming majority, not all, certainly. And you will not hear me say the word all pretty much in this whole general discussion for weeks. Of course, none of this fits into a blanket statement. But the general mass of people, are they like this? Absolutely. Yes, folks, it is the artificially constructed quote-unquote holiday of Valentine's Day this evening, and I think it's quite appropriate because we have been talking about the war between the sexes on this show for the last few weeks, and I'll continue to discuss that topic here this evening. It's the topic that I call the elephant in the room, the thing that really no one really wants to get into and talk about, mind control that has been very specifically designed, engineered, and targeted toward women in our society to foment a war between the sexes. This is, of course, the neo-feminism agenda, and I call the neo-feminism agenda an example of an eugenics operation. This is eugenics that is waged through mind control, and we're going to be getting into this evening how this can affect populations, how this can actually reduce population and act as a eugenics operation. I'm also going to be touching on perceptions of beauty and perceptions of attractiveness and intimacy and sexuality this evening as well. So we'll be getting deeper into the whole neo-feminism agenda and the types of mind control that are specifically targeted toward women in our society. So, last week we got into this a lot deeper, and I was talking about neo-feminism as a prime example of the Hegelian dialectic. And this is something that I want to reiterate so people understand where I'm coming from with this. I am not trying to further divide anybody or pit men against women or take a quote-unquote side. What I am saying is that in a dialectical manipulation, it is only necessary for one side in that manipulation between two sides to set them against each other. It is only necessary for one of those quote-unquote sides to buy into the lie, to buy into the manipulation. Once that happens, then, they go on the attack, and then the dialectic works. It creates the tension. It creates that, offsetting of those two sides off against each other. And this is what people don't understand, that, I gave, police as an example. You could see how it's only necessary for the police to be manipulated to think of the public as a threat or an enemy because of some fake terrorist event, okay, that was obviously a false flag operation. And then if they buy into that manipulation, okay, and of course I'm referring to 9/11 in this example, but if they buy into that mental manipulation, the public doesn't necessarily even have to buy the lie that was sold, okay? The police are still going to have that intention. They're still going to have that mindset. So in the war between the sexes, if just men were manipulated or just women were manipulated, the dialectic would still work because they're going to be pitted against the quote opposite side. Really, there are no opposite sides. We're all in this together, and that's what I'm trying to explain to people by exposing this neo-feminism agenda. I'm trying to explain that this agenda is to set people off against each other so that they're easier to control through manipulation. And what I'm trying to do is offer a healing process, a healing methodology. And that healing method works through knowledge. That's how you make a diagnosis of what's wrong. You have to have the knowledge that this is an agenda, and it is an example of very, very, very deeply well-planned social manipulation. This is social engineering at its finest, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? So that's the first thing that we really have to understand, is that this is about bringing people back together, not trying to separate them further. So I'm going to be continuing to get into what we've already covered a little bit as a little bit of a review, and then some new material on the neo-feminism agenda coming up. We'll continue to continuing to talk about the neo-feminism agenda as very distinct and separate from what I would refer to as classical feminism, which is about simple equality of rights under natural law and being treated as an equal in society, which I'm certainly all for both sexes and for everyone. Neo-feminism is something altogether different with quite different hallmarks, which is largely about manipulating women into pitting them against men in society, and it's done deliberately to foment a war between the sexes, and we're in the throes of that war, make no mistake about it. And what I'm trying to do is help people to understand where a lot of this agenda came from, what it really is, so that we can actually move forward and recognize that this is a divide and conquer strategy, that this is a dialectical manipulation to try to weaken the population and ultimately really destroy our civilization. It's an example of what I call eugenics. It's going even beyond traditional eugenics, because it's eugenics that is waged through mind control. It's waged through social engineering. In past weeks, I talked about the involvement of many think tanks in this agenda, in the neo-feminist agenda. How this is brought about by institutions that have long been involved in mind control and social engineering, like the Tavistock Institute of Human Relations. The think tank societies out of London, like the Wellington House and Chatham House. Foundations here in the United States, like the Rockefeller Foundation. International type think tanks like the Council on Foreign Relations, the Club of Rome, that's long been involved in eugenics operations. Marxist and socialist movement involvement, like the Frankfurt School, from which Antonio Gramsci, came and brought his plan about the long march through the cultural institutions in order to bring about a communist society. The Fabian Society, where we get the term Fabian socialism, about incremental, creeping socialism. This is an agenda that is absolutely brought into our modern culture through these types of agencies. Let's not leave out the intelligence agencies, folks, because the CIA's involvement in the neo-feminism agenda cannot be overstated. It's something that I really didn't touch on much, but I want to mention that. That's an oversight on my part not to bring up U.S. intelligence agencies, especially the CIA, because clearly they've had deep involvement in the propagation of this agenda. Last week I went a little bit into the involvement of satanic organizations, dark occultism's involvement with neo-feminism. I gave the example of LaVey's book, The Satanic Witch, as an example of the manipulation of men by women in our society. How this whole neo-feminism agenda is really a satanic mindset. It's ultimately getting people to think in a satanic mindset, a divisive mindset. It is not about unity. It is not about coming together to create more strength. They don't want that in a population. They want us atomized and at each other's throats. And they always want us in a me, me, me mentality, not a mentality of what's really going on as a whole in the aggregate of our society. Are we looking at what's really taking place regarding human rights, or are we just worried about our own stuff, as just individuals? The mindset of the vast majority of people out there, folks, is me, me, me all day long, from the minute they wake up until the minute they go to sleep at night. They're never thinking about what's going on a wider scale. They're only focused on what can I do for me. And that's it. And that is bringing people into a satanic mindset. They've done this culturally. It's not, something that's, they're trying to accomplish. They've accomplished it. It's a matter now of how do we heal the psychology of most people so that we can get out of this satanic mindset that's leading to further and further enslavement. So, we got into that a little bit last week. I've been talking about the emasculation of men and why that's so important to destroy strong men in a society. Once you destroy strong men, and folks, I go out everywhere and I see the deep emasculation of humanity, of men within our society. It's appalling. It's appalling what most people think an authentic man is today. You know, there are hardly any authentic men. There are hardly any authentic women. I mean, we've been turned into something that barely even resembles a human being, quite frankly. You know, people can say that's harsh all they want, but it's true. You know, this idea of the totally social engineered being, what the dark occultists often refer to as the new man. That's actually one of their names for it. You know, this concept of we are going to mold people into the golem that we want them to be, the flesh robot, the flesh android. You know, get them only focused on the self and the selfish base interests. And, you know, then they have the mind. And then once they have that mindset, they own your behaviors. People are out there not even understanding that most of their thoughts are not their own. And therefore they've been turned into the, quote, new man, the new woman, the inauthentic being. We're continuing to talk about the neo-feminism agenda as an example of what I call epi-eugenics. Eugenics waged through mind control. It's also a good way of bringing people into total bondage, because if you put out a form of mind control that tends to emasculate strong men, what could have been strong men in a society, the state takes that much more power, because there is no one there that is capable of resisting the state should the state go totally tyrannical, which it has. And, you know, most men out there are just content to let this continue to go on and on and on, because they're not strong men. They're totally emasculated little boys. You know? That's the truth of the matter. And that's why this neo-feminism agenda is propagated by the state. It's propagated by all the organizations that lie behind the state and comprise what I call the occultocracy. What we're really ruled by is the occult. We're ruled by dark occultists. You know, this whole idea, even in classical feminism, that there's a patriarchy in the world isn't really accurate. There's not a patriarchy. There's not a matriarchy. You know, people think, well, oh, it's a corporatocracy. We're run by all the corporations. You know, even that is a misnomer, because it goes so much deeper than just finance. You know, this is about control of the human soul, folks. If you haven't figured that out yet, you don't know what's going on in this planet. Okay? We're living on a farm where soul energy is being destroyed and harvested and eaten. You know, and we live in an occultocracy, as I talked about last week, and that's what people really need to understand. Most people don't understand anything about the occult, let alone the dark occult. You know, they have no idea what it even is. You know, they have all their little religious beliefs, you know, but they don't want to learn about what's really going on behind the scenes, behind the corridors of power. Because it's unpleasant, it's uncomfortable, and most people don't want to hear about what's unpleasant and uncomfortable. You know, like I said, I'm not here to be your friend or be liked or to win a popularity contest. I'm here to explain to people what's really going on this planet. So if they want to do something about it, then they're empowered with some information to actually do something and make some real world change. So, you know, we talked about last week the mindset that most people are in, most women are in, and have been culturally conditioned to be in, to look at a relationship as a resource, you know, as a resource for them personally, as opposed to just, you know, looking for certain true characteristics, real strengths in an individual, meaning morality, you know, meaning, you know, care for truth, honesty in that true sense, meaning true right action, meaning a deep knowledge of the difference between right and wrong behavior. In other words, conscience. These aren't the types of inquiries many women are culturally conditioned to make into men. No, they're culturally conditioned to ask the first question in meeting a new man in their lives: what do you do for a living? You know, we brought up this big question last week. The all-encompassing question that is usually the first question a man is confronted with when, having some interaction with a female in society. And I did a social experiment where I asked 75 people what the first question in casual conversation a woman asks a man after initial pleasantries like, what's your name, are you single, come up. After that's done, the first question that after the initial pleasantries are exchanged, what is the first question that is asked? And 75 out of 75 people said, what do you do for a living? I didn't ask people overseas. The dynamic might be a little bit different in other countries, but here in America, that's the satanic dynamic that's going on. Because what it immediately says is, I'm concerned up front the most, not with what you're really like, in your characteristics or personality, but I'm concerned about how much money you make because I equate that with security and a good man. Okay, that somehow is value in the majority of women's minds. And again, I don't want to use a blanket statement there. I'm using a generality and saying the vast majority. Not all, but the vast majority, to be honest. Okay? And for 75 out of 75 individuals, and then the caller that I asked that question blind to last week on the air, who gave the same answer, that's 76 people. For 76 out of 76 human beings to say the same answer to a question means that there is such universal cultural agreement to that dynamic that it's overwhelming. I joked last week, and I'm not even really joking. It's actually pretty serious. If you went out on a street corner and stood there and 100 people walked by, and you stopped 100 people and asked the question, what color light does the sky refract on a completely cloudless day where there's no weather, where there's no perceptible weather? I guarantee you 100 out of 100 of those people would not say the word blue. I guarantee it, folks. Okay? You'd get some other answer. But to this question, there's universal agreement. And that's saying something very specific and powerful about what's going on culturally in our world. So this is the idea of psychologically being caught up in the idea of security and safety and seeing money as that blanket for security. Not harmony with morality, not understanding and living in harmony with natural moral law. No, absolutely not. How much money do you make? That's going to provide, universal human security. It's this idea that value is held in one place and one place only, and that's in the bank account, in the wallet. And this is the problem, folks. This is the problem that many women have been brainwashed and mind-controlled and culturally conditioned to think of this as the primary source of value. I mean, what does that say about where their value system is? In the aggregate. Again, not every woman is like that, of course. But in the aggregate is what we're talking about here. If that was not true in the aggregate sense, you couldn't have that kind of universal agreement that that's the first thing that is primarily on a woman's mind. And it just goes to show how deeply rooted this cultural conditioning is. See, the problem here becomes, as I've also talked about in past weeks, which I also want to reiterate because of how important this dynamic is to understand. Many men, specifically men, will get caught up in the idea, the erroneous notion, that this is simply the nature of women. That this is the nature of a human being, or at least the sexual gender of women in our society, that this is their nature. This is a problem because that's not the case. This is not women's nature to be like this. This is how cultural conditioning and mind control has gone to work on the females of our species over countless years, to turn them into someone that values money above just about everything else. And I'm not saying, again, please do not put words in my mouth and saying I'm making a blanket statement that all women exercise those behaviors and traits and characteristics. I'm saying it's going on so widespread that it is absolutely the rule as opposed to the exception. Okay? So understand clearly what I'm saying. Yes, I am using a generality, but I'm not saying everyone is like this. And I'm not saying it's their nature. That's what I'm specifically trying to explain to people, that this is cultural conditioning. This is mind control. This is brainwashing. And it's not even just done by the occultocracy. Okay? This is done by parents. This is done by former generations and passed down to their children. And that's why I want to talk about the type of the type of man in society that women have been culturally engineered to find attractive or appealing. Because this is so important when it comes to who women choose to propagate their genes with, and therefore what the next generation becomes like, and how then that's propagated down through the future generations, and we arrive at a point where we are now. Now you have to understand this long-term dynamic. These people in these groups think long-term. They've been planning this for countless generations. Where people have been doing this who will never see the result of this because they're long gone from the world. They're playing a long strategy game of chess because it's all about their group coming out on top of humanity, not them individually. They're involved in what I have termed a mastermind. Hundreds, thousands, even millions of minds coming together and being focused on the same goal, and putting things into the world through their willpower and their dark form of care, what they want to accomplish, their base desires, and putting their actions into effect in the field of play in the world to actually accomplish that agenda. And this gets propagated through countless generations. They're implementing a long-term strategy. Whereas most human beings, they don't see what's right in front of their face. They don't see down the line in the next 5 minutes. So, what I would like to really get into here today, to take this in some new directions, we talked about last week not only about this whole value system and how there's, most women are culturally taught to see money as the primary source of value. I won't use the word only, but the primary source of value in society. Not real values. Okay? And this expresses through what is known as hypergamy, which is looking to, quote, marry up in society. To find someone who has a lot more money than them. Okay? And to try to, in other words, like marry for money, as opposed to marry because you really are genuinely into the qualities and characteristics of the personality of the person that you're together with. It's like taking this intimacy away from relationships and just making it about a social partnership, like a business. And it's a very dangerous game to get involved in playing, because what it's doing is it's weakening the moral fiber of an entire nation, of an entire people. Because again, as long as money is propped up and put up on a pedestal and up on a throne as the primary value of a society, and this is not just done by women when it comes to looking at men. This is done by mothers when it comes to looking at children, and fathers. Men are not separate from this dynamic. Many of them are just as guilty of making money the primary value system. So you have to understand that term and research that term a little bit, hypergamy. But this is all about really how so few people in our society, men and women, care about the difference between right and wrong. The first question I think should be asked when people are encountering new human beings that they don't know and haven't met is, do you know the difference between right and wrong? How about, do you know what's really going on in the world, and do you care? Those questions you don't hear asked, And it's often because most people want to ignore reality. They're brainwashed by religion. They're brainwashed by this new age belief system that's out there that, bring up the negative. Why do I want to deal with reality? Why do I want to look at that? Why do I want to look at all the bad stuff that's going on? That empowers it more. That's not how that dynamic works. You don't look at what's going on that's bad and negative and disempowering and that is being used to control people. You're going to get more of it. because you're not doing anything to stop it. You're going to let evil run unchecked in the world. And that's where they have people. Me mindset. Money is the only source of value, and I don't care about the injustices that are going on throughout the world. I care about me and my own situation. And you know what that's called, ladies and gentlemen? That's called Satanism. I should know a thing or two about it, as I was a priest in Satanism for many years of my life. You know, that's the mentality, that's the religion called Satanism. You know, people want to insist this is about the worship of some Christian archetypal devil beast. You know, no it isn't. Satanism, that you could sum it up in a nutshell, folks. It's worrying about you and yours all day long, every day for your whole life. Or the majority of it. That's called Satanism. You're only focused on yourself and your own gain. You know, and that's where they have most people. And, I mean, this is most men and women. But, I mean, to be honest, I just see this dynamic really being sold to and bought by the majority of females in our society, unfortunately. This is why most marketing is geared toward women. Because they know that traditionally they were the people who, you know, directed homes and provided the nurturing environments of homes. And so they're kicking into high gear, you know, marketing toward women and using all of these archetypal mind control brainwashing techniques to get into the subconscious mind and make them want, in many cases, things that they don't need. You know, it's approximately 85 or 86% of the entire economy is driven by purchases made by women. I mean, that's an amazing figure. That's an amazing number. It's about 85% of purchases. And so they're driving largely, not entirely of course, but largely the entire corporate economy with their purchases. I mean, what does that say about how effective the techniques of manipulation and marketing have been toward women? That number should probably be about equal. All things being equal, but they're not. Because due to the cultural conditioning and due to the way women have been brought up by their parents in many cases, and the former generations, they've entered into this mindset that is about money being extraordinarily important to them. And to me, what this is saying is not only do they not largely care about what's going on a wider scale in our society, and this is evidenced by how many, by just looking at the ratio between men and women truth tellers, truth seekers and truth tellers within the so-called truth movement. It's a painful statistic that most people don't want to look at. And then they'll want to get angry at me for pointing it out. You know, I mean, compared to how many men are out there doing the great work of trying to expose the evil that's going on in this world, how many women are doing that? In comparison, the comparative ratio, if we're honest with ourselves. You know, before the break, I was asking the question, you know, why don't you see an equal amount of men and women within the truth-speaking community? Clearly, there are many women involved, but if you look at the ratio, the comparative ratio, I mean, it has to be 90 to 10%, or if not, you know, even more skewed. And, you know, you have to ask yourself the question, why is that so? If women in our culture were just as concerned with truth, morality, equality under natural law, again, when we're talking about equality here, please don't make that in your mind seem like I'm saying sameness. All right. When I say equality, I mean equality under natural law. All of us being equal in our rights. You know. So I believe in equal but not the same. Equal under true moral law, not man's law, but not the same, meaning, of course, people will always have different characteristics, traits of their personality, talents, skill sets, etc. Nobody's going to be the same. You know, that's very important to emphasize when you talk about equality between any groups of people. When I say the word equality in those instances, I'm talking about equality under moral law. meaning everybody has the same rights everywhere and at all times and places. So, I just throw the question out there. I'd like to hear somebody attempt to answer it. I think it's part of this whole dialectical manipulation and this social engineering. I don't think it really has anything to do with women just being innately, less courageous than men. I think they've been culturally engineered to behave like that. I'm not trying to let anybody off the hook either, I'm just saying when we get into this argument that this is all about just the nature of people and this is human nature, this is female nature, red flags immediately go up for me that means that person who's trying to make that statement really doesn't know what they're talking about. Because they're leaving the social engineering dynamic at the door or putting it on the back burner. And they want to blame, quote, nature. You know what the nature of a human being is, folks? We are a programmable species. And because people don't understand the programmability of the human mind, they're thinking thoughts that aren't even their own. There's the nature of humanity. Until we understand that, and understand how that programming is accomplished, we're not going to make any headway or progress out of the mess we've worked ourselves into. So get used to the slavery, and get used to it getting a lot worse, until you delve into those areas of human nature and human consciousness. As soon as I hear somebody say human nature is this or that, and they don't follow that by saying human nature is programmable. Therefore, this is the resultant human condition as a result of the programming humanity has already received. And the vast bulk of that programming is received in the formative years, the first 6 years of life. And it's put there by culture, it's put there by the occult controllers, and largely it's put there by bad parenting. We're talking about the neo-feminism agenda this evening, as we've been doing for the last few weeks, and we'll probably continue to do for the next couple weeks at least. I want to start to shift this in somewhat of a new direction and talk about the dynamics that have made the world the way that it is today, because that's a huge part of this. And I want to talk about how this agenda is indeed a eugenics operation and how it limits populations, but more than just limiting the population slowly over time. What this agenda accomplishes is it limits true holistic intelligence within a population over time. Not only does it limit true holistic intelligence, it maximizes the kind of people that the occultocracy is looking for. It enables them to breed and pushes out people by limiting the genetics of strong, independently thinking people through mind control and selective breeding that is done by the people themselves, believe it or not, because of how much mental influence and manipulation they are under by culture, to actually weed that population right out of existence practically of strong independent thinkers, of real true free thinkers, and people who question things, and people who do their own research instead of engage in blind acceptance. So it's a very critical dynamic to understand how it works, and it's also somewhat of a complicated dynamic. So you have to kind of follow me through here, because it's when you come out the end with this understanding that I'm going to try to give to people, you understand how epigenetics is really, epi-eugenics is really going to work on people in the world. Okay? So, epigenetics means that you go beyond the genes. And this means you're entering into the realm of the mind and consciousness. Okay, and epigenetics, understanding epigenetics is a huge part of the solution to the problems that we face, because consciousness can trump just about anything that's going on genetically or physically. When you combine this understanding of epigenetics with eugenics, you get what I call epi-eugenics. Okay, and to my knowledge, I'm the first person that has coined that term. I haven't heard other researchers use it. I don't know if I am, but I think I may be. The whole point here is, what you're doing is you're waging a eugenics operation, which is to control and limit and steer the population and decide who gets to propagate their genes, or who lives and then continues the next generation, and who does not get to propagate their genes. Okay? So eugenics is basically population control. It's not just population reduction, it's population control. It can be reduction, but largely it's determining what kind of traits and characteristics you want propagated in a society through the kind of genes that are going to be propagated. Okay? That's eugenics. Now, what I'm explaining that neo-feminism is it is an agenda that wages eugenics, meaning controlling which genes will be propagated in a society, but done epigenetically. Epigenetically, meaning it's done through the manipulation of the mind, as opposed to things like forced sterilization, or, the relocation of certain people, or the actual killing off of certain groups of people, or segregating people. It's not done through physical means. It's done through the manipulation of the mind, so that the population will actually carry out that eugenics operation upon itself. Boy, those words are truly prophetic and appropriate, aren't they? There's a wall between us and a river so deep, and we keep pretending that there's nothing wrong. There's a code of silence, and it can't go on. That's why I've broken my silence on this particular topic, even though I know full well, going into a topic like I've been covering over the past few weeks on this show, I run the risk of alienating a large percent of my listening audience. Okay? I run the risk of being called a misogynist. I run the risk of, saying you're placing all of this blame on females in society. And it's none of those things, folks. First of all, like I said, I'm not here to win a popularity contest. I'm charged with telling the truth to people, putting the truth out there so people can empower themselves with it. I'm not on any side. I'm on the side of truth and freedom. That's the side I'm on. Those are my values. That's what I find important and indispensable in life. I'll take those over being liked any day. Any day. So, again, this is about trying to heal this divide. And the only way you could do that is by talking about these issues. You're not going to get that by ignoring it, thinking it doesn't exist, and hope that it's going to magically go away on its own. I'll tell you that much. So, the direction I want to take this is trying to help people to understand how neo-feminism is a eugenics operation. An example of what I call epi-eugenics. And I'm going to kind of seemingly jump from kind of topic to topic from here, but you'll see how this all works together. Hopefully you will see the tapestry about how it all works together. So I'll just jump right in with general attractiveness studies that have been done over the last few decades. And I'm not even going to give any specific examples because there's a ton of them, and you can look them up for yourself, okay? Maybe I'll post some links or something with, a podcast or this week's show or next week's show. Who knows? But the main overarching point I want to make here in this section is that the perception of what people find attractive is actually largely not really their own. And many scientists and many people in society insist this is all genetically controlled, insist that you can't, there's no helping that, or it's just the way that it is, okay? And that's just how people are, quote unquote. We are just like that, quote unquote. And what I'm trying to explain is this is one of the biggest manipulatory techniques that is used in humanity, against humanity. And I think when you look into studies on general attractiveness that have been done about, the sexes and what one sex finds attractive in another sex, I think it will really enlighten a lot of people as to just how deeply this social engineering is ingrained in our culture. And once again, you'll have the people in the left brain scientism camp saying, this is just Darwinian evolution and natural selection and, survival of the, quote, fittest. Okay? And what I'm going to insist is absolutely incorrect. This is mind control. This is one of the most blatant and purest examples of mind control that you will ever find. And I'll tell you how one of the main ways you'll know. And you can't always just use this standard, okay? When things are so skewed to one side, you know there's mental manipulation going on, folks. I mean, completely skewed way off the median, way off the norm. There's nothing natural about that. When you get 100% of people to say the first question a woman asks to a man is, what do you do for a living? To answer that question like that is so universally agreed upon, you know that's not nature, that's mind control. Nature strikes a balance and often forms a happy median. Not so when social engineering enters into the picture. That's what pushes things all to one extreme, to one unnatural direction. And I'm going to try to, through this section, try to explain one of these dynamics, and we'll see many other instances of this as we move forward with this explanation of how neo-feminism is in fact eugenics. If you can manipulate what one gender finds attractive in the other, you're well on your way toward being able to steer how a population propagates. And let's mince no words and make no mistakes about it. Women decide in our society which genes propagate because they are the ones who are deciding who they breed with, period. I mean, it's an inescapable conclusion. Therefore, you have to ascribe responsibility for how the culture has propagated, how humanity has propagated to the female of the society. Now, I'm not saying they bear the 100% total responsibility for that, but a large amount of it has to be placed upon their shoulders because they have, through whatever manipulation happens to be in place in their mindset, decided who to breed with and therefore which genes get propagated in a society, and then how those future generations will actually be raised because the value system that is shared between them and the men that they chose to breed with and propagate children with is then passed down to the next generation of children. I mean, this is just a simple, logical, inescapable truth. That is how genes get propagated in a society. And that's how value systems get propagated mentally in a society. And the occultocracy, the occult controllers, know this. And therefore, very wisely, from their point of view, from their manipulative point of view, from their strategy, it's a wise move then to very significantly target women in their mind control methods to try to steer them to choose the type of men that they want them to breed with. Therefore, they can control how the gene pool propagates down to the next and future generations. And they only need to get a few generations, which they've already done, in order for it to just take on a seemingly natural progression and propagate on its own, by rote. Then you have that self-fulfilling prophecy, type thing where they can even back off a lot of their influence and people will just do it to themselves because they think they're thinking their own thoughts, and then they pass down those erroneous notions down to the next generation and the next and the next. So one of the best ways you could do this is by manipulating what people think of as desirable, attractive, period. However you want to look at that term, okay? What I'm trying to say is it's largely manipulated and it's not a natural dynamic that is in effect in nature in human beings in our culture today in the modern world. This is a manipulated dynamic, and I think modern attractiveness studies that have been done by many psychologists and social scientists display this perfectly. How these studies generally work, and again, you could look these up on your own, or I could maybe post a couple of links because there's many of them. How they work is they'll take a group of just men, and individually they will isolate them. Let's say you have 100 men, or let's say it's a bigger study, there's 1,000 men, okay? And you're going to isolate them in a room by themselves one at a time. And they put a screen in the room, no other distractions, just a projection screen, and they project images of women from all over the world, every culture, every walk of life, just about every age group, every social income bracket, social status, however you want to look at it. It's a wide swath of, people from all different walks of life, of women from all different walks of life. And individually, the men are asked to simply give a kind of a yes or no answer of, do you find this woman that you're seeing on the screen acceptably attractive? And it's not like for long-term relationship or marriage or anything like that. It's just general attractiveness. Of course, we're continuing to cover neo-feminism as an example of epi-eugenics, as I've coined it. We were talking about how perceptions of beauty and perceptions of attractiveness are manipulatable, and how this social engineering dynamic is used to the advantage of what I am calling the occultocracy, the ruling occultists in our society. And when you look at some of these studies, you could see how much manipulation is involved by the skewed numbers involved, which will really, really shock a lot of people. I know friends that I brought this dynamic up to have been incredibly shocked by the figures involved, and that's what I want to share with people and explain how these studies work. They're very simple. Again, they'll take a group of about 1,000 men, isolate them one at a time in a room, and show them images of women from all over the world, every cultural walk of life, essentially, every ostensible religion, background, age group, and just say to them, simply gauge in a yes or no way, do you find the image that you're seeing right now, the image of this woman that you're seeing right now, attractive or not? It is not for, do you think this person could be your soulmate, or could you stay with this person for the rest of your life till the day you die? Would you want to marry this person? Nothing like that. Not even long-term relationship type things. Okay, it's just saying physically, do you like the image of this being? Period. Do you find it attractive? Do you find it desirable? Do you find it pleasant, pleasing? Period. That's it. Now, what they do after they do this with literally hundreds of images, if not thousands, okay? And when that's done, they take basically a percentage. So they do it with one guy, right? And let's say he said he found, out of let's say they showed 500 images, and he said 300, or let's say he said 400 were attractive and 100 were not attractive. That would be 80%. Okay, if he found 250 attractive, 250 not, that would be a 50%. Okay, and then they do this with all the guys in the study, and then they average the numbers. So you get an average percentage from all of these thousands of 1,000 people of the average percentage that the men as a group found attractive in all the women that they saw. Okay? And when they do this with men and show them these images of women, the numbers are approximately somewhere between 79 and 80%, around 80%, of the women were seen or perceived as attractive by the whole group of men in the aggregate, approximately 80%. So that means, in general, as a generalization, the body of men in a society find approximately 8 out of 10 females acceptably attractive. Now, you could say maybe the number's slightly less than that. It could go. There's a margin of error that could go either way, a couple of percentage points, but around the mean of very high 70s to low 80%. All right, so think about that. That's saying that men, in general, think that the majority of females are reasonably attractive or reasonably acceptable in their appearance, period. That's it. It doesn't say anything else. It doesn't say, that, again, they would want to spend their entire lives with any particular people that they were shown, or, they thought it says nothing about the personality types. This is a study in physical attractiveness, very simply. Okay? Now, when this is done with women, you see an entirely different dynamic emerge. So the same thing is done. 1,000 women are selected for the study. Each one is put into a room individually and shown images on the screen of maybe, a few hundred to 1,000 men that are from every single walk of life, every cultural background, every religious denomination, every social status, income, whatever, however you want to look at it, all ages, okay? And essentially, this, then they average up all those numbers, okay? So they take each woman's percentage of the men that she said, yes, that person's physically attractive, and then they average all of them once they did that with all of the women involved in the study. And I'll give you the average percentage on the other side of this break. So stay with us and you'll hear what that figure is, and I think you'll be amazed by it. So, in the last segment, I was explaining how a lot of these attractiveness studies that have been done to determine, in the aggregate sense, how men and women differ in their perceptions of what they find attractive or appealing or acceptable in physical appearance differ, and how this is a very specific example of one of the ways that human perception is manipulatable, and how this works toward the advantage of the social engineers. And I'll be getting into that. But we were talking about that men, in the aggregate sense, in these groups, found approximately 80% of the women whose images they were shown in this study acceptable. And when they did the same thing with women and then averaged the percentage of the total amount of men whose images they were shown that they found physically attractive or physically acceptable in appearance, the number was less than 20%. Yes, less than 20. We're not even talking about 50 or 40 or 30. Okay? The average numbers were approximately between 18.5% to 20% in different studies that were conducted. Which means less than or approximately 2 out of 10 men in our society are considered by women to be reasonably physically attractive. And again, this has nothing to do with relationships. This has nothing to do with personality characteristics. This has to do with simple physical appearance. Less than 2 out of 10. Now, upon seeing the results of these studies, I don't immediately start. My mind does not go to the place where most other people's mind goes to. Now, I'll tell you where their mind goes to, which is completely incorrect, erroneous thinking. It goes to this whole notion of, well, that's just biology. That's just women have to be more selective in the choosing of a partner because, a man can inseminate many women and a woman can only, be impregnated once every 9 months. and then has to carry that baby to term, and that's a big concern. So they're going to naturally be more selective. That has absolutely nothing to do with the results of this study, folks. Zero. Even if you were taking that factor into consideration, which I'm not saying is completely untrue, you would still see a medium being hit. And you might see a little bit less than 50%, but the number would probably still hover around 50%, minimum. When you see something that's that skewed, there's mind control at work, without any question. This is social engineering at its finest, because what the social engineers want is to be able to control population, and more specifically than that, what they want is to be able to control what kind of person propagates their genes and what kind does not. So, one of the best ways to do that is to manipulate what a certain gender, namely the gender that propagates the genes through their choice of who to have sex with and therefore who to breed with. If you can manipulate that mindset, that perception of what is considered or deemed attractive, and then propagate that notion socially, culturally, in a widespread way, you're well on your way to being able to manipulate who breeds and who does not breed, which is what eugenics is in a nutshell. And what they want to put forward to most women in society as to what is attractive is the emasculated male. This is what you see propagated in magazines. This is what you see propagated on television shows. This is what you see propagated in many movies. Not all movies. Hollywood is still kind of like a big divide going on between the dark sorcerers who are telling their tales and weaving their mind control tactics, and there are still some people who are telling some really powerful positive allegories out there. Just as a brief aside to this, I did go to see Jupiter Ascending, which I was somewhat disappointed in the direction that they took it. I thought this was going to be about there was some info, very good info put in there about the real history of Earth and how Earth is a farm owned by beings that are not quite fully human. This notion was interweaved into the storyline, but with this good, promising storyline, they really took it off in the direction of like a romance film kind of. What I did find that was very well done, or at least somewhat well done, is since the main character was a female, the Jupiter character, not to have any overt spoilers, but if you don't want to hear any minor spoilers, then don't listen to this part. She has to make a choice in the film. The film is all about her individual choice. She has to make a film about getting out, either staying in me thinking, and only caring about her and her own life and her family's lives, her immediate family's lives, or taking on a wider level of consciousness and a wider perspective about what's actually happening to the human species, the human race, who are being bred like cattle for harvesting. And she has to make a decision whether to stay in that selfish mindset or to come out of that selfish mindset and develop true care for all. In other words, to come out of what you would consider philos form of love, which is familial type love, and to move to agape type love, which is care for all, care for the well-being of all beings. She does make the right decision in the film, which is, a positive aspect of it. I thought the premise of the film was great. I thought the implementation of the film was weak. And I was kind of disappointed by the Wachowskis' implementation of it. But that's all I'll say about that in my brief aside. I think it's still worth kind of checking out. So, going back to these attractiveness studies, when you can manipulate an entire half of the population to only see a very, very, very limited scope of people in that society as attractive, okay, or as somebody you even would want to kind of be around or have dealings with, you're already steering the ability of many people within that society to propagate their genes at all. And this is borne out in genetic studies. This is not just speculation. This is not just me saying I think it works like that. If you look at genetic studies about ancestry, about human ancestry, you find that the human species has largely been propagated by women's genes. In other words, more women propagate their genes than men propagate their genes. I know that sounds strange because you would think, oh, it would have to be a 50-50 figure, but that's not how it works. Okay? What it means is that at any given moment, in general, only about 20% of men are actually worldwide are impregnating women. And therefore, approximately 2 out of 10 men propagate their gene downward into the gene pool stream in the future. Whereas approximately 80% of women are propagating their genes down into the gene pool. So when you look at why society has turned out the way that it has, again, you could say this is a harsh judgment, but you have to firmly look at the role of women in who they have chosen to propagate their genes with. Now, when you combine attractiveness studies that have been done between men and women and how they wildly diverge, and again, there are people who will staunchly stick to this genetics, Darwinism, survival of the fittest crap when it comes to that, or then go to the false argument that this is just human nature, okay? They're completely ignoring social manipulation. They're completely ignoring social engineering. They're completely ignoring mind control. They're completely ignoring the role of advertising and placing images before people. You know, look, folks, within Satanism, believe it or not, okay, I'll bring up a topic here that I didn't really plan on talking about, but it comes to my mind when we talk about studies like this. There's something that has been put forward in certain satanic groups or certain satanic philosophies called crystallization inertia. And when it comes to sexuality, this is something that I think people should be aware of and look into. When someone is young and they're exposed to certain imagery, it takes root in the subconscious mind. And people will think, well, preferences, sexual preferences, attractiveness preferences, things like that, are just ingrained and they're just part of somebody's DNA. I'm trying to explain to people, no, they are not. They are largely socially conditioned. Okay? They're driven by social engineering. They're driven by the types of images people are exposed to at young ages. And even if you look into this concept within Satanism, believe it or not, that's what I'm trying to say is, even within any other ideology, you could find things that are true. You could find things that are worthy of investigation and study. Just because some Satanists have talked about this concept doesn't mean that people shouldn't look into it. It's called crystallization inertia, but in some groups, like the Church of Satan, they use the term erotic crystallization inertia to talk about how sexual preferences are developed through exposure to certain visual stimuli, often at young ages. Okay? So, I think it's worthy of people looking into because I think it illustrates my point. Through advertising, through media, okay? Through television, through magazines, through movies, people are being influenced from young ages to decide what to see certain things as attractive and other things as not attractive. And that gets rooted into the subconscious, and that gets taken with people throughout their lives. It's programming. This is what people don't want to understand. They want to understand that they don't want to understand that we are a programmable race. We are a programmable species. And that's a very uncomfortable thing to them to look at, because then they have to start looking at, well, who's doing the programming? Who's allowing bad programming to come in? Who's propagating bad programming? See, then responsibility comes into the issue, and that's why people don't want to look at this. So this helps to illustrate the point of how attractiveness gets ingrained into people, often at very young ages, and that sticks with them subconsciously throughout their life. Well, that imagery has to be being put out there by someone. And these cultural engineers are using to steer the mindset of human beings, particularly women. Again, because they know they're the ones who are ultimately responsible for the propagation of the gene pool, for the choice of which genes get propagated through the gene pool. And again, look into these genetic studies. If you don't believe me, look into them yourself. Look into, genetic studies show that, more women have propagated their genes over time than men. And you'll see that it's true. And again, maybe I'll post some links with the show. Okay? So, this is one of the topics that I want to explain about how this is a eugenics op. Now, how that works then is, out of the very small percentage of males that many females even find acceptable mentally, okay, the females mentally, through their perceptions, find acceptable to even socially engage, let's say, okay, at all, then you're going to have a smaller percentage within that 20% or so, and it'll, of course, women aren't just going to interact with those 20%, okay, socially. It'll be a much larger number that they interact with, but the studies show that they will generally wish to engage any further relationships with about 20% of males, because that's what they even physically find attractive. Then they'll weed that down by what they're looking for beyond just looks. And then that comes into this dynamic of hypergamy, and it brings in the dynamic of, well, what is their communicated value system that they've received from their parents and the older generations, and then how are they going to interact with this smaller percentage of males that they have already kind of weeded down from the bulk of the male population. And then they're going to say, well, moving forward into the future with more serious relationships or long-term relationships, they're going to find the people who have those social characteristics that they find attractive and move forward with those individuals. So you're really talking about an even smaller percentage of men. So what is happening as a result of this limitation within the perceived value, attractiveness, and value of men is you're actually seeing population reduction happen. And people will say, how could you possibly say that? The world's more overpopulated and tighter numbers of people than it's ever been. Wrong. The world is not overpopulated. This is more social engineering and mind control. Cities are largely overpopulated and stacked with people because they're concentrated focal points for populations, whereas we don't have distributed populations over the land. This could create the perception of overpopulation, and they want that because they want people on board with eugenics. Again, it's what I call mini-me Satanism. They want people thinking satanically. People who think satanically and agree with the tenets of Satanism are more likely to be manipulated and socially engineered and controlled if they get people thinking in a lower level way like the real occultocracy thinks. We're going to talk about declining birth rates in just about every westernized country on the other side of this break, folks. Stay tuned for that. You're listening to What on Earth is Happening. We'll be right back. So we talked about general attractiveness studies that have been done comparing what men and women perceive as acceptably attractive and how that wildly diverges. And I use it as an example of cultural engineering, social engineering, to divide men and women by manipulating, what is even perceived as acceptable in both of their mindsets, but specifically in women. And when you start to control things like what people find attractive acceptably attractive, etc., this is going to have a long-term effect. And because there's this much more tightly controlled selection that you see happening, birth rates are actually falling, folks. I mean, people don't even understand this. They think, like, because the world's population in general is going up, that somehow that means we're overpopulating the planet. The population rate is rising in destitute areas and destitute countries. And this is largely a survival mechanism where, in the mindset of people who are living in totally destitute conditions, they will often think the best way of propagation is to have a lot of children to hope that some of them survive and then maybe come out of this condition. It never really usually works out like that, but that's what a survival-based mindset generally does. So you're seeing totally destitute third world countries, populations rising, and believe me, the powers that should not be, the occultocracy, doesn't like seeing that either. They want to conduct harder core eugenics on those people, largely through, the kinds of poisons they want to hit the children with when they're as young as possible, or just hit them with genetically modified food that's going to reduce their fertility. That they're going to a more hardcore type of eugenics when it comes to that. In westernized societies, they're using these epigenetic eugenics techniques, what I call epi-eugenics, which is waging this war of weaning down the population by getting the population to do it themselves, because they're thinking thoughts that are not really their own and believe that they're their own thoughts when these thoughts have been socially conditioned into them at very early ages, often in their formative years, through media. And also through the propagation of those forms of mind control through bad parenting. So I want to give some figures at the top of the next hour before we start taking calls, just to complete this section, and we'll continue this next week, on what the actual birth rate here in the United States actually is. And you'll understand our population is going down, not up. We're talking about the neo-feminism agenda, how it is a methodology of eugenics, and it's what I call epi-eugenics, eugenics waged through mind control. I was getting ready to talk about declining birth rates, particularly in Western countries, and all you got to do is type into a search engine, birth rate figures, and you'll see that the birth rate is below the necessary requirement to propagate the population, to maintain a steady number, to maintain, a population that's neither rising nor falling. You need a 2.1 birth rate, which means that you have 2.1 births per 2 people. And the reason you need a little bit more than 2 per 2 is because there's unnatural deaths that happen, in society, and that accounts for, a slightly higher death rate. So the birth rate has to be at about 2.1. So it's slightly above a natural, death rate at the same time as people are born. So the birth rate has to be 2.1 per 2 people for the population to maintain a steady number without rising or falling. Currently, the birth rate in the United States is approximately 1.84 to 1.85, depending on whose numbers you're looking at. That is well below the rate that is necessary to maintain a steady population. So the actual population overall within the United States is falling, not rising. And if you look up just about every other, quote, westernized country, okay, industrialized country, the figures are approximately the same, if not worse, than the United States. Some of them are, in many cases, lower than 1.8. And the United States is right about in the middle of 1.8 per 2 people. Again, depending on whose figures you accept. But recent numbers have shown approximately 1.85 is the birth rate in the United States. So we don't have an overpopulated world. We have overcrowded cities. And that's how the occultocracy wants it. That's how the occult controllers want it. They want people crowded into regions where they could be easily herded and controlled. They don't want them being around nature, a natural environment, and they want to try to wean this population down as much as they can, but moreover than that, they want to take out the qualities and characteristics within the population that they do not want propagating. And therefore, they have to propagate the notion of attractiveness to the female who chooses who to propagate genes with down to the next generation. They have to make the acceptability or the characteristics for attractiveness be ones that are hand in hand, go hand in hand with the propagation of this immoral system. In other words, men that are acclimatized and go along with and agree with the corporate world. Okay, and this is why they have to ingrain into women that money is so important, that it's the number one important thing, that it is the source of value, that it is the source of security. Forget morality. Forget ethics. Truth. What's that? Who cares? Reality? Couldn't be bothered with it. It's working splendidly, folks. And the population is actually dropping as a result. So, of course, I'll wrap up the topic there, unless, we go into a lull with calls, then I'll jump back in with some more material. But, I concluded there in the last segment with the falling birth rates in westernized countries, which are easily, able to be looked up on any search engine and confirmed. This is showing how this is a eugenics operation which is very much working. It's a brilliant strategy. It's a multifaceted plan. I don't expect anybody to understand all the facets or intricacies of the plan by just listening to one show. You'll have to understand this section of neo-feminism in its totality by listening to all the shows I've done on this topic, but then compare it and contrast it and put it into the larger puzzle picture with all the other things that I've covered since day one on this radio show, which is why I always recommend listen to the show in order from number one at your own pace, because it is a tapestry of information. And you can't build the things in the later sections without building a firm foundation at the beginning. So this is a stepwise, progressive initiation into knowledge and into the truth about what's really going on in the world and how this society is 100% completely manipulated and controlled. And that's done through social engineering, or otherwise mind control. So I'm going to take this topic into it's so necessary to destroy sex drives, and propagate a genuine lack of genuine intimacy in society. That's another big part of what's going on that's fomenting the further war and tension between the sexes in society. You also want to take one side if you're the government or you're the controllers, because that's also going to drive a wedge further in between men and women. And we could look at some of the ways that, women kind of are benefited by government and benefited by the whole immoral system that's propagated up around us, and how many of them like it like that. They like to take advantage of those, quote, perks and see government as a protector or a daddy figure. And this always comes from parental abandonment issues. Just like all the people who want the nanny state have mommy issues, the people who want protection by this immoral institution called government often have daddy issues. So, we'll talk more about how this fits into parental abandonment issues as well, because that cannot be overstated. Destroyed sex drives through overworking people, the type of pop culture that they're sold, and how that is propagated into their mindset through food, water, chemicals, radionics, chemtrails. All of that goes to work on people's libido as well. So we'll be getting into how they actually not only use, manipulatory tactics regarding attractiveness and values, but how they do it often physically as well to make people not want to propagate their genes by destroying sex drives. We'll talk about how women have been hypersexualized and yet in many cases through family and popular culture discouraged to have healthy sexual lives. I'm going to get into sex being used for manipulation, social media's role in the further dividing of men and women, because people can't see how that's going on in many cases. They think it's, made people more social and brought people closer together, when in fact it's actually driven quite a wedge between people. And we'll talk about men's reactionary movements toward what has been done and how women have been conditioned in our society and men's reaction to that. What has been, we'll look at, certain attitudes within like MRA, men's rights activism movements and things like that, the MGTOW movement, which stands for men going their own way, this concept called the sexodus, which is another big thing about like men dropping out of society, not even wanting interaction with women as a result of, this dynamic that I've been talking about of the neo-feminism agenda. So this will be coming up on future shows. I'll be getting into all of these topics and more. Again, as we've been talking about this topic, which is a controversial one, and again, controversial just means face-to-face with change. Often it means face-to-face with dealing with something that is burdensome or uncomfortable, and then you have to confront it and deal with it in order to heal it, because ignoring it isn't going to make the problem go away. It's going to make it much worse. That's kind of how it is with this topic of the mind control techniques that are specifically targeted against one sex. It's a Hegelian dialectic. This is a fomented war between the sexes. And the dialectic, again, very important for people to understand, can work. A confrontational dialectic that is a form of manipulation, as it's been called the Hegelian dialectic in philosophy. It's been called problem, reaction, solution by alternative researchers. Only one side needs to buy into the manipulation or the lie in order for that dialectic to actually take effect, to manipulate that side, and then they attack the other side, and you're off to the races. So this is what I've been trying to explain when it comes to this. It's not about trying to further divide people. It's trying to make the people who have bought into this dialectic understand that they've been duped, they've been lied to, and by buying into it and propagating it, they're actually doing more harm to humanity and creating further division and, like I said, fomenting a war between the sexes instead of them coming together and understand the tactics of manipulation and control that have been being used against them. So that's really what neo-feminism is ultimately all about, but even more so, it's a eugenics operation, as I've been talking about over the past many weeks. Eugenics is about selectively deciding who gets to propagate their genes and who does not. And what I call the neo-feminism agenda is an example of epi-eugenics. That means that it's eugenics that's being waged epigenetically, meaning beyond just the physical control of genes. They're doing it through mind control. They're doing it through the manipulation of human perceptions. And, we've talked about many, many topics so far that we've covered regarding this concept, this topic in general. I'm going to probably either be ending it this week or next week, this topic, and then moving on to some other issues that I want to discuss. But depending on how things go with the breakdown of the topics I want to cover tonight and callers, we may wrap this topic up this week. It may go into another week. But last week we touched on things like hypergamy, which is the concept of marrying upward, or looking at a person that you're going to become involved with simply as a resource. That's really what it is about. Especially a monetary resource. The lack of true care that exists in society, the lack of care about the difference between right and wrong behavior. So many people are only interested what a person does for money, and they're not interested in whether they really know the difference between right and wrong, and they're a truly moral individual or not. We talked about the trap of buying into the idea that the socially engineered condition of a lot of people in society, especially the socially engineered condition that a lot of women are in as a result of the type of mind control and manipulation that has been used specifically against them, does not make that they're currently engaged in behaviors their nature. It's a trap to buy into this concept that this is just human nature, and to not study social engineering and mind control as a basis for this condition. And the condition is capable of being changed if people wake up to the manipulation tactics. So, this, as soon as I hear people say, I've re-emphasized this over and over again, this is just human nature, this is just man's nature, this is just woman's nature, a red flag automatically goes up, and I immediately think the person really doesn't know what they're talking about and hasn't really done their homework, because to make that statement it's totally dismissive of social engineering and mind control to bring about that current condition. That condition can, of course, be changed. It's not just permanently set the way we are. What is pretty much permanently set as the way we are is that we were made as a programmable species. This is the true nature of a human being, and whether good programming goes into the child during the formative years will largely determine whether good output comes out in the form of behavior in that child's life. And this also can be changed even later in one's life, but it becomes more difficult because that early formative year programming is absolutely quintessential for development and what the person later on locks onto and values as real and values as good and values as important moving forward in their lives. It's very difficult to get someone out of that mindset if it's calcified and solidified over the course of their lives, and it's never been challenged, that formative framework that was laid down during the early formative years of the child. Because the mind at that age soaks everything up like a sponge, puts it into the subconscious mind, and then relies upon it moving forward. We have to understand how to get inside and unlock a lot of that content. That comes through self-introspection. That comes through working with one's own psyche. That comes through doing deep introspective work to look at the things that are amiss and awry and have been put there through programming and through trauma. And then to deal with it and say, hey, is this benefiting me? And then to say, well, if it is, then okay, keep that part. If it's not, then some change needs to be made. It's not okay to stay this way. It's not okay to just accept this as just how I am. Work needs to be done in those areas for healing and for growth, and for moving to higher levels of awareness and understanding what made things like that. And if that's not in our better interest, then we have the power, we have the capacity to change it through working upon ourselves. So, some of the topics that I want to get into this evening, well, just to recap a few more things we discussed last week before doing that. We talked about a little bit about the imbalanced ratio between men and women in the so-called truth movement. And, it's a dynamic I really wish we would see come to a level of balance by more women stepping up and offering the truth as they see it to the wider community. It seems like this overall there's just this huge disparity between the amount of men who are doing this type of work and the amount of women who are doing it. And I think it has to do with the topic I'm going to start on today, which is that a lot of women in general tend to like statism. They tend to like the condition that humanity is in and don't really want it to change that much because they see a lot of the ways that they perceive that it works out in their favor, kind of like the perks of the state, if you will. And we'll get into some of those things. But again, as a somewhat of a recap. We tried to look at why there's this disparity between men and women in the truth movement last week. We'll continue that this week. And if there's any people want to call in and offer their perspective on that, I'd like to hear that. We talked a little bit about last week how women drive the corporate economy with over 85% of the purchases of the American economy, an amazing disparity, with men in society making only approximately 15% of the purchases of all goods and services in the United States. I mean, that is an overwhelmingly, incredibly imbalanced statistic. 85% of purchases made in the United States are made by women. 15% of all purchases in the United States are made by men. If that doesn't tell you that the techniques of marketing are working heavily in the minds of women compared with men in society in general, again, this is a generalization, okay? But you will hear me making them during, talking about topics such as this. That's overwhelming. That's an unbelievable statistic as far as I'm concerned. And people should consider something like that. Why is that? Hardly anybody even asks that question. I feel that it's because these controllers and these occultists directly target the psyche of women. They know that women are largely relying upon this desire for security. We talked about that as well. And it's an illusion. And they manipulate and play upon that illusion, and in doing so, they get people to buy things that they, put a perceived need for in their mind, even though they don't really need it. And it's driving the whole corporate-driven economy, the whole profit margin-driven corporate economy. Very successfully, I might add. And last week, we, of course, touched upon the studies that have been done on human attractiveness to the opposite sex, and we were talking about the imbalanced statistics that come out of these studies on attractiveness. And, the stats say that the overwhelming body of men find about 80% of all women acceptable. So before the break, I was kind of recapping what we have covered, and specifically some of the topics we covered last week on the neo-feminism agenda as an operation of what I term epi-eugenics. We had looked at some attractiveness studies, human attractiveness studies, that show that overwhelmingly men find approximately 80% of women acceptably attractive, while women as a whole in general only find approximately 20% or less of men acceptably attractive. This is an example of what I call the manipulation of human perception to create a desired outcome on the part of the social engineers by getting women to only look at a certain very narrow slice of males in society as somehow acceptable and that meet their expectations in any way. And this is a way that eugenics can actually be waged through the control of human perception itself. And we talked about that a little bit last week. We talked about how, this will allow social engineers to really control the propagation of certain types of genetics and values. That's even more important than controlling the propagation of genes, is controlling the propagation of values. Because if they can condition certain people to value simply money or looks, etc., or social status, this becomes the new form of social Darwinism and social engineering at the same time. And most women don't even understand that this has been done to their mind. They believe they're thinking their own thoughts in many ways, and these thoughts are actually coming to them through the social engineers, through the think tank agendas, through the media, through the control of the media, through the control of pop culture and pop music, and what you see on television and read in magazines, etc. It's a very tightly knit strategy. It's a very scientifically created strategy, because they understand so much about human psychology and so much about the hidden, deep-seated subconscious motivations of people. And they'll exploit that, and they'll send that into imbalanced forms of desires and and drives and motivations. They know how to manipulate those things. Not just understand how they work, but they understand how to manipulate them to bring about their desired outcome. So we talked about that a little bit last week, and how all of this is really resulting in falling birth rates really all over the world, and largely in westernized countries. Anywhere where the society has already been industrialized, etc., there's falling birth rates. They're all below 2.1, just about. And we looked at America's hovering between 1.85 and 1.9 somewhere, depending on whose numbers you look at. I've seen numbers as low as 1.84 per 2 people, which is seriously declining. But overall, if you look at the overall population of the world, especially in the Western world, we're seeing birth rates going on the downward curve as we speak. People are always talking about overpopulation, and this is a lie, because they're really perceiving overpopulation in cities, in concentrated urban areas. Almost all of the westernized countries, their population index is actually in decline. You could look this up through just type in birth rates by nation, and you'll have tons of charts about this. So we talked about that a little bit last week, and we ended up kind of talking about how there are people who historically will side with an immoral system to just selfishly reap the quote-unquote benefits of that system for themselves. And this is kind of what I want to segue into talking about tonight. We also touched on last week about how it can be very difficult for awakened human beings to interact in a relationship if they're in a relationship with someone who still isn't quite awake, and how, what I said I considered one of the ultimate wrongdoings or sins, if you will, that anybody could possibly commit, and that's not standing within and speaking the truth and being an advocate for truth and freedom just to get along with or go along with someone that they're in a relationship with in what I call a lower form of love. The eros form of love, or romantic love, is certainly not as high as the love of truth, which is agape. Okay? That should come before every other consideration, including family, familial love, and romantic love. I would say that needs to talk about the neo-feminism agenda as an example of eugenics, as an example of an operation that I term epi-eugenics. Eugenics waged through the control of human perception. And I was getting ready to get into some new material. What I was talking about just before the break, I think is very important, that care for truth has to really be our first consideration. Everything is secondary to that, because if we don't care about what the truth is, then we certainly don't care about what the difference between right and wrong is, and then we're going into a prison, because there's a law in the universe that as morality, which is built upon care for truth, increases, freedom increases. And as morality declines, which is the inevitable result of not caring for truth, freedom declines, and we go into bondage and slavery. That's an absolutely immutable law that exists in nature. If you don't accept that, get over it. If you might as well not accept the existence of the sun or of gravity, okay? Because you are affected and bound by the workings of those laws that you did not put into place in creation. They're part of nature inherently. And, this society is just basically conditioned into not caring about what's right, not caring about what's true. If we had real morals in society, the first question that would be asked by people encountering each other for the first time wouldn't be about how much money do you make or what do you do for a living. It would be about, are you a true moral being that really knows the difference between right and wrong? How about the first question being, please define a right for me? Maybe the world would be a whole lot better if that was the first question that pops up in conversation. Do you know the definition of a right? You know, it's one of the biggest reasons we're all losing our rights is because nobody even understands what a right is in our society anymore. That's how dumbed down and selfish people have become. So, the areas I want to take it tonight, the topics I want to touch on, can again seem unrelated. As you know, we talked about in last week's program. I'm going to just cover some different points regarding this, and they could seem unrelated, but when you see them together in the big picture sense, you understand how they are all part of this agenda. And it's an agenda, make no mistake about it, to control human population. And it's a selective breeding agenda. It's control through the human mind of which types of people, which people with particular characteristics and traits they want to be able to breed and propagate those genes, characteristics, and traits. Their value system, most importantly, or their lack of one. You know, that's what they want to try to keep in place. And that's how this whole neo-feminism agenda works, folks. So, you know, tonight I want to talk about how there's a lot of women who have been culturally conditioned, and again, generality statement, a lot of, most, you know, I'm going to use terms like that. It's not a blanket statement. It certainly doesn't mean all. There are many anti-statist women. There are many women who are involved in truth-speaking and, you know, involved in the truth movement of propagating real information to people to try to wake them up. But the vast majority of women in our society have been culturally conditioned to desire the state, to want the state. Like I said, this is what this whole agenda is about, is ultimately creating an unholy wedding between the women of our society and the state because of the perceived perks that they receive from the state as Big Daddy. Okay, this is always connected to parental abandonment issues. And because so many people in our society have grown up without the presence of a father figure, a strong father, a strong manly presence in their lives, there's a reason for that. The state doesn't want that. They want the increased divorce rates. They want the increasing fomenting of the war between the sexes. Because the less strong men there are in society, the more people depend upon the state and become subservient to it. So this is all happening at a subconscious level through programming. You know, a lot of women have bought into the state as this protective father figure. And again, a lot of it has to do with they themselves don't have a good father figure in their lives. And so they're using the state as proxy for that, as a psychological, subconscious proxy. You got to understand, this is how the psyche that has been affected by some form of trauma starts to work. It looks for something to substitute in there. This is often referred to as a psychological proxy. And in many, many women's lives, the state has become the psychological proxy for the strong father figure that may be absent in their lives. Or they may have a dysfunctional relationship with that father figure in some way. So they're dealing with abandonment issues of some type regarding the father figure. And that is so widespread in our society. It's unbelievably widespread. And, you know, it doesn't have to mean physical abandonment. It can mean estrangement. It can mean psychological and mental abandonment, emotional trauma, interaction with the father figure in many cases. Because many men aren't in touch with their emotional aspects as well as they should be, and therefore when they have daughters, they don't really understand how to interact with them very well. And then this leads to this estranged condition even in relationships where the father is physically present. And then you see the females of the society coming over to the side of the state. Of course, it's more complicated than that because there's outward brainwashing in school systems, there's outward brainwashing in the media, there's outward brainwashing in mass entertainment, in magazines, you know, on the nightly news, everywhere. And, you know, what this has ultimately resulted in is the state taking on the role of daddy. in many of these women's minds. And it happens the same way for men, too. I mean, they're not exempt from that, from all those psychological processes, and from not understanding how different traumatic circumstances within their lives leads them to want the state as a proxy figure for the strong parent. You know, this is really universally done in both sexes, but it's been very, very successful when it's been employed against women. And then a lot of men want to step into that role because they want to be part of that perception, you know? They want to be part of, the strong masculine figure, he's a member of the state, he's a member of the so-called two-party system, which is really one party called slavery. That's not how it's going to be seen in the mind of the mind-controlled, inauthentic woman. The inauthentic man's going to go and take up his role within that institution of control, you know? Because he's going to want to be seen as attractive to the inauthentic woman. This is what we have largely in our society. There's only a handful of real people left, folks. We have the proxies running around. We have the, golems, the husks, the empty avatars, if you will, that have nothing inside. They're the inauthenticated man and woman, the flesh robot, the automaton. And this is propped up everywhere. But it's largely due to these subconscious parental abandonment issues because they're undealt with and unresolved. And these people aren't doing any introspective work upon themselves to understand where these issues lie. As when I talked about cosmic abandonment in that whole series we went through, I talked about my own parental abandonment issues on both sides, mother and father, and how I dealt with it and worked through it. If you're not looking at it directly and confronting it, it's going to eat you alive. You have to do that work no matter how painful it is. And there's no shortcuts to doing it. There's no shortcuts. It's called understanding what happened and dealing with it and understanding you're not going to go back in time and change it. Or how are you going to let it now affect who you are in the moment? And most people are they're eaten up by it. They're eaten up by it because they think they're going to somehow suppress all that subconscious material, and somehow they're going to come out on the other side unscathed by suppressing it all instead of dealing with it. Well, it doesn't work like that, folks. You're going to get more of the same. You're going to get more negativity. You're going to get more chaos in your life the more you refuse to deal with issues that are buried down and traumatizing you at the subconscious level. And I would suggest this is the vast majority of women are have these types of subconscious trauma issues. And many of them don't want to deal with it, and they just want to look for a proxy. And the state's all too happy to come in and say, I'll be Big Daddy. It works pretty flawlessly. And it's going to continue to work until people really start to come around and understand how this operates. So a lot of women openly like the state and are very outward about saying so. They think this control system is great in many cases. Again, not all. Please don't say I'm making any blanket statements, because I'm not. I'm trying to use basic generalities like a good majority, a vast majority. I feel it's a vast majority, personally. It's a vast majority of men, too. But, women seem to really openly enjoy the quote-unquote perks or quote-unquote benefits that the state gives them over men in society in many cases. And again, at this subconscious level, they've bought the state as the proxy for the masculine father figure that is in some way absent or has abandoned them in their lives. You see this big time in princess programming. The princess programming by Disney and other media conglomerates. But specifically it's put out there by Disney. This is part of the concept of hypergamy, of looking to that strong masculine figure as the provider. It's not about whether the person's really, truly, deeply good. It's like, lavish me with the resources that I want and take care of me as a father or mother would. Again, it's like a proxy for an absent parent more than it is a relationship that's based in equality. And again, not sameness. Okay? Once again, equality does not mean just sameness. If you're thinking about it like that, you're thinking about it all wrong. That means different people bring different things to the table in the relationship, and then there's a blending there. But they're both being treated with equal fairness and equal rights. That's what I mean by equality. Equality under natural law. Equality in care. Equality in what they have as their value system. This is the familial dynamic that the controllers don't want. They want to destroy it. It's largely destroyed. Make no mistake about it, it is largely absent. And the people who awaken themselves to what has been done through this agenda are going to need to rebuild that familial dynamic. Because as long as that's destroyed, you could forget about the proper raising of children. You could forget about people truly learning morality in our society. And that's exactly where the controllers want this dynamic at. They have it there. They have largely accomplished this. You look at how sexuality is treated, the hypersexualization of women, especially young women, in our society through advertising, through media, through pornography, etc. But then, in the same breath, they're actively discouraged to have healthy sexual lives. This whole cultural shaming of women, who, God forbid, have had more sex partners than is deemed socially acceptable. This creates all kinds of, cross confusion going on in the mind, crossed signals being sent. And again, it started when they're very young, almost pre-pubescent years. And you see in media and advertising this sexualizing of women and boys as well, of girls and boys that are very young, even pre-pubescent. The princess programming is a big part of it, too. I mean, this goes on in movies, this goes on in magazines and television constantly. And again, that's part of this, hypergamy concept that is sold to young women. Just using sex as a methodology of manipulation to hold over, males' heads to get what they want is a big part of the hypergamy thing. This idea that, again, the male is to be seen and used as a resource. And again, this happens on both sides of the fence. Don't get me wrong, folks. I mean, men do this too. But I'm saying it's widespread among women. It's encouraged among women by their family members in many cases. I mean, I know this is encouraged within my family and other friends' families that I've spoken to about it. They're very open and saying, yeah, that's how, parents tell their female children to be in many cases. In most cases. Marry up, marry for money, etc. And, then you see how this leads to high rates of divorce. And you see that divorces are largely initiated by women. Almost entirely, actually. I mean, the numbers back in the early 2000s were that almost 80% of divorces were initiated by women in our society. And that was in the early 2000s. I don't know exactly the number that it stands at, but I guarantee you it's over 80%. Over 80%. And this is all because of this mental programming that goes on. Real world men in our society are not living up to the mental programmed expectations that many women hold in their minds about what a man is. And you know what? Many men are the inauthentic man. They're getting what they have been programmed to get. And women don't see this. They've been conditioned to want these doormats, and then when they're getting these doormats and they're not living up to their expectations as a quote-unquote man in her mind about what she's been told that a man is, then, they don't want to continue in the relationship in many cases. And in many cases, it does become an abusive relationship. A lot of times because of the dynamic of how valued money is about everything else within the relationship. And these are going to be unpopular things for people to hear. I'm trying to explain to you how these mind-controlled dynamics are going to work to create a totally destabilized society. .com. We were talking about how a lot of women in society love the immoral system that we have because they perceive the state as a means of security or something that will give them perks or benefits when it comes to, interaction between them and males in society. We talked about the hypersexualization of women and the, putting up of women on, sexual pedestals in many ways that you see in media and advertising and pornography, but then the cross signal being sent to actively discourage women to have healthy sexual lives in society. This idea of cultural shaming when it comes to female sexuality. Princess programming in the media and in the entertainment conglomerates. Sex being openly used as a methodology of manipulation and for hypergamy. Divorces being initiated largely by women, over 80% of them, because men aren't living up to the mentally programmed expectations that they have for them. Look at divorce and family courts. Divorce courts and family courts, especially in Western countries, but particularly in the United States, they rule drastically in favor of women in almost every instance. 95% of rulings of divorce courts and family courts are in favor of women in our society. 95%. Now, that's not overwhelmingly skewed, okay? I mean, you're going to tell me that in all of the interactions that happen between men and women, women have the moral high ground in 95% of those instances? I'm not trying to sound sexist when I say that just seems like a very skewed number to me. And most women won't look at that and say, yeah, there's something wrong with that number. That's a skewed number. The state wants this dynamic in place. It wants this tension in place. You don't understand anything that's going to lead to basically a child that's not growing up with a strong male presence in its life. That's what the state wants. Guaranteed. That is what the dark occultists want. I'm telling you, that is part of the entire satanic agenda that we're talking about here. Because without a strong male presence, okay, you're never going to see the kind of masculine energy that it is going to take to resist tyranny in society. That's what all the religion is about. That's what all the whole monetary system is, to suppress that and emasculate the male and make him into a corporate slave in a noose called a tie. Okay? Have all that, any kind of rebellious angst stripped out of him. Let's redirect all that to football. And looking at our tribe, of our team as our identity, our self-identity. I was watching a video the other day. A male child, maybe about 6 years old, literally crying tears, big crocodile tears, streaming down his eyes into his cereal as he's sitting at the table eating a bowl of cereal. Okay? Videotaped. This is being videotaped by his mother. Okay? Who's trying to comfort him instead of telling him what a complete clown he's being. I don't even care if the child was 2 years old. Okay? I would never feed into the kind of delusions that I was seeing in this video. Maybe I'll post it with this podcast. I don't know. But he's crying about the Seahawks' loss in the Super Bowl. I guess the family's from Seattle. And when he was asked, how are you feeling about their loss? He said, I feel like nothing. Wake up from your sleep if it's your soul that you want to keep. Absolutely. I mean, I couldn't concur more. That's what's required on the part of humanity, because we are losing our soul. As I was saying in the segment just before this last break, I was looking at a video, a child crying in his bowl of cereal in the morning because the Seahawks lost in the Super Bowl. And his mother's videotaping this and asking, how are you feeling? And he says, as he's weeping uncontrollably, he's saying with this face, with his lips pouted out, like, I feel like nothing. That's how culturally conditioned already at that young of an age, at about 6 years old or whatever he was, okay, that your identity is to be wrapped up in your team, in your tribe. This is how inauthenticated they already have a 6-year-old boy. Wonderful job raising that child, Mom and Dad. You did so well. I mean, you got a broken golem probably just like yourselves on your hands, whose entire identity is wrapped up in a football team. And he's saying because they lost, he feels like nothing. He feels nothing. Yeah, he's on the road to greatness in society, let me tell you. You know, but that's the par. That's par for the course, folks. That's the standard that we're dealing with right now. And that's everywhere. Everywhere. And because we're raising children like this, in the aggregate sense, you know, the general population is raising people like this, that's why we're going deeper and deeper into slavery. See, people think making men weak like this or somehow emasculated like this or having all their identity wrapped up in you know, the identity of collectivism, the identity of the state, the identity of the tribe, you know. They think, oh, that's going to somehow only weaken men. No. As men are weakened, the entire social structure is weakened. Cohesion between men and women are weakened, and as a result, women are going to suffer the consequences of that as well. And largely, they're going to suffer the consequences of that through the tyranny of the state. Because there's not going to be any strong male figures to resist that tyranny, that mind control, that brainwashing. Or any of the masculine energy is going to be funneled into the state. And all these mind control zombie flesh robots called police and soldiers, you know, are just going to enact that tyranny out onto the public. And you think women are going to be somehow magically exempt from that? They're going to be the hardest hit people. Bet on it. Just don't take my word for it. Just historically look at what happens to women in a society that has descended into tyranny. You know, they think they're going to receive any protection from this mechanism? Quite the opposite. It's a joke. This whole agenda of neo-feminism is a complete joke, and it's totally anti-woman. It has nothing to do with women, feminine superiority at all. It's the destruction of the female, just as much as it is the destruction of the true male. You know, one other thing I want to bring up when it comes to this dynamic of driving a wedge between men and women. Well, you know, so we talked about a lot of the perks that women see as perks or benefits from the state, why many of them will enjoy its continuation. You know, the continuance of the life of the state in general. But, I mean, we can see it's operating as a eugenics weapon. The neo-feminism agenda is already in place and operating in the Western world as a eugenics weapon. This is evidenced by the falling birth rates in just about every westernized country. But I think, you know, they're ramping this into higher gear now with the advent of social media over the last many years. Okay? I mean, within the last, you know, less than 10 years, I'd say really within the last 5 or, you know, 6 or 7 years, when social media started coming up, you see a very drastically different dynamic between men and women playing out in society. People think social media is actually, you know, they tend to think that it's actually kind of like bringing people closer together by letting them share all this stuff. In reality, I feel that social media has acted as a divide between people, a big divide between people. And then they're coming into like just isolated little pockets of people who just talk to each other, you know, and ignore everything else. It's putting people in bubbles. But one of the other things that I think it's doing throughout society, dynamically, is it's helping to drive a deeper wedge between the sexes. It's fomenting the war between the sexes at an even greater, more accelerated pace, at a greater level, at a more accelerated pace. And I'll explain how I feel it's doing this. Before social media, people interacted publicly, in person. Imagine that. You know, they went places and did things together. Now, everything's on this virtual screen that is, people are just tapping away, saying nothing 99% of the time. Okay? And it's like they're not even interacting in real life anymore. And this has actually really created a very wide split between men and women and how they see social media. And I've brought this up to some men, and I've brought it up to some women as well, and you could see how there's a completely different attitude about this between men and women, and how women like how it functions, and men somewhat like how it functions, but then when they see what it's actually causing socially, they'll seem to agree, yes, there's a point here that this is socially divisive, and they'll go, oh, aha, they might have an aha moment and realize, what you're talking about. But even if women do see the point that you're trying to make, they don't seem to care. They like it the way that it is because, again, it works out like a benefit or a perk in their favor. And there you just have the concept of satanic thinking. When something is being used to socially divide, people don't care whether it works out, whether one group is hurt if it works out in their favor. And this is the concept of the state, too, being seen as somehow good, or that should be there, or that should be present, because as long as something works out in their favor, forget the other person who's harmed by it. Forget the violence that's inherent in that system. I'm not saying there's violence inherent in social media, but there's certainly divisiveness inherent in it. And, when you bring up the way that it's been dividing people, through keeping them apart, through, basically women can use these social media and dating sites kind of to just garner more and more attention for themselves, and then, kind of almost like a grocery list or, a shopping line item, have a whole bunch of things to choose from, a whole bunch of men's interests to choose from, whereas social media does not work out that way in most men's favor. And, this has actually made women even more completely radical when it comes to what they see as somehow acceptive, attractive, etc., appealing. And it's the continuation of the type of princess programming that you see in Hollywood movies through Disney. This concept that somehow men are not there as equals, but they're there as resources to be exploited and to be gone to whenever the need is there. And don't get me wrong, folks, I'm not saying men don't use and look at women as objects in many cases as well. That happens in the same way. What I'm saying is that social media has made it possible for women who previously had to basically interact within society physically and go places and do things, okay, with men if they wanted to forge some type of a relationship, now has basically removed them from that interaction to a large extent, where they can actually just operate digitally and, somehow, like I said, like some sort of a grocery list or, a shopping item, choose between men that they want, to interact with somehow. And men don't really have that opportunity through social media, or certainly it's not there to any large extent. And when you bring up this dynamic to people, especially young people who are, in dating ages and etc., or looking for relationship ages, they will both agree that dynamic is present, but you'll only ever hear men say, yeah, that's true and it's kind of messed up. Women will say, yeah, that's true, so what? You'll hear that kind of an attitude. I just suggest that people kind of bring up this in casual conversation and ask people what they think about it. I just see it as a huge divisive thing that really most people haven't even kind of considered or really deeply thought about at any kind of a level. Now, are these things planned like that, or do they just work out? I would say this could be part of this overwhelming agenda, in addition to basically collecting everybody's data and being able to work up psychological profiles on people. This is what they're using it for, to continue to drive the wedge between the genuine interaction between men and women in society, which form higher levels of dynamic cohesion between men and women and get them operating on the same page and looking at the same types of things and developing, higher level values and care for what's really going on. That, again, that familial dynamic, that looking out for each other dynamic. And it's become all about, how can I use the opposite sex as a resource? Again, what do I get out of it? Satanic thinking. Satanic thinking. So that's something I just wanted to mention, that whole idea of social media's role in dividing men and women in the modern world. All of this really comes down to what we're seeing throughout our society is a lack of just genuine care between men and women. You're seeing them just see each other as the enemy more and more and more and more. And that's what they want. They want any way that they can divide and conquer people. You could talk about religion as a divide and conquer strategy, class, social status and income, etc., age, race, ethnicity, etc., nationalism. But, people often don't look at the biggest one that's staring people in the face, gender. It's the biggest divide and conquer strategy of all, especially with how this neo-feminism agenda is being used in the modern world. I think there's a genuine lack of care between men and women, and there's a rising genuine lack of intimacy between men and women. We could talk about destroyed sexuality in society, destroyed sex drives, through the long oppressive hours of work that people go through. And then they don't want to interact with any level of intimacy with their partner. How about media destroying the sex drive? Pornography destroying the sex drive? The whole idea of pop culture, and the brainwashing that goes on through mass entertainment, painting, this hard to reach ideal. This is what the perfect woman's body should look like. This is what the perfect man's body should look like. Has nothing to do with genuine interaction between the people. It's all superficial. It's all on the surface. It's all, what can I get out of it? Satanic thinking. How about the destruction of healthy sexuality and sex drives through just what's in the food, through what's in the water, through all the chemicals we're bombarded with on a daily basis, in cleaning products and, products that we use every day around the home in the bathroom. All the whole chemical society, the chemical-laden society. How about all the spraying they're doing on us? What's the result of when soft metals enter the bloodstream and get into the central nervous system? You don't think that could have an effect on human sexuality and intimacy in general? And again, then that acts as a methodology of eugenics, of controlling population growth. How about radionics and electromagnetic fields? All the waves that we're constantly bombarded with on a daily basis everywhere. If they could, they would destroy sex entirely, folks. Like the concept in Brave New World. They want open eugenics like that. They just know that if people saw that type of thing being waged, like what Huxley put out in Brave New World, that there'd be lashback against it. So they're not doing it in that straight eugenics type of methodology. They're doing it epigenetically. And you're going to see whole characteristics, whole value systems bred out of humanity this way. Until we awaken to what's going on, folks. It's a very, very elaborate strategy. It's something that only 1 in a million people are going to deeply comprehend and understand how this is being conducted. I don't even expect most of the listenership to really understand this entire tapestry. And again, I've only been following a loose outline. When I really deeply formulate this into a cohesive presentation, maybe I'll make a formal seminar regarding this entire topic. And I'll call it Epi-Eugenics. the neo-feminism agenda, you know? And maybe that'll be an all-day seminar at some time in the future. I don't know. What I'm saying is that there's many different components to this, and you have to look at it all as a tapestry to understand how it works, how these different methodologies of attack work together. So many ways they're destroying sexuality and intimacy. I mean, you just look at what's going on in Japan right now, folks. I mean, I don't know how many people are aware of this, but I've read many articles about that there is an actual crisis. They're calling it openly an intimacy crisis in the country of Japan right now. Surveys conducted in around 2011 and 12 are finding that over 60% of men and 40% of women, 50%, 60% of men and 50% of women between the ages of 18 and 34 who were single at the time that they were polled, that these surveys were conducted, were not interested in any kind of a relationship with the opposite sex. Were not involved in and did not want any kind of relationship with the opposite sex. Now, do you think that that's normal behavior for men and women in a modern society? I mean, I just don't see that as normal behavior. Those numbers are so skewed. That is some type of mind control agenda at work. And they actually call this the Japanese intimacy crisis. I mean, if you just type that term into a search engine, you will get articles on it. I mean, I see that crisis as coming to the United States, or already underway in the United States, probably just at lesser percentages right now. And this is what they want. They want a rise in the divide between men and women in our culture. They have it. They have it going. And until we awaken to their methodologies of control, it's not going to change for the better. I want to touch on a few more points in this hour. Come have it going. And until we awaken to their methodologies of control, it's not going to change for the better. I want to touch on a few more points. So before the break, I was talking about this crisis in intimacy that you see happening in the Far East in Japan, and how many young people want nothing to do with the opposite sex anymore. And that's just absolutely non-natural. That has to be the result of epigenetic programming. In other words, mind control. And the declining birth rates in all westernized countries are an example of eugenics. Eugenics that is waged through mind control, where the population is actually culling itself. And those figures, I guarantee you, the figures that I talked about regarding the Japanese intimacy crisis, 60% of men and 50% of women not interested in any kind of romantic relationship in Japan between ages 18 to 34. Those figures are coming to the United States and other Western countries. I guarantee it. Unless we wake up to this manipulation that's being conducted against us, to weaken us, to divide us, and to conquer us. Another thing you see in society that I feel is a disturbing trend is the rise of asexualism. And I'm not saying, hey, if anybody just, doesn't want to have any sexual life, that's their business and that's, their free will to do so. But I see this very steep increase in the rise of asexualism, which had always traditionally just been a level thing and engaged in a small, percentage, a very tiny percentage of the population. It is now extremely on the rise. And there's a reason for that. It's all of these things working together that I call all components of this neo-feminism agenda, which is about the total annihilation of the familial dynamic in society. Once you destroy that, you destroy morality, you put people onto moral relativism, You put them down the path to social Darwinism, and that leads inevitably to eugenics. And ladies and gentlemen, I've just described to you what the religion of Satanism is. Now, I don't care whether there's Satanists out there that want to say, I'm a spiritual Satanist, this and that. You know, you hear all these different terms thrown around about there's this kind of Satanism and that kind of Satanism. When I talk about Satanism, I'm talking about the old religion, ladies and gentlemen. Get that through your thick skulls out there. Okay? I'm talking about the ancient hidden religion of slavery, of the perpetuation of slavery and the keeping of the human animal as a slave. That's the religion I'm referring to. Okay? So everybody wants to rebrand everything and call it the same name. You know, you want to call what traditionally the religion of Satanism, which doesn't have to be called Satanism. Okay? I don't care what you call it. It's the old dark occult religion, period. The old hidden exploitation of the human psyche and the laws of nature. If you have that knowledge and other people don't. I call that Satanism. And I call the tenets of only caring about yourself and not caring about what's true or right, not thinking or accepting that there's a true difference inherently between right and wrong behavior, thinking that it's okay for the people who are the most ruthless in society to somehow come on top and rule over other people, as long as we get ours. And who cares about the suffering of other people? And the last tenet of, well, if we're in that position of rulership, well, let's control who propagates their genes and who doesn't. Or in other words, who lives and who dies, which is called eugenics. These are the general tenets of the old religion. I don't care what name you want to slap on it. Call it atonism, call it, dark Luciferianism. I don't care what name you put on it. It doesn't make a difference what name you give it, as long as you understand what it does and what its tenets are. People get too hung up on labels, and then they want to argue. It's like saying, what is Christianity? Well, 10,000 Christians are going to come together and disagree over what Christianity really is. Because there's so many different forms and flavors of it. Understand that when I'm talking about the neo-feminism agenda, I'm talking about it as an extension of this old religion, which I call Satanism. It is a satanic agenda without any question in my mind. And radical forms of it are coming up that are just openly espousing misandry in our society, the radical hatred of men. We'll pick up that thought on the other side of the break, folks. Stay with us. So before the break in the last segment, we were covering different aspects of the intimacy crises that are going on all around the world. We hear about it particularly in Japan. I made the prediction this is coming or already present in the United States. We talked about the rise of asexualism, which is people with just no sexual preference and just are dismissive of sex of any kind, and how that's on the rise because of a lot of the different mind control that's going on in society. And again, this is all part of eugenics. They want this present. We talked about all the different things that destroy sex drives, long work hours, media, pop culture, food, so-called medicines, the pharmaceutical drugs, pollutants in the water, fluoride, etc., radionics and electromagnetic fields, smart things that are going on in smart meters, Wi-Fi networks, chemtrails, soft metals being sprayed on the population for a number of reasons. And, this is just, this all comes together as a perfect storm of eugenics, and people can't see how it all fits together, how it's all working together. They can't see the grand scheme, the grand plan. I was talking about before the break hit is the rise of radical feminism. This idea that, men should just die. We should deliberately control the ability of men to breed, as if this hasn't already been done eugenics throughout our society, where genetics studies show that already about 80% of the genetics is coming from women's lineages as opposed from men's DNA, which shows that most women only breed with approximately 20% of males in society, about a fifth. Whereas 4 out of 5 men basically do not propagate their genes through birthing a child. And this is all done to essentially continue the immoral system that we have and continue the eugenics operation that is already being conducted against the public. This whole idea of women are largely being responsible for the continuation of this immoral culture by who they are choosing to continue to breed with. Women aren't... I was reading another study. It's something I guess I should bring up before, continuing, that women overwhelmingly say that they want a nice, quote-unquote, nice man. They want a moral human being in a partnered relationship. But overwhelmingly, the same studies that have been conducted about what women say they want prove that then they go and do something completely different to that in their actual actions and their behavior. And then they get together with a guy who doesn't have any of those characteristics that they say that they want. Which again, there's cross signals. You have one idea that is planted there, more likely than not by the familial dynamic of their family members telling them you should go and get a, quote, nice guy that will, quote, take care of you. Okay? But then they're looking at what are the pressures of society. What is society saying is acceptable? Looking at all these different factors that they hear about in the mainstream, media and culture and entertainment, etc. And then they go out and pick probably the most immoral, the most ruthless, the one that will accept the chains of the state the most, just to get over on somebody else and make as much money as he can, regardless of what industry he has to go into or how immoral the profession that he has to go into is, just to be considered attractive or desirable by the inauthentic female in our culture. See, it's a feedback loop. The inauthentic female desires the inauthentic male, so more men step into the role of being the inauthentic male. And this is why women have a huge, huge say in the outcome of humanity. Probably more so than men do. Because they get to decide what's the next generation going to be like. Am I going to hold a value system within me that is genuine and true and real and is based on truth and freedom? Or am I going to hold a value system that's all about money and gain and ultimately Satanism? Because that's where we have it right now, folks. Most people are Satanists. I don't care who that offends. The vast bulk of the human population are satanic in their mindset. And therein lies the problem of this entire culture and why we're going into bondage. Because we only care about ourselves. We don't care about what's going on in a wider sense. You want to know what Satanism is? I keep telling people. It's waking up every day and never considering anybody but yourself. You think about your own crap. You think about your own situation. You think about what you have to do to be more comfortable that day or the next day or the day after that. You don't care about justice in the world. You don't care about rights, human rights. You don't care what's going on globally. You don't consider the state as slavery. You don't want real freedom. You don't want to know anything about that because that involves deep learning. That involves true care. That involves real introspection and changing your own mind, changing your own thoughts, which is the solution. Which is why things like this have to be talked about, because they're toxic and poisonous. People are being turned into toxic, poisonous people that don't care about real values. And as a result, What are those, specifically those women, doing? They're going out, they're breeding with the same kind of man that they've been breeding with that has made the world the way that it is. And they keep doing it. Because they say one thing and do another. Contradiction, internal contradiction in consciousness. They don't really want a moral man. They want a man who comes out on top within the immoral society that they're in. That's all they care about. The vast majority. Please, I want to try to refrain as much as possible from ever using blanket statements, okay, when it comes to this dynamic. I will say the vast majority. And hey, are the vast majority of men any different? They'll go into these immoral institutions just to make money, to appeal to, the opposite sex. They don't care about what they're doing. They're just following orders, like going along by rote. Because this is what's going to get me mine. This is going to get me what I want. And therein lies the satanic thinking that's going to lead us into oblivion. And on top of this, now you have the radical sects of neo-feminism that are absolutely openly man-hating, practicing open misandry, the radical hatred of men. Some of them saying all men should just be done away with. And then they'll have some sort. I presume that they'll have some sort of a breeding project, a la Brave New World. We'll have designer babies, that are just taken from our genetic material and propagated, and I guess they'll all be women too. I mean, you could see how sick and imbalanced this becomes at some point. I'm certainly not for the subjugation of any people, let alone women. I think women should enjoy the same exact equal rights under natural law that all beings do, that all beings should enjoy. I said from the beginning, that's the difference between classical feminism, which espoused equality under rights, and neo-feminism, which is all about trying to replace this so-called patriarchy with a matriarchy. We don't have either, folks. We have an occultocracy, a phrase I've been coining and trying to ingrain in people's minds over and over by repeating it every week. We have a society ruled by the dark occultist, the hidden hand, if you will, the controllers that understand all of these dynamics about the human psyche and how they operate and are going to exploit them because the public is painfully and dangerously ignorant of how the human mind works and how the real laws of nature work. So that's the kind of rulership we have. We have an occultocracy. And you want to know what neo-agenda it ultimately leads to? Neo-feudalism, which is what we're already in, folks. We're already in a neo-feudal society. That's the only kind of government there is on the earth, is feudalism. And sadly, that's what a lot of these radical feminist groups would love to see. They want to see this total control system for some reason. They love the nanny state. They think somehow it's strength when in fact it's total chaos and destruction. And the only way we're going to help heal this divide is to bring these attentions to the fore. We can't keep staying silent about these things. We have to put them up in people's faces and talk about it. It's not going to be healed through silence. So, those are the basic issues and dynamics that I wanted to bring up regarding this topic. I'd like to talk a little bit about the reactionary movements that are going on regarding the whole neo-feminism agenda, because of course with every action there's going to be an equal and opposing reaction. And again, many of these just set the stage for confrontation and a further divide and war. That's what they want, war between the sexes. You can't understand. You have to understand, that's all these people want. They want division and war. That's it. They want to continue to suck off of that energy. Because as long as people are divided and at war with each other, they're never going to understand the predator, the mindset of the predator that's already exploiting and preying upon them. I don't understand how people can't grasp that. So you have the men's reaction movements to the neo-feminism agenda. Men's rights activism in general, MRA. And then you have other groups that identify as MGTOW or MGTOW, which stands for, MRA stands for men's rights activism, and then MGTOW stands for men going their own way, which is a men's, I would call it a reactionary movement against the neo-feminism agenda that is about totally cutting off from interaction with women. Men's rights activism largely points out some of these things that I've been talking about over the last many weeks and wants to try to bring some more education and discussion to the fore regarding these things. But again, it's very, both of these seem to me to be very incendiary. I've tried to take a more balanced perspective and not try to foment a further war, which is why I would say I would not consider myself a member of any type of reaction movement such as that. I consider myself an individualist who, studies these dynamics and makes up my own mind about them, and then tries to explain to others how these dynamics are really working in society. I think getting involved with any particular group is probably the wrong answer. I'm not a collectivist in general. In what I consider my nature, I don't see myself anymore. Maybe I once did, so I shouldn't say it's my nature, but I've changed my condition, let's put it that way, to wanting to be involved in groups, to, working on my own, and I will work with certain groups of people if I feel their intent is, pure and well-founded. But I just, don't consider myself a group joiner anymore. I think I learned my lesson on why it's probably a bad idea to get involved in group dynamics, period. Okay? So, you can look at some of these movements and you do see some misogynistic tendencies or outright misogyny within them in some cases. And that's because you're going to get radical people involved in this because it's such a controversial and hot-tempered topic to begin with in most people's minds. So I don't look at that as reflective of any of these entire movements. You have to look at that and say, well, there's going to be extremists in just about anything, and you need to realize they're a small percentage of it. There are many valid points that are brought up within these reaction movements, one of the solutions that they bring up, which I don't really think is a solution, is the idea of just completely separating from interaction with women. I think that's going to largely, I understand it as a defensive mechanism. I can understand it. Hey, if they perceive they're being traumatized by this agenda, they're going to say, let me shut down and not have any interaction. But is that really the solution? I can understand why that is proposed as a solution, but are you really changing anything as a result of doing that? That means you're not going to be interacting with any of these people. They're still going to be under the influences that they have been, all the pressures of mind control and cultural engineering and social engineering, okay? And they're going to still be outputting that same behavior because you're not really doing anything to change it. You're just going into a shell, So this is the idea of the sexodus. Many articles have been written on this. Maybe I'll post some links to some of them. I think there was a good two-part series by, I think it was an InfoWars reporter. I think it was Paul Joseph Watson. I'm not 100% certain, so don't hold me to that. But I'll look up some good articles on this concept of the sexodus, the dropping out of society by the American male, and really the male everywhere throughout the world, because they see that modern females have become so, I guess, mentally weakened in their in these different forms of social engineering that have been done to them, but many of them don't even understand that it's been done through social engineering. Again, where a lot of these groups fall into is that this is just the nature of women, which I see as the greatest danger within those movements. Okay, you could hear some of the gripes from some of these movements and accept those gripes as valid. Okay, because they're seeing the symptoms, as I've explained a lot of the symptoms. Okay, but the proposed solution is to just go into defense mechanism mode and not interact. That I see I understand it as a short-term defense mechanism, but long-term, I would say that's going to lead to more problems. Because what you're doing is you're just going to allow the social engineering to take its course without any resistance. Men are, if they're awake, are going to have to bring knowledge of how this agenda is a eugenics agenda to the table and confront women with that who have fallen into it. You can't. So I'm kind of wrapping up the neo-feminism agenda topic, and maybe I will continue this next week. Maybe I'll do an all-call-in show next week on this to let people air their comments or questions or concerns. But I feel like I've touched on most of the topics that I want to touch on, and I left on that note of the whole MRA and MGTOW movements as what I consider kind of reactionary to this, understanding a lot of their concerns that they bring up, recognizing that many of them do see the symptoms of what's happened in the social, socio-sexual divide between the sexes in our society, but many of them incorrectly ascribing this to quote-unquote human nature or quote-unquote female nature, which is absolutely the deepest trap that one could fall into when approaching this topic in general. Almost overwhelmingly, you do not see people within these movements as being spiritually awakened. They are very left-brained. They have a lot of knowledge and information about what has gone on, but many of them are of this total left-brain scientism religion that will not allow them to see the nature of the control system that really is in place occultically. Even many of them are anti-state and have understood the violence that's inherent in statism, but yet they still don't see that as connected to morality and don't understand the nature of objective morality, certainly don't understand natural law to a deep extent, and most definitely do not understand the occult aspects of the control system. And that's the number one thing. If you go back to my Streetwise Spirituality seminar, which I wish a lot of people within these type of movements would look at, the very first characteristic of being truly spiritually awakened that I listed in that seminar, Streetwise Spirituality, was knowing about the occult and understanding that it has both dark and light sides to it. That was the number one criteria for being truly spiritually awake. Out of all the other possible things that it means to be enlightened or awakened, that was what I listed as number one, as the most important characteristic. And everywhere I look, it always comes back to that one dynamic, ladies and gentlemen. Always. The people who are deeply awake, who are truly awake, understand the occult. I'm not saying they have to be practicing occultists, okay? Hear what I'm saying, not what you want to hear in what I'm saying. I'm saying they know of the existence of occultism. They know what it is. They know how it's used. That's the difference between the people who are truly awake and the people who think that they're awake. So I just want to wrap up on this topic is, in these reactionary movements, the biggest danger is to think that this is all female nature and to dismiss the influence of social engineering and mind control. The people within these movements have to become deeply awoken spiritually and understand the nature of the occult forms of mind control that have been used against our society. If you don't understand that, you don't really understand the nature of what's going on around you. Completely removing yourself from the equation is not the answer long term. I get why people want to do that as a defensive mechanism, because they've been traumatized by this. Okay? You want to do that for a time? I did that for a time, folks. Didn't interact with anybody. People thought I was some weird hermit or something. But what I was doing in that time was I was getting my head straight and I was learning about what was going on in our world. Deep amounts of knowledge and learning were being taken in. And then I had to make the decision to do something with that knowledge. That's not where it ends, that's where it begins. What you have to do is get in there and confront people. Explain this, not stay silent, not stay hidden, not stay to yourself. You need to put yourself out there in the world if you want to make it better. You got to get involved. They're playing their dark, sick, twisted game that leads to eugenics and the destruction of human freedom. We have to get on the battlefield and play the real game of awakening the human mind to the truth, to true care and to right action. That's called the great work. And it involves courage. It involves persistence. And it involves real care for all. It involves understanding that this is not human nature, what we are experiencing. This is the deeply mind-controlled human condition. And I think that's a good place to leave this topic at, except for, of course, we'll be exploring it more in the calls. You know, I think it's an encouraging thing, and yet it's something that people should be concerned about at the same time, because they're really going to try to collapse the economy here in a way that they can justify them to bring in martial law because, the people are in disarray and upheaval, and, we have to bring order to this. It's going to be kind of a false flag event created financially in many ways,
Yes, it is. And we want to get back to the discussion of course, social engineering that is going on with men and women, the feminist movement, of course. Gloria Steinem admitted publicly that she was funded and helped directly by the CIA.
That's right.
And I just want people to understand that, I've been through hell, folks. I lost 4 good friends that never made it out of Hardin, Delaware, where I grew up. I watched them get killed by the cult. And I live my life now for every human being that has been ritually murdered by the Illuminati Satanists. I am standing up and standing in their place, those who have been murdered, and declaring the truth to the American people and the world and the universe. And my life is not my own. My life belongs to natural law, and my life belongs to justice.
It's amazing, Jay, with how many people are involved in this that we're not seeing more whistleblowers come forward. It's like I guess it just takes a specific kind of constitution that somehow transcends this programming, and it happens for it seems like the fewest of the few to ever come out of this. And it's just like I would have thought by now that with what I knew about how the occult works, that there would be so many whistleblowers coming forward at this time, and it just seems like there's just not that much resolve on their part or courage on their part. It seems like they've either been so frightened into the protection of their existing paradigm, or either that they just have the mind control has worked on them so completely that they haven't just been able to break that programming. And that's kind of like what a conference like Free Your Mind is all about too. It's getting people to come together almost like in a group support type situation where they can help grow each other's strength, because it does take an amount of courage to start speaking out and saying the truth, especially when you understand the forces that we're up against and how they can make what they want happen because they have unlimited resources at their disposal, and they have an unlimited amount of minds that are willing to give their power over to them, And yet even in those odds, we're saying we're not giving up, we're not giving in, we're going to move forward, we're going to use our will to press forward. And it doesn't make a difference what happens to us here physically, because we're fighting a battle that goes beyond the physical. We're fighting a battle in spiritual warfare. We're in the spiritual trenches,
Absolutely. Well, science is now catching up to what certain philosophers have been saying for years. And all I got to say is, Mark, you're doing great work, showing people, what Terence McKenna showed people, to get people to understand that culture is your enemy.
That's right.
Pop culture and indoctrination, I mean schooling, is your enemy. Okay? You can keep people down for a long time, Mark, but I'm telling you right now, we're at a phase where, people, I just 10 years ago, you wouldn't have seen on YouTube a video of a naked man, crawling on a sheet rope, climbing out of a window in Buckingham Palace. You wouldn't have seen that 10 years ago, I don't think. And what I'm saying is energy is coming into the Earth from the center of the galaxy, according to some scientists. I'm going to get more information on this. But the voodoo that you do, Illuminati, it's wearing thin. You don't have the power to keep human consciousness down forever. And you can blow your smoke all you want, but truth is so powerful.
Right.
And I can tell you, EFT helped reprogram me. Okay, and that takes some effort. But I tell you, truth reprogrammed me a hell of a lot more.
Absolutely. There's no substitute for standing within that power and that energy, which is truth. And when people do that and they exercise that level of courage and they have resolve to move forward in consciousness and grow their conscience, grow in the knowledge of the difference between right and wrong and let that knowledge guide their behavior, nothing is going to stand in the way of that. It doesn't make a difference, how seemingly powerful this control system has been. Those numbers are rising, and that energy will pick up steam as the years roll on, and pretty soon this is going to become common knowledge. That doesn't mean we don't have a lot of work to do. There's still a lot of sleeping people out there, but you could definitely tell more and more people are hungry for this information, and they're coming online to it a lot faster.
What you think and where your heart's at is of utmost importance in this reality.
Because it's ultimately going to determine the seemingly external experience that we're having.
Yep.
I mean, that's the real law of attraction, folks, As we treat other people, the whole society will be. The more people that are doing violence because they think that that's some kind of a right, and, they have been designated with the ability to do an action that really causes harm, and more people believe that, the more enslaved in the aggregate an entire society is going to be. The more people who really understand the difference between right and wrong and have developed a conscience and then exercise that conscience by willfully choosing the right over the wrong, you're going to see in the aggregate a society become more and more free. It's just that general concept, that overarching natural law, what I call the law of freedom. Yes, there is a law or a mechanism that governs whether a society is free. It's an algorithm, you might call it. It's as morality increases, freedom increases, and as morality in the aggregate in a population declines or wanes, freedom declines or wanes, and you have more and more enslavement and tyranny come into that society, into that culture. It's just a very simple equation, and unfortunately most people still haven't seen that that's really how it works, and this is a natural universal law that is just in place in the universe that governs whether a society is free or not. Once we come to that awakening as a people, maybe we could start making some progress and break down this outdated, immoral system that really isn't serving who we are, and create something much better in its place.
Well, we've run out of time, Mark. We've run out of time with the Rothschild banking system because in 1 year it's going to have competition and totally fall. It will fall because I guarantee you the Chinese and the Russians and the Brazilians, I mean all the other countries that are trying to get out from under of the British Anglo Empire, they realize they have a choice: stand up or die. You know, it all comes down. Look at the flags of the American Revolution, for God's sakes. Live free or die.
Yep.
Join or die.
Yep.
Okay?
I mean,
it's about stand up for your life if you value your
right.
life.
They were telling people back then, this is an issue of life or death. You know, this isn't something to be taken lightly. And, you know, I constantly think about a lot of the sacrifice of those men to win the modicum of freedom that they were able to, and how it seems that we've squandered it in the modern world. You know, and I think we're doing our ancestors, the legacy of our ancestors, a grave injustice if we don't stand up right now. Now is the time to stand up. Now is the time to speak up, speak the truth to other people, unapologetically, you know, and consistently, you know, and that's what this is all about. That's what the great work is all about, folks, you know. So, you know, in kind of keeping with that and the transition over, and I'll start taking calls in the next segment, hopefully. You know, over the last many weeks, I've been talking about a pretty controversial topic that a lot of people don't want to hear, they don't want to get into, and it's kind of like ignored as the big elephant in the room, and this is this topic of the war that's going on between the sexes in our society. And it's a war that was largely fomented by a lot of secret societies, occult organizations, covert think tanks that are working toward globalism and human enslavement, eugenics groups, you know, covert eugenics groups, and also, you know, socialist schools of thought and Marxist schools of thought and intelligence agencies. I mean, you have all of these draconian groups working together, seemingly pushing the same agenda, and it's all because that this agenda leads to one place: bondage, enslavement, tyranny, you know, total control by the state being wed as some, you know, evil, psychopathic, overarching dark father figure or dark, you know, husband figure to the women of a society. And in doing so, it acts as a form of controlled breeding. It acts as a form of what I call epi-eugenics. Eugenics that is not waged through physical control of genes or physical control of the breeding of a population, like, let's say, through something like forced sterilization. No, this works through mind control, and then as a result of that deep mind control conditioning, that social engineering that is in place and entrenched within a large, overwhelmingly large portion of one gender, of one sex of the human species, then it propagates out as controlled or selective breeding, or in other words, eugenics, throughout the entire society. This is a topic that I've been covering over about the last 4 or 5 weeks on the show. And, you know, I've taken a few calls from people at the end of some of the shows, but want to kind of get your take on, you know, this whole thing, and then we'll move to some callers and get their concerns or their comments or their questions, and you could chime in on some of that. One of the things I want to just wrap up kind of on this topic on before I move to you, Jay, to say what your take on this last, you know, several weeks of material that I've been putting out, is that I just want to say there's one other aspect that I'd really like to touch on when it comes to this whole topic, and that is the power of real women. You know, when women step into their true power, when they step into their true selves, and they stop, you know, wanting to be manipulated by this control system that promises them things in return for their obedience or compliance, what kind of power and effect they can have on the world. So we'll pick up that on the other side of this break, folks. Stay with us. Before the last break, I was just talking about, you know, I wanted to bring up a positive aspect of the material that I have been covering, and just briefly put out there what I feel is the inherent power that exists in women, that exists in the female gender of our species, to help to heal humanity. You know, women could be some of the most powerful influencers. They could be some of the most powerful healing agents if they choose to step into that power and into that role within our society. You know, it's just so few of them have, you know, kind of decided that that's what they want to do, that that's, you know, the work that they want to do and accomplish in this life. You know, I want to go back and just briefly mention that movie Jupiter Ascending, which I was talking about before, that I really thought the implementation of it was sort of weak, but I thought the theme of the movie was strong, in that a heroine character, a female-based hero character, needed to make a decision about whether she was going to, this is the overarching plot of the movie without getting into a specific spoiler. The choice that is placed before the heroine of the film is that, does she do what is comfortable for her and her family, or do what is required to just save her and her family, or does she step into the larger form of love, which is agape? In other words, family love and the love of just ones that are close to you is known as philos. You have romantic love, which is eros, okay? Then philos is the form of love that is between family members and siblings and friends, etc. But then you have the form of love that they talked about in the Greek mystery traditions that was called agape in Greek. And agape means universal love. It means true care, wider care, and caring for all, care for truth, care for that there's justice in society, care for other people's suffering in general. And she has to make a decision whether she wants to stay in this just familial based love of family and close ones that are close to her, or does she move into care for all of humanity and truly do the right thing and not care about what happens to just her. And this is stepping out of the satanic mindset, really. It's stepping out of the mindset of me all day long, and thinking about something bigger and deeper and more universal in your concern and in your care. And that's what I felt the movie did a very good job at portraying, that choice or that theme. While I personally didn't really particularly think it was a greatly implemented movie. That's kind of almost neither here nor there. The allegory was what was powerful and informative and true. So in that sense, I think people could learn a good bit from it. But Jay, I'm going to go to you in a second just to get your take. I just want to say that if the vast majority of women in this world would step into their role as nurturers, true caretakers, true protectors of the youth and the innocence of our society, and not be kind of influenced by all of the lures of the state and the so-called protection that they think it gives them, or the security that they think it affords them, they could really step in to the power of being able to act as a healing influence for humanity, simply in their capacity to influence order followers to stop doing what they are doing and to quit their jobs. That's the number one role that I think humanity, the power that women can step into to heal humanity. Because let's face it, folks, the vast majority of people who are truly creating, who are acting as the creators of the Dark New World Order, as physical dominators, are men. And the women that they are around and with on a daily basis have to start dissuading them from doing this and not supporting what they're doing and not supporting the roles that these power-hungry men and largely immoral men are stepping into for a paycheck. And that needs to stop being thought of as acceptable, and women have the ability to do this if they first waken themselves, and it's going to be a very, tall order. But, I think we're already starting to see, this in a very small way. And, I think with events like Ferguson painting the police really as they truly are, people are waking up to what's really going on and the brutality and the violent nature of what's been going on in this society for a long time. I think we're starting to see, this turn a little bit. Jay, I want to go to you and get your thoughts on just in general the topic of neo-feminism that I've brought up over the last several weeks, and if you can comment on, this idea that I think women can step into the role of some of the most powerful agents of change amongst us, in their capacity to influence order followers to stop doing what they're doing.
Oh, absolutely. We all have our role to play in healing this planet and our species, and it's time to stop saying I'm powerless It's time to stop saying somebody else has got to do this, I don't have time. And it's time to say, I answer to a higher power.
Yep.
I answer to justice, to love, to honor, to truth. And lay your life down, and, as Jesus Christ said, and you will gain your life.
That's right.
And this is what I have discovered in the last 14 years of study. The further I go down the rabbit hole, okay, I see the corrupt. Nobody studies the corruption as much as me. You know, I joke, but you know, it's a lot. I spend a lot of time looking at what they're doing to destroy the planet with their Fukushimas, and they're putting all the radioactive waste from every nuclear power plant in Europe is pumped directly into the North Atlantic and the English Channel through a processing facility in France. What are these people, mad? They're pumping raw cesium-137, which has a half-life of 30,000 years, directly into the North Atlantic Ocean and the English Channel, which is now getting into the fish and the seashells, and you know, it's just like, what is this? I mean, I'm telling you right now, there's a lot of people in this world that don't have the knowledge that you and I have, Mark. But when the 40% decrease happens in the petrodollar, you're going to see people saying, okay, I've had enough. Because the American government has gotten, by and large, nothing but cooperation from the American people. With every war, with every intervention, every nation building, every lie, we have obeyed and we have endured the corruption. But now it is apparent to people that have something left of a mind that the oligarchs want total destruction of the middle class and slavery for everyone but themselves. So in the vein of, you know, talking about social engineering, and this is what the breakup of the American family was, nothing but a eugenics operation.
Yep.
But the you were talking about Louis Schlafly's?
Phyllis Schlafly's book.
Yeah.
The Who Killed the American Family. Yeah.
Now
she laid out a lot of it in that book.
Now I haven't looked at her research, but I have looked at Dr. John Coleman's book and read that, Tavistock Institute for Human Relations.
That's right.
And you have to get that book, because, you know, if you want to quit your television addiction, just read that book. You'll turn the TV off. Trust me.
Oh yeah, I mean, it goes deep into how these think tanks, you know, largely based overseas, you know, set the agenda for popular culture and, you know, basically steer whole societies, because they understand the deep psychology that is required to be understood in order to manipulate people based on their, you know, internal psychological mechanisms and, you know, their base desires and instincts, etc. And they know how to push just the right buttons and, you know, steer entire societies the way they want them to go. You know,
and it's amazing how the Marxists and the fascists, you know, which basically it's a joke.
The opposames, yeah.
The opposames, exactly. Because, you know, they say, oh, the Nazis were the opposite of the Soviets.
Yeah. Excuse
Excuse me, when you look at the societies of the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany, they're identical.
Yeah.
So the opposame trip is not working. And, you know, Mark, people are waking up. And I tell you the truth here. I know in my heart that when you look at people like Laura Eisenhower, when you look at people like Kate B., you know, who shamanic endeavors, you know, doing things on a one-to-one basis, reaching out to people, trying to teach them about their own power, about
Right.
how to disconnect from the lie and start walking the center path. I'm telling you, the change is going to happen. It's going to be positive. Because I don't know, maybe I've lost my mind, but I feel that when they pull their next 1929 crash, or their boom, 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 we got to go to war to protect ourselves, I'm sorry, the American people are fed up with war. And you know, you can convince a bunch of eggheads that it's necessary to invade Russia, but this ain't going to fly. So let's, you know, I want to get back to you talking about the destruction of the male and female natural relationship, and you know, talk about the social engineering. But I recommend that everyone go out and seek Aaron Russo's last interview with Infowars.com with Alex Jones.
Oh, yeah, that was a great interview.
With
Aaron. Yeah.
With Aaron Russo, his last full-length interview with Alex Jones. He goes into Nicholas Rockefeller joking about, oh, we created the feminist movement to destroy the family so we could tax both the men and the women and destroy the family, and then big daddy government
get the children,
would become
get the children into the government indoctrination camps, and you know, they'll be the next Hitler Jugend.
Well, the government wants to put children in school at the age of 3 now.
I mean, like I said, folks, during the expose of the neo-feminist agenda that I did over the last several weeks, you know, I laid out a lot of the think tanks that are involved, and if you just look into their work, they're quite open about it. It's not even like they're even trying to hide it, you know. I mean, the Frankfurt School and, you know, those who were working through Antonio Gramsci's plan of the long march through the cultural institutions constantly talked about that we need to break down the family dynamic, because that's the thing that, you know, it acts as the social cohesiveness within you know, a people that we want to conquer, that we want to rule over, you know, and they're very open about their strategy. I mean, a caller called in last week, I think it was last week, to talk about that right in the Satanic Witch, which I called a field manual for the neo-feminism agenda. It says right in the introduction, which was written by LaVey's daughter, Zena, that this is a manual for eugenics. It says it's a manual for selective breeding, which is eugenics, and it uses the word eugenics. She uses the word eugenics, so they're very out in the open about it, you know. I mean, the Fabian Society, you know, who's also a big part of this, you know, neo-Marxist, you know, neo-socialism coming in and essentially breaking up the family unit, you know, playing the two sexes off against each other. You know, their logo is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Literally, they're telling you we're trying to conquer a society from the inside. You know, and that's really what the Nazis and the communists did. They tried it out in the open to have their open revolutions, and when people rebelled because they knew it was slavery, they said, well, you know, we'll just shake hands. We'll work behind the scenes. We'll conquer governments covertly. We'll conquer societies covertly through their social institutions. And then, you know, we'll divide the spoils on the other side after we have them enslaved. You know, they just shook hands behind the scenes. And this is that occultocracy that I've been talking about. You know, we don't live in a patriarchy or a matriarchy. We live in what I call the occultocracy, the rule by the dark occultists. The forces that went behind the scenes, that wanted to wage war covertly through mind control, through social engineering, through eugenics, through epi-eugenics, as I call it. And they've been very, very successful because up until now, people have not been able to really pick apart their agenda and understand all the aspects and all the elements of their plan from a focused analysis point of view, as operational warfare, you know, as a not only a psyop strategy, but a eugenics strategy. And I think we are seeing the very beginnings of people starting to wake up to that agenda. Jay, your thoughts on that?
People are waking up, Mark, more and more. This is because of the internet, and you know, it's just funny that they're Anonymous is doing a program where they're actively seeking out the pedophile cults of the Illuminati and trying to expose them.
Yeah, I know there's a big one going on in the north of London, and I can't remember the district name, but a lot of names coming out, and they're doing some fact-finding sessions there to see, the extent of it. I'm sure they're going to realize how extensive it is once they start going down this rabbit hole. And I think England has been doing a much better job at exposing the pedophilia and the ritual pedophilia, the satanic ritual abuse that's going on within their society. I think the United States should take a lesson from them as far as speaking up about this and exposing it. But it is happening. It's going on, and it needs to continue and needs to go much further than it already has.
Hey,
hi,
you have been... Oh, hi, Jay. How are you doing, my friend?
Good.
Excellent. It is such an honor and a pleasure to call back in after many, many months. I have been studying like Jay. We kind of delve into the darkness of this world. Mark, your topics, I can't believe that you continue to amaze your audience. I mean, the insidious neo-feminist agenda, the emasculation of the American and Western male, the despiritualization of the inauthentic and a man and woman. I mean, dude, you are tearing it up.
Well, Bob, I appreciate that so much. It could be a controversial topic to head into, but I think I did it in a tempered way, and I think a lot of people came away from it with a very increased understanding of a very important part of the agenda that is really tearing the world apart, not just America, but the entire world through fomenting this war between the sexes. And the information that I brought forward was, again, first and foremost about trying to empower people through that knowledge so that we can heal that divide that has been widened between the sexes. And hopefully this information will help to start bringing about that type of a healing process.
I agree 100%, Mark, and I'm in full agreement with your assessment that the role of the sacred female in our culture and in the reality we live in has been stifled, stunted, and debilitated. She, along with the inauthentic male, such as myself, working 50 hours a week to make our pittance of a slave credits in our minor bank accounts to be able to scratch and pay our bills while our children, her children, lament in the care of strangers so that we can buy more plastic things and another vehicle that we can't afford and insurances and things that we don't need while our children lament in private hands that strangers we don't even know, Mark. The sadness in her eyes I see every day myself in the workplace. I see it in the dark, sad eyes of the child picked up at 6 p.m. in the evening. Mark, it's heartbreaking.
Well, Bob, don't be so hard on yourself because, I wouldn't even count you as that inauthentic male because at least you're mentally emancipated and understand what's going on and you understand this agenda. I'd call the inauthentic male someone that doesn't even really understand what's going on or almost delights in being part of that hierarchical order or process. At least that's not your mental attitude. You know what's going on, and you're trying to become involved as much as possible to be a part of doing something about that. That's a long way from the type of totally in the box thinking that I'm talking about when I'm talking about the inauthentic being. So I wouldn't sell yourself short, man. You've done the work as well and put out information out there and interviewed people and touched on topics that are very esoteric and very liberating to human consciousness if they're properly understood. So I think you're definitely on the right side and part of the healing process. But I understand what you mean. In so being physically still a part of that system, you want to emancipate yourself physically from that as well.
Absolutely, and you're very kind to say that, Mark. We won't even touch about the emasculated male and my similarities to that. But at any rate, my good friend, there are a couple of points under neo-feminism, and two of them were in the ancient days, as Jay knows, as he has shared on his show, SRA Today, on Blog Talk radio on Type 1 Radio Ashram, that in the ancients would sacrifice their own infants on a stone slab, to the god Molech, the dark horned god Molech. And to this day, Mark, infants are still seen through like you said, an eugenics operation that the dark occultists don't even need to do it themselves. My God, Mark, the people place their infants up on the slab, and young couples, Mark, who are not married, who are struggling, and who all of a sudden find themselves pregnant with a baby, they often the infant is aborted, Mark. It's a nightmare. The factories are churning, Mark. Nothing has changed. Mark, can I stay over?
Absolutely. Well, no taboo topics, of course. There never are on this show. But if you'd like to call in and talk about the neo-feminism agenda, the topic that I've just completed covering over the last 5 shows or so on What on Earth is Happening, I'd like to take some calls regarding that. We were talking to Bob from Cincinnati before the break hit us. Bob, you were talking about how abortion really plays a major role in this agenda as well, and I wholeheartedly agree with you.
Absolutely, Mark. The mind control, and that's exactly what it is. People laugh sometimes, people who are unaware of the term mind control. As soon as you say that word or that phrase, they automatically go into cognitive dissonance, and they layer on what they've been taught what mind control means, which is a form of classic 1950s Manchurian Candidate brainwashing. But as you and I and Jay and others who've studied this deeply know, mind control is a subtle, a very quiet influencing of the thought process. And this plays exactly into the thought process of young people who don't know the world, don't understand what's going on, don't understand their responsibilities to humanity and natural law, and when they're knee-deep in debt, and all of a sudden the prospect of an infant appears in their world, they're not wed, they have no income coming in. The system, Mark, as you know, the system has created a convenient place for them to deposit the infant into the arms of death. And God, Mark, how I weep, and it pains me. And thanks to your show 4 or 5 years ago, when I first started listening to What on Earth is Happening, my God, the light came on. And this is not a political issue. The dark occult politicized this. This is a spiritual issue. Yes. This has to do with obeying natural law, period, full stop. And I know you know that, Mark. I'm just sharing this with your audience, some of the audience that might not see it this way. But I would like to hear your thoughts on that before I make another point.
Without any question, the whole abortion agenda is a 100% ritual sacrifice, never-ending factory. You know, that's they want bloodletting of humans, of animals, going 24/7 on this planet, and they essentially have that. I mean, that's what a satanic culture does. A satanic culture continuously kills. It's about death. It's the cult of death. It's the order of death. You know, it's the cult of the black sun, as I talked about over the past many weeks. This is the inversion of everything that is positive, that is based on life, that is based on truth. You know, it's the inversion of all of that. And they want to turn nature on its head, they want to turn natural law on its head, and they want to rule in hell. You know, they're perfectly content to do that because these beings are devoid of truth, they're devoid of joy, they're, you know, devoid of any true emotion, of any true creative capacity, and they want other beings to be as miserable as they are and in hell with them. And like I said, they're doing a very successful job, but simultaneously the light side of things is also doing a relentless job at exposing this darkness in our world. And you know, have had a modicum of success in waking some people up. We just have to push this a lot farther and get a lot more people involved to do the great work, and then we'll be making some real progress, I think. Jay, your take on this?
Well, I just sit back in amazement at the status quo churches today, okay, when it comes to allowing fetal tissue to be put in vaccines and in Pepsi.
Yes.
Where are the anti-abortion people? Are they down in Atlanta surrounding the Pepsi headquarters? No, they're not. You know what I mean? Because
what kind of deep, religious people are getting involved to, talk about that this stuff is being used in food products, or in vaccines,
it's in
like
Pepsi.
You said. Yeah.
There's fetal tissue in Pepsi. Pepsi uses human baby fetal tissue as a flavoring. You know about this, right?
I've heard.
And the board of directors, the stockholders of PepsiCo, tried to stop Pepsi from putting fetal tissue into the Pepsi, and the federal government sided with Pepsi company and said the stockholders cannot force them to take the fetal tissue out of the Pepsi.
You and also you don't see things like priests or religious leaders getting involved in trying to get this stuff taken out of like vaccines.
Why aren't they protesting that humans are being fed to humans?
Yeah.
If they're so goddamn righteous? Because I'm protesting it.
It just goes to show you the inactivity that a lot of people are in because they're held back with certain beliefs, or they're so afraid of what other people will think of them. It's this whole idea that they won't step out of their comfort zone, they won't step out of their position to speak up on something because, then what will people think of me in my official capacity as this or that, That's why I'm just so always hesitant of groups, groupthink behavior, religious institutions, etc. It's like these people set up boundaries for themselves, and then when the truth comes along and shatters that boundary, they won't go where the truth leads because they're too comfortable within their own little boundary that they've set up for themselves. Their role, their community status, the money that they're making, etc., the status in society that they enjoy. They'd rather protect that, and so then they'll just protect the whole paradigm. They'll go along, for the whole ball of wax and protect the paradigm. That's why I call a lot of these people in science, in religion, in government positions, etc. They're the paradigm protectors. Even many of them who know some of the things that are going on, they won't step outside of that role and take it to its full conclusion or its full measures as it needs to be if we're going to put this into hyperdrive and really wake up the public. It's going to take a lot more sacrifice on people's part, I think, to really step into, the heart energy, the power of true care to really be a warrior for the truth. And it's not an easily done thing. Like, again, I go back to thinking about how few people have been whistleblowers regarding the occult. What about even the positive side of the occult? Well, I happen to know for a fact there's thousands and thousands of people who know about, really understand about consciousness and how it works, understand about the mind control, understand about the positive aspects of occult information, and yet they stay silent about them because they have this old hermetic notion of don't cast the pearls before the swine, this elitist attitude when it comes to spiritual information. It's not going to get done that way either. That's just as bad as staying silent for all those selfish reasons. Now you're kind of taking this spiritual elitist attitude and you're going to stay silent for those reasons. It's like, one is purely ego driven and the other one is like kind of like you think you've transcended the ego to such an extent that this information is too good for some people and they're unworthy of it. I think we went down into a slippery slope by a lot of people taking that kind of a mental attitude and not saying, hey, this is information that should be spread in an egalitarian fashion and people should just be handed it like an adult, and that's your dharma to do that. That's the work that you need to do that, to place that information out there, and that's their karma, whether they're going to accept it or not, whether they're going to take it and integrate it and use it for the betterment of humanity or not, that's their karmic, influence or their karmic situation, however you want to look at it. So, I think that just more people need to step up and forget about these classical roles or what other people think or what they've been told about what they should do with this knowledge, and we should just all bring it to the table and speak it constantly. That whole idea of alchemy being labor and constancy. In other words, it's work, but it's work that needs to be done continuously. There isn't going to be a total break in this for anybody. It's a heavy weight that needs to be picked up by all equally and moved, and we can move it if we all pick up some of that weight. And as the saying goes, many hands make light work, but it's still a continuous effort that needs to be exercised on our part.
That's right. And occultists need to speak out, Mark. They have been silent. Good occultists, people who know the truth of natural law, who are keeping silent. You will have to answer for that. The age of Pisces is over. It's time to speak. And Mark, I just want to say one last thing about epi-eugenics.
Yes.
There is a self-sterilization going on. The Germans, right before World War II, experimented with sterilization by drawing couples who they saw as Untermenschen, subhumans, which, of course, is just their dark ideology of nonsense. But they would bring the couples into the office, and they would have an X-ray machine in the desk. And they experimented with this, and they found that by high doses of radiation from X-ray, they could get a small percentage of people sterilized. Now, Mark, it's failed. I know, it's horrific to think about.
Bob, they're doing that every day with these police trucks taking X-rays in people's house, without their informed consent, just hitting the population wherever they feel like it to penetrate and look into the homes. That's been going on. That's been going on from police helicopters.
Mark,
they've been hitting the public with these X-rays. I was just talking about it with my friend John today. They've been hitting these people, the population, with these rays, and who knows what that's doing to the fertility rates. You're absolutely right.
I've got a darker one for you, Mark. We're doing, once again, the dark occultists don't need to do anything. We're doing it to ourselves. Ladies, just sit that laptop right on your lap and irradiate your ovaries day in, day out. Or was it that cell phone in your back pocket? Set it right next to your duff and get that radiation so close every day. Irradiate your ovaries. Or was that your sperm disappearing day and night? Oh, well, I've got one last one for you. Stick that cell phone right next to your head as you speak every day, irradiating your brain. Ladies and gentlemen, what a pleasure. I will see you both at Free Your Mind 3. Pick up your tickets today.
All right, let's move on. Let's hear from another caller. Let's go to Mike in Colorado. Mike, you're live on What on Earth is Happening. Welcome to the show.
Well, thank you very much. I wanted to say, Mark, your work on the neo-feminism your analysis is spot on, and the way that you explained it really, I think, gives people a good idea of what's happening and what's going on with the outside world.
Well, I appreciate that.
Well, the idea to empower women and, as you said, have them step into their power, I think for all humanity and all human beings, for me, what's a paramount understanding is that if it's of the mind of man, it's a fabrication.
In general, yeah. I mean, if it doesn't exist in nature and we believe in it, that's a construct that's invented by us that's really only going to take us down a dark path. The idea here is to stop accepting illusion as reality and get back to a deep understanding of the natural world as it really exists. Absolutely.
Well, or even a light path. So when I hear the term that people need to wake up, that's a mental construct as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's not to say that there aren't different levels of consciousness. I guess it's just kind of like a way of putting something, like a metaphor, that their level of consciousness is so low it approximates not being conscious. It approximates a form of unconsciousness because they're unable to see certain things that are actually before them in the natural world, or they are in denial of the acceptance that those things exist in the natural world before them in their actual physical presence, in their physical experience. That's kind of where that whole construct or that whole idea came from, of comparing the people who are very unaware to being quote-unquote asleep, and the people who are aware to being quote unquote awake. My criterion, the criteria that I look at of being really spiritually awake differs a lot from what people traditionally look at that as, and you can get an idea for that if you check out my Streetwise Spirituality seminar, where I go through the points about what I feel it means to really be awakened spiritually.
Well, sure, and you get that innately, and I do too, but I think listeners and I think the people walking around this world, they don't realize that the satanic agenda is a total fabrication. They don't understand it. They think it's something like there's the Satan thing that's going to come and take their children from underneath the bed. And so they're disempowered because
they don't grasp that
they don't
it's an
realize it's not real.
incremental process. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I mean, they don't realize it's not real. And you can step out of it in any second.
Sure, because it's all based in getting people to accept illusions that aren't real. Sure. The farther away that they push people from the natural reality, the more into the satanic world they have pushed them. And the solution lies into coming back to a deep understanding of what's real and what's not real. Again, the ability to discern truth from falsehood, which is really where we started this whole discussion. The whole show started with that whole concept, that's what is ultimately required. The satanic mindset keeps people in an illusory identification. And as long as they're in that type of a low vibratory identification, they're open to all kinds of manipulatory tactics. And they can be kept in an artificial version of reality.
Right.
Jay, your take on that?
Well, what you just said was totally right on. That's all I have to say. I mean, I couldn't have said it any better.
How do we talk?
It's part of what they don't understand. Part of what they don't understand, Mike, is that this is an incremental process. It's not something that happens overnight. A society doesn't just wake up the next day and find everything has changed and everything has gone bad. It happens so slowly that many people don't have that long historical worldview to understand these patterns. They're not educated enough in actual world history to see, hey, this is not something that's new. This has gone on before. Techniques very familiar to what are being used and employed now have been used, and we've been down this path before as a species, and until we actually come out of their manipulative methods, nothing's going to change. We were talking to Mike in Colorado before the break hit us in the last segment. Mike, I'll bring you back on and let you finish up your thoughts from the last segment.
Thanks, Mark. Well, I'm sitting here and I'm wondering, maybe we need to make up some new words so people can understand.
Okay.
Because if you tell a Democrat that Democrat is a construct, it doesn't sink in.
Sure. Because they're so identified with it.
Exactly. And, I mean, even, you call a tree, that's a construct as well, and it's that fundamentally basic. And we've trapped ourselves into this thing. And I listened to you, and I've seen your work for a few years, and I think you're fantastic, and I think you work your tail off to try to get that across to people. But
yeah, it's called ego identification. It's like, when people are asked, what are you, or who are you, most of them stretch for a role that they're playing in society, or think of themselves as their job, or, the type of person that they are. Most of them don't even think, I'm a being that is having an experience, in the physical domain, but my nature is of spirit, and, this is all a growth process and a learning process to develop the soul, to develop the, individuated unit of consciousness that we would refer to as the soul. Most people don't even have that type of a perspective. They're so bound in a worldly way to an ego-based role. It's what I called ego identification in early material that I covered on this show. And I think people would definitely benefit from, getting a deep understanding of what that ego attachment and ego identification is all about, because it helps people to understand just how deeply in mind control people can be as a result of clinging to these roles as their identity in life and thinking that there's nothing outside of that.
Well, and that also makes me wonder what guys like you and I did karmically to be here with all these people who don't get it.
Or maybe we chose it willfully because we're the best people for the job out there in the universe. Who knows, That's how I have to look at it. I can't look at at this as punishment. It's like I look at this as a mission. And, I think we were kind of spiritual warriors that willfully volunteered for this mission. That's the way I look at it. They said, hey, we got a planet out there that's going to be a real tough nut to crack. And we said, yeah, watch this. I think that's the kind of team that we are. That's the kind of away mission players that we are.
Well, and good for you, and thanks for your work, and keep it up, brother.
You got it, my friend. Thanks so much. Hey, Mike, that's the only way I think we can look at it. If we look at it a different way, we might drive ourselves crazy. You know what I mean? I kind of had that take of, hey, maybe I'm here because karmically I did something really bad. But the way I tend to want to look at it these days is I accepted a mission, and I think we're going to be in that mission for the long haul. And we're going to complete it, right?
The process
part of the whole process of driving women into the workforce was to just cut off the feminine nurturing from the child. And the other part of it is, you could double the tax base and also basically create more internal competition within the workforce, and that drives down wage prices, and combine that with inflation, and you have the dollar's value going down, and you have competition over wages going up, and basically that's destroying the middle class. That combined attack is destroying the middle class, and it's leading to the type of depression, the type of financial depression that we're in, that's just demoralizing people all the more. They understood these forces. These forces are all actuaried out. When they went into this whole agenda, they knew what they were doing. This is a deliberate, constructed methodology, and it's a grand strategy, a chess strategy, and most people just aren't psychologically sophisticated enough to understand the chess strategy that's been played against them, how sophisticated of a maneuver this whole neo-feminism program is. It requires study, it requires reading, it requires, especially on a lot of the part of a lot of the females who have bought into this ideology, it requires, the ability of them to, look introspectively inward at themselves and ask some of the tough questions about why they bought this type of an agenda, and couldn't see that it was an anti-life agenda in general. It wasn't about evening the playing field between men and women. It's about destroying society and ultimately destroying life in the long term.
But and I feel though there are solutions, and I do want to share them, specifically for the ladies of your audience.
Sure, go ahead. I mean, that's what a lot of people want to do. They want all these creature comforts, and they want to do that when really they're not making the kind of money that is conducive to that lifestyle. Then they go into debt, and then they're willing to do basically anything to keep a job, to pay off their loans that they have, or pay off the debt, or the expensive house, or the expensive car, the mortgage, etc., the car payments. And they let that determine their actions. They look at that as, well, I have to do this to maintain this lifestyle that I've decided I need to be living, and then the control over their actions follows that, because they'll do anything to maintain that lifestyle.
Well, can I add something?
Sure.
The satanic mind control that was conspicuous consumption and materialism in the West, it is right now, because of the internet and the reality that things do not fill the hole in your soul. I think materialism for a lot of people is getting its ass kicked. Well, what do you think?
I mean, I certainly think that there's a small percentage of people that realize that this certainly isn't the path to happiness, and they're starting to turn away from it. I think societally we're a long way from that happening, from that worm turning, but I think it can happen. I think there needs to be more of a spiritual renaissance happening within people, and understand that they have to get out of this me mentality. I think part of the first thing regarding that is to understand that the whole selfish lifestyle ideology is Satanism. If people don't understand that largely the people of the world are living in a satanic culture already, because they are, in the aggregate, the people are already living in a satanic mindset. Most people don't understand that. They don't understand that because they don't know what Satanism is. They don't understand Satanism is essentially egoism. It's me-ism. Let's call it that. If you understand that that's what the ideology is, that is completely allowing the world to be manipulated and controlled, and that is no different than what these people in these, dark secret orders and secret societies refer to as Satanism, if they even ever refer to it as that. Again, some Satanists don't even call their belief system or their religion Satanism. They just call it the old religion. They call it, the religion of the ego or the religion of the self. They just use Satan as an archetypal figure. Some of them could believe in demons and entities. I'm not discounting that happens within the realm of the occult. It does. Some of them believe that they call on forces and powers, etc. But I'm telling you, the overarching religion that they have to keep people in the mindset, in the ideology of, is egoism, is seeing the self as the most important thing above all else, regardless of what's right or wrong. And, my work is all about the importance of the self and understanding the nature of the self, what the true self really is, the authentic self. But that doesn't mean it's worship of the self or putting the self on a pedestal or seeing the self as the highest power in the universe. It's seeing the individuated aspect of the self and as being something that is connected with the higher self, that we have to make that bridge of connection in consciousness and understand we are part of something larger, and there are higher powers that ultimately have set up boundary conditions in this world that govern our behaviors, and that's what natural law is. And man didn't make those laws. This is all part of a wider understanding that has to open up for people to get out of the totally egocentric service to self mindset that they're in. Once we start transcending that mindset, it becomes easier and easier to see how we've been fooled and the agendas that have played a big role in this whole, in the orchestration of the creation of this whole worldwide control system. So I think what you're saying, Kelly, is some good solutions in that, we separate from the existing immoral system as much as is within our power to do so. At the same time, if we morally raise our children the right way by taking the time that needs to be invested in the minds of our youth and homeschool them and take them out of the government indoctrination camps, that's got to be a gigantic plus toward putting their mind on the right path at a young age during their formative years.
Well, I just hope that, some people will take that into account and really, sit with their partner at home and really talk about it. Our boy is only 11 months old right now, but
right.
Already talking about what we're going to do. So
sure, you have to start. You have to plan it early. It's a good frame of mind to be in, for sure. Tim, you were talking about estrogen mimickers that are put into foods. You termed these gender benders because of how they kind of blur the distinction between the sexes and kind of try to, feminize men and masculinize women, and in so doing, they're kind of creating the beginnings of sort of an androgynous society, and that's why it's part of the agenda to put this into foods, because if that goes into people's systems, it's going to, totally break down the classical gender roles, and that's going to break down strong men, which have traditionally acted as the protectors of the society, and therefore the state can come in and basically rule unchallenged because there's not going to be any strong men in society anymore.
Yes,
Tim, are you still with us? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I'm here. Because these gender benders, nowadays, I really don't have any problems or hate for any people who are gay or any of their choices like that. But just nowadays, I just see more and more people who kind of look at them and you're not even sure whether they're a male or female, because nowadays it's like more and more people, they either, it's just hard to tell. It's blurring the lines. And so
I see this myself out in society, and it's not saying treat these people with any kind of discrimination or anything like that. It's just a commentary on that this is being done in society, and it's being done for a specific purpose, a specific reason. It's not saying that these are bad individuals because they've undergone this process. It's saying that this process is part of the agenda to weaken our species in general, so that we cannot counter the tyranny that we're under. And this is part of just not only mental liberation from slavery, but when necessary, physical, forceful rebellion, which is what they don't want. They don't want that to be a possibility. And part of what I'm going to talk about coming up is this fear of rebellion, this fear of revolution. It's a big mental block. Part of the topics I'm going to be covering coming up is I am going to go through gun ownership and the whole dichotomy between force and violence again, because I think it's so important to ingrain in people and help them to understand the self-defense principle. So, starting that, I think right here on the air next week, I'm going to give my Second Amendment presentation live on the air, in an extended format. And I said we're going to be covering the occult history of Nazism, and the occult roots of Nazism as a religion, the dark occult roots, and then go back into some solutions about how to, work your way into people's influence through, the exploitation of certain familial dynamics and social dynamics that many people aren't even aware of. I'm going to try to make a point of that as kind of a new solution, so to speak, of how we can get out there and reach more people. But, this whole idea of not being able to physically wage any kind of acts of resistance. They want society. The controllers want society there. They don't want strong men capable of rebellion in society. They especially don't want strong, independently thinking, awakened men in society. And what they're using women in this neo-feminism agenda to do is keep men in a vulnerable state, keep them in a dependent state, keep them attached to the state, because the women are so attached to the state. And the men, they know that the men will generally follow the women's lead when it comes to what's going on culturally, what's going on societally. I mean, Hitler said this. He said, if you want the minds of the children, you have to get the minds of the women, because where the women go, the children and the men follow. They have been the traditional nurturers of society, those who have ingrained, moral fiber in the young.
And the NASA logo, it has the V shape as well. What exactly are these people worshiping?
Well, many researchers have considered that is Saturnian symbolism, because the concept of Saturn as a god in the ancient religions is one of disciplinarian and control center, base vibratory energy and control-based consciousness. And that's what these people identify with. And so they kind of chose that as an archetypal symbol and use it a lot in their symbolism to basically direct people and, influence them through archetypes.